Dark Prince. Dark Series, Book 1. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 9. The earth rumbled, shook, rolled. Jacob's knife buried deep a second time. The wind unleashed its deadly power, sent leaves, twigs, and small branches flying through the air like missiles. The knife bit a third time. Lightning sizzled once, twice, 3 times, slammed into the earth as thunder cracked, shaking the land with the unholy sound. The knife found her a 4th time. The heavens opened up and rain poured down hard and fast, as if floodgates had burst. Jacob was covered in blood. He pushed away from her, turning his head as the sky grew darker. He could hear the others screaming in fear. "Damn you!" He sliced down a 5th time in fury and defiance. An unseen hand caught his wrist before the blade could find her, fingers curling hard in an unbreakable grip. The knife turned inward toward Jacob's throat, and for one long, eternal moment, he stared in horror at the bloodied blade as it inched toward his flesh. It struck suddenly, burying itself to the hilt. Wolves boiled out of the forest, circled the meadow, glowing eyes fixed on the 3 people dodging branches that were hurtling through the air. Margaret screamed and ran. Harry took off blindly, and Hans lost his footing and dropped to his knees as the earth heaved and shook again. Raven. Mikhail materialized beside her, fear for her clawing at his guts. He ripped the jeans away so he could see the extent of her injuries. The earth rolled again, split the meadow open. Mikhail clamped his hands over the pumping holes in an attempt to stem the terrible flow of blood. Jacques shimmered into view, then Eric, Byron. Teen arrived, and Vlad. Grigori blasted out of the sky toward the 3 human assassins surrounded by the wolf pack. There on the meadow, with the world coming to an end, he took the shape of a huge, black wolf, a wolf with the hungry, mad eyes of retribution. My God. Jacques was on his knees beside Mikhail, gathering handfuls of rich soil. Go, Byron, for the herbs. Hurry. Within minutes they had packed Raven's wounds with their poultices. Mikhail ignored them, cradling Raven in his arms, his large body bent protectively to shield her from the onslaught of the pounding rain. Mikhail's entire being was concentrated, focused on only one thing. "You will not leave me," he commanded. "I will not release you." Lightning sizzled, whipped across the sky, slammed into the earth. On its heels thunder boomed, shook the mountains. Jacques. Eleanor is going to give birth. Vlad was desperate. Get her into the house. Call Celeste and Deirdre. Jacques towed Jacob's body contemptuously as he added his large frame as a shelter over Raven. She is not dead, Mikhail hissed, seeing the compassion in his brother's eyes. She is dying, Mikhail. Jacques' chest hurt with the knowledge. Mikhail dragged her to him, bent his head until his cheek lay against hers. I know you can hear me. You must drink, Raven. Drink deeply. He felt the faint stirring in his mind. Warmth, regret. So much pain. Let me go. No. Never. Do not talk. Just drink. For me, if you love me, for my life, drink what I offer. Before Jacques could guess his intent and try to stop him, Mikhail jabbed deeply into his own jugular. Dark blood spurted. Mikhail forced her to him, used every power he possessed to force compliance. Her will obeyed. Her body was almost too weak to follow. She swallowed what poured into her but could not draw deeply on her own. Bolt after bolt of lightning slammed to earth. A tree exploded, rained fiery sparks. The earth heaved again, rolled, came apart at the seams. Grigori loomed over them, the darkest of the Carpathians, his pale eyes ice cold and holding the stark promise of death. The wolves did their job, Eric reported grimly. The lightning and earthquakes will do the rest. Jacques ignored him, gripping Mikhail's shoulder. Enough, Mikhail. You grow too weak. She has lost too much blood. She has internal injuries. Black rage filled Mikhail. He threw back his head and roared his denial, the sound exploding through the forest and mountains like the booming of the thunder. Trees burst into flames around them, exploding like sticks of dynamite. Mikhail. Jacques refused to relinquish his hold. Stop her now. She has my blood, it will heal her. If we can keep blood in her, Get her into the soil and perform the healing ritual, then she will live. Enough, damn it. Jacques' voice held very real fear. Grigory touched Mikhail gently. If you die, my old friend, we have no chance of saving her. We must work together if we are to do this thing. Raven's head lolled back, her body limp like a rag doll. Mikhail's blood ran unchecked down his chest. Jacques leaned into his brother, but Grigory was there before him, closing the gaping wound with a single stroke of his tongue. Mikhail was nearly oblivious to his surroundings. He was directing his entire being, his entire disciplined focus on Raven. She was slipping away from him, fading slowly but surely. Her heart beat erratically, one beat, a miss, a single beat. There was an ominous, eerie silence. Swearing, Mikhail laid her flat, physically breathed for her, manually stimulated her heart. His mind sought the trail of hers, found a small, huddled light, dim and fading. She floated on a sea of pain. She was weak beyond his imaginings. Breathe, massage. Call her back, reinforce it with an order. Repeat the process. A torrent of water raced down the rocky canyon behind them, a solid wall gathering speed and force. The ground shook again. 2 trees exploded into fiery conflagrations despite the heavy rains. Let us help, Grigory ordered softly. Jacques moved his brother gently aside, took over CPR while Grigory breathed for Raven. In and out, Grigory filled her lungs with precious air. Jacques forced her heart to continue. It left Mikhail free to concentrate on his mental quest. A stirring in his mind, the lightest of touches, but he knew it was her, and he locked onto that trace and followed it ruthlessly. You will not leave me. She tried to move away from him, up and away. There was too much pain in the direction in which he called her. Panicked, Mikhail screamed her name. You cannot leave me, Raven. I cannot survive without you. Come back to me, or I follow you where you lead. I have a pulse, Jacques said. It is weak, but it is there. We need transport. There was a shimmering in the gathering darkness. Teen appeared beside them. Eleanor has given birth, and the child lives, he announced. It is a male. Mikhail let out his breath in a long, slow hiss. She betrayed Raven. Jacques shook his head in warning when Eric would have spoken, would have tried to defend the woman. Mikhail was in a killing rage. The slightest mistake might provoke him. Mikhail's fury was triggering the turbulent weather, the raging storm, and heaving earth. Mikhail sank back into his mind, holding Raven to him, taking as much of her pain as he could. The trip home was a blur to him, the rain pelting the windshield, lightning sizzling and snapping. The village was deserted and dark, the electricity out in the terrible ferocity of the storm. Inside their houses, people were huddled and praying, hoping to live through the ferocious storm, not understanding their very lives could depend on one small human woman's courage and tenacity. Raven's body, so limp and lifeless, was stripped of her blood-stained clothing and placed on Mikhail's bed. Healing herbs were crushed, some lit. The poultices were replaced with newer, stronger ones to try to stem further blood loss. Mikhail touched the dark bruises on her face with trembling fingers, the dark marks that stood out starkly against her full white breasts where Jacob had deliberately hurt her in his jealous, drugged rage. Fury seized Mikhail, and he longed to crush Jacob's throat beneath his hands. She needs blood, he said abruptly. So do you. Jacques waited for Mikhail to draw the sheet over Raven before he offered his wrist. Drink while you can. Grigory touched his shoulder. Forgive me, Jacques, but my blood is stronger. It holds immense power. Allow me to do this small thing for my friend. At Jacques' nod, Grigory drew a single mark over his vein. There was silence as Mikhail availed himself of Grigory's rich blood. Jacques sighed softly. She has exchanged blood on 3 occasions with you? He forced his voice to be neutral, not wanting to appear to reprimand his leader and brother. Mikhail's dark eyes flickered warningly. Yes. If she lives, she will most likely be one of us. It was left unsaid that she might live to be destroyed by the very one who had converted her. We cannot seek human medical aid for her. If our way does not work, Mikhail, her doctors will be useless anyway, Jacques cautioned. Damn it, do you think I do not realize what I have done? You think I do not know I failed her, that I failed to protect her? That by my selfish actions I put her life in jeopardy? Mikhail stripped off his bloody shirt, balled it in one hand, and threw it to the farthermost corner of the room. This is senseless. Looking back, Grigory said calmly. Mikhail's boots hit the floor, his socks. He dragged himself onto the bed beside Raven. She cannot take blood our way. She is too weak. We have no choice but to use their primitive transfusion methods. Mikhail, Jacques said warningly. We have no choice. She did not take all that she needed, not even close. We cannot afford the delay of argument. I ask you, my brother, and you, Grigory, as my friend, to do this for us. Mikhail cradled Raven's head in his lap, sat back among the pillows, and closed his eyes tiredly while they began the primitive process. If he lived another 1,000 years, Mikhail would never forget that first stirring of unease in his mind while he lay as dead beneath the earth. Knowledge had exploded in his brain, spread terror in his heart and fury in his soul. He had felt Raven's rippling fear. Jacob's hand on her precious body, the brutal blows, the tearing sensation of the knife as it sliced through skin and into her soft insides. So much pain and fear. So much guilt that she had failed to protect Eleanor and her unborn child. Raven's weak touch had slipped inside his mind, so whispery, edged with pain and regret. I'm sorry, Mikhail. I've failed you. Her last coherent thought had been for him. He loathed himself, loathed Eleanor for not having the discipline to learn mental communication, focused and pure. In that 1 second of understanding, as he lay helpless, locked in the soil, the very foundations of his life, his beliefs, had been rocked. As he burst free, Jacques rising with him, he had mentally reached for Jacob, had buried the blood-stained knife to the hilt in the murderer's throat. The storm enabled Vlad to break Eleanor and him free without the fear of blindness or that one moment of complete disorientation that would have given the assassins the time to kill his laboring wife. Mikhail sought Raven's mind, crawled to her with warmth and love, his arms a shelter. The needle jabbed the inside of his arm, pierced hers. He had no doubt that his brother would monitor the transfusion closely. Jacques held Mikhail's life along with Raven's in his hands. If she died, Mikhail followed her. He knew in his heart the black fury that remained would endanger anyone near him, Carpathian and human alike. He could only hope that Grigory was up to the job of dispatching Carpathian justice to him swiftly and accurately if Raven should die. No. Even in an unconscious state, she was trying to save him. He stroked her hair in long caresses. Sleep, little one. You are in need of healing sleep. Using his mind, he breathed for both of them in and out, forcing oxygen into his lungs, her lungs. He kept the rhythm of their hearts together. He took on as much of the mechanics of her body as he could to enable her to heal. Jacques knew Mikhail's mind was made up. If this woman failed to live, they would lose Mikhail. Right now Mikhail was using his power to keep her blood flowing, her heart pumping, and her lungs working. It was a draining process. Grigory met Jacques' eyes over Mikhail's head. He was not going to allow the couple to die. It was up to them to heal her. I will do it, Jacques. It wasn't a request. The air stirred beside them, and Celeste materialized with Eric. He chooses to follow her, she said softly. He loves her that much. It is already known? Jacques asked. He is withdrawing, Eric answered. All Carpathians can feel it. Is there a chance to save them? Jacques looked up, his handsome face haggard, his dark eyes, so like Mikhail's, grief-stricken. She fights for him. She knows he will choose to follow her. Enough. Grigory hissed, bringing them all to attention. We have no choice but to save them. That is all that can be in our minds. Celeste reached toward Raven. Let me do this for her, Jacques. I am a woman. I carry a child. I will make no mistakes. Grigory is a healer, Celeste. You are with child and it is difficult, Jacques denied softly. Both of you are supplying blood for them. You could make a mistake. Celeste pushed the sheet from Raven's stomach. Her gasp was audible, her horror very real. Involuntarily she stepped back. My God, Jacques. There is no chance. Furious, Jacques elbowed her out of the way. Grigory stepped between them, his pale eyes flowing over Celeste like mercury, glittering with a calm, cold menace, with a terrible rebuke. There is no question that I will be the one to heal her. And she will be healed. While I perform this task, I want only those who believe completely to attend. Go now if you cannot give me this aid. I must have only complete conviction in my mind and the minds of those around us. She will live because there is no other alternative. Grigori placed his hands over the wounds, closed his eyes, and went seeking out of his own body and into the one lying so hideously wounded, as still as death. Mikhail felt Raven's stirring of pain. She flinched, tried to move away, tried to fade so that this new, painful sensation could not touch her. Mikhail surrounded her effortlessly, held her still for Grigori to do the intricate work of repairing damaged organs. Relax into it, little one. I am here in this place with you. I can't do this. It was more of feeling than words. So much pain. Choose for us then, Raven. You will not go alone. No. Jacques' protest was sharp. I know what you do, Mikhail. Drink now or I will not continue the transfusion. Fury welled up, shook Mikhail out of his semi-stupor. Jacques met the rage in his dark eyes with deliberate calm. You are too weak from loss of blood to oppose me. Then let me feed. There was cold fury, black as night in those words. Pure menace, the threat of death. Jacques exposed his throat without hesitating, managing to prevent a groan of pain as Mikhail bit deep, fed hungrily, ferociously, like a savage animal. Jacques did not struggle or make a sound, offering up his life for his brother and Raven. Eric moved toward them as Jacques' knees buckled, and he sat down hard, but Jacques motioned him away. Mikhail lifted his head abruptly, his shadowed features so haunted and grief-stricken. Jacques ached for him. Forgive me, Jacques. There is no excuse for my treatment of you. There is nothing to forgive when I offer freely, Jacques whispered raggedly. Eric moved immediately to his side, supplying Jacques with blood. How could anyone do such a thing to her? She is so good, so courageous. She risked her life to help a stranger. How could someone want to harm her? Mikhail asked, raising his eyes toward the heavens. Silence was his only answer. Mikhail's gaze found Grigori. He watched his friend work with the intense concentration of the healing ritual. The low chant was soothing to him, brought a measure of relief to his tormented soul. He could feel Grigori with them, inside her body, working, weaving the magic of body repair, a painstakingly slow process. Enough blood, Jacques whispered hoarsely as he lit the scented candles and began another low chant. Grigori stirred, his eyes remaining closed, but he nodded. Her body is attempting the conversion. Our blood is soaking into her organs and working to change and repair tissue. She needs time for the process. He moved back inside to the deep penetrating wounds he was aligning. Her womb was damaged, and it was far too important to take any chances. She must be made perfect. Her heart is too slow, Jacques said weakly as he slid from the bed to the floor. He looked startled to find himself there. Her body needs more time to make the change and heal, Celeste added, watching Grigori work. She knew she was witnessing a miracle. She had never been this close to the legendary Carpathian everyone whispered about. Few of their people actually saw Grigori up close. Power emanated from his every pore. She is right, Mikhail agreed weakly. I will continue to breathe for her, continue to ensure her heart beats. Eric, you must care for Jacques. Rest, Mikhail, see to your woman. Jacques will be fine. Teen is here if there is a problem. Grigori has many hours of work ahead of him, Eric replied. If it is necessary, we can call others in to help. Jacques reached up his hand to his brother. Mikhail took it. You must calm your anger, Mikhail. The storm is too strong. The very mountains rage with you. He closed his eyes and laid his head against the bed frame, his hand still clasped in Mikhail's. Raven felt almost detached from what was happening to her body. Her awareness of others in the room and their movements came through Mikhail. He was with her somehow, in her body, breathing for her. And there was another, one she didn't recognize, but he was also in her, working like a surgeon would, repairing the extensive damage to her body, to her internal organs, paying special attention to her female organs. She wanted to just stop, Allow the pain to swamp her, to carry her someplace far beyond feelings. She could just let go. She was tired, so tired. It would be so very easy. It was what she wanted, longed for. She rejected the beckoning peace, fought to hang on to life. Mikhail's life. She wanted to brush her fingertips over the lines of strain she knew would be around his mouth. She wanted to ease his guilt and rage, assure him that everything had been her own choice. His love, total, uncompromising, unconditional, endless, was almost more than she could cope with. Most of all, she was aware of the strange changes taking place in her body. None of it touched her, wrapped tightly, protectively in the cocoon of Mikhail's love. He breathed, she breathed. His heart beat, her heart beat. Sleep, little one. I will watch for both of us. After several long, back-breaking hours, Grigory straightened up, his hair damp with perspiration, his face weary and lined, his body aching with fatigue. I have done my best. If she lives, she will be able to have a child. Mikhail's blood and the soil should complete the healing process. The change is taking place rapidly. She does not understand and does not fight it. He pushed a hand stained with her precious blood through his hair. She fights only for Mikhail's life, thinks only of his life and how her death would affect him. I think it is better if she does not understand what is actually happening to her. She does not know the extent of her wounds. There is much pain. She suffers greatly, but she is not a quitter, this one. Jacques was already preparing new poultices to replace the blood-soaked ones. Can we give her more blood? She is still losing more than I like and is so weak. I fear she will not live through the night. Yes, Grigory replied tiredly, thoughtfully, but no more than a pint or two. We must do this slowly or we will alarm her. What she would accept unconditionally in Mikhail, she will not accept in herself. Give her my blood. It is potent, like Mikhail's, and he grows weak trying to breathe for her and keep her heart going. You are tired, Grigory, Jacques protested. There are others. Not with my blood. Do as I say. Grigory seated himself calmly and watched as a needle was inserted into his vein. No one argued with Grigory. He was a law unto himself. Only Mikhail could truly call him friend. Celeste drew in a deep breath, wanting to say something to Grigory that would indicate her admiration, but there was a look in his eyes that stopped her. Grigory was calm in the eye of the storm. He was lethal in his coolness. Jacques allowed Grigory's precious life, fluid to flow directly into Raven's veins. It wasn't the best or fastest way for healing, but Grigory's observations alleviated Jacques' concerns. Only after he had assured himself that the blood was flowing easily did Jacques sit down again. They had to organize themselves, make certain every detail was taken care of. Mikhail believed details saved lives. We need to assess the damage to our people. All of the assassins died, not one escaped. Hans, the American couple, and the man who attacked Raven. Eric counted them off. They were the only ones present. No mortal could have survived the intensity of the storm, the killing rage in the animals. If there had been an unseen observer, Mikhail or the beasts would have known. Grigory stirred tiredly, his enormous strength beginning to fade with his continuing efforts. There was no other. He said it imperiously, as if no one would think to question him, and of course they wouldn't. Jacques found a small grin touching his mouth for the first time all evening. But you made a clean sweep of the area, Eric? Absolutely. The bodies are burned, caught together under a tree as if for shelter and hit by lightning. There is no evidence of wounds, Eric reported. Tomorrow a search will be launched for the missing tourists and Hans. Byron, your house is close. The other assassins will suspect you. Do not go near your home. Vlad must take Eleanor and the child away from this area completely. Are they able to travel? Grigory asked. By car. We have the night. I have a house I use in the winter months sometimes, not often. It is well protected, difficult to access. Grigory's smile did nothing to warm his silver eyes. I like my privacy. At the moment it is unoccupied. I offer it freely for the protection of the woman and child for as long as there is need. The house is well over 100 miles from this place, and I roam the world, so you will not be disturbed. Before Vlad could protest, Jacques preempted him. Excellent idea. That solves one of our problems. Byron has his own bolt holes. Start now, Vlad. Guard Eleanor well. She is precious to us, as is the child. I must speak to Mikhail. Eleanor is very distraught that she put Raven's life in jeopardy. Mikhail is not himself. Jacques removed the needle from Raven's limp body and Grigory's arm. Her breath was so light, so shallow, he didn't see how Mikhail could keep her going. You will have to discuss things at another time. He is forced to use all his energies for Raven's survival. His woman is not breathing on her own. Vlad frowned, but complied when Grigory waved him out. He might have stayed to argue with Jacques to ease the conscience of his life mate, but all obeyed Grigory. He was Mikhail's right hand, the most relentless of their hunters, the true healer of their people, and he guarded Mikhail as a treasure. None of our people have fed this night, Eric pointed out, studying his wife's pale features. No human will be out. The risk is great when we are forced to enter a dwelling. Jacques sighed, wishing he could consult Mikhail. Do not disturb him, Grigory said. She needs him more than we do. If she dies, we lose him and any real chance at a future for our race. Noelle was the last female to survive, and that was more than 500 years ago. We need this woman to continue our species. We must be at full strength. It is not finished. Mikhail stirred, opened his dark, haunted eyes. It is not finished. There are at least 2 others, possibly 4. Eugene Slavinsky, Kurt von Halen. I do not know the identity of the other 2 travelers, or if they are even involved. Their names should be at the inn. Mrs. Galvenstein can provide them. Long lashes drooped. Mikhail's fingers tunneled deeply into Raven's hair, as if he could drag her back from the brink of death. Jacques watched those long fingers stroke her hair lovingly. Can we put her in soil for a few hours, Grigory? It should speed the healing process. Eric and Jacques went down to prepare the cellar, opening the earth with a single command, creating enough space to lay 2 bodies side by side. They moved Raven carefully, and Mikhail stayed close to her side, never speaking, focusing his entire concentration on her heart, her lungs, on preserving the dim light that contained her will to live. He lowered himself deep in the bowels of the earth, felt the healing properties of the rich soil as it settled around him like a welcoming bed. He accepted her slight weight, fit her body into the shelter of his. Mikhail moved his hands, formed a slight tunnel over their heads and ordered the earth to blanket them. The soil filled in closely around and over his legs, her legs, covered their bodies, pressing them deeper into the earth. Raven's heart leapt, nearly missing a beat, became erratic in spite of the firm beating of his own heart. I'm alive. They're burying us alive. Be still, little one. We are of the earth. It is offering to heal us. You are not alone, I am here with you. I can't breathe. I am breathing for us. I can't stand it. Make them stop. The earth has recuperative powers. Let them work. I am Carpathian of the earth. There is nothing to fear. Not the wind or the soil or the waters. We are one. 1 a.m. not Carpathian. There was sheer terror in her mind. We are one. Nothing can hurt you. She closed herself off from him, began a frantic struggle that could only end her life. Mikhail realized it was futile to argue. She could not accept the earth closing around her, over her head. He released them from the ground immediately, forced her heart to slow to normal, floating upward with her in his arms. I feared this, he said to Jacques, who was still in the cellar. Carpathian blood runs strong in her veins, but her mind sets human limits. Burial represents death. She cannot tolerate the deep earth. Then we must bring the soil to her, Jacques said. She is so weak, Jacques. Mikhail held Raven to him, his face etched with grief. It makes no sense that this was done to her. No, it does not, Mikhail, Jacques answered. I have been so selfish with her. I am still being selfish. I should have allowed her to find peace, but I could not. I would have followed her, Jacques, but I do not know if I would have gone quietly from this world as I should have. And then what of the rest of us? She represents our chance, our hope. We have to have hope, Mikhail. Without it, none of us can continue for much longer. We believe in you. We believe you will find the answer for the rest of us. Jacques paused at the door out of the cellar. I will get a mattress. Byron, Eric, and I will cover it in the richest soil we can find. Have they fed? The night is on us. We have many hours. In the cellar they set up a healing bed, used herbs and incense, covered the mattress in 3 inches of earth. Once again Raven and Mikhail settled together, her head on his chest, his arms holding her close. Jacques packed the soil beneath her so that it contoured to the curves of her body. They formed a thin blanket of it to lay over them, added a sheet so she would be able to feel the reassuring comfort of cotton against her neck, her face. Keep her still, Mikhail, Jacques encouraged. The wounds are closing, but she is still losing blood. Not much, and we can give her more blood in a couple of hours. Mikhail rested his cheek against her silky head, allowed his eyes to close. Go feed, Jacques, before you drop, he murmured wearily. I will go when the others return. We will not leave you and your woman unprotected. Mikhail stirred as if he might protest, but then a grin tugged at the hard edges of his mouth. Remind me to take you out back and teach you a lesson or two when I am feeling more myself. He fell asleep with the sound of Jacques' laughter in his ears and Raven wrapped tightly in his arms. Outside, the rain eased to a fine drizzle, and the winds died down, taking the thunderclouds with them. The earth was silent after the series of quakes. Cats and dogs and livestock settled down to their normal behavior. Wild animals sought shelter finally from the storm. Raven awoke slowly, painfully. Before she opened her eyes, she assessed the situation. She was hurt, she should be dead. She was in Mikhail's arms, their mental bond stronger than ever. He had dragged her back from death, then offered to let her go if he went with her. She could hear the sounds of the house creaking over her head, the soothing sound of rain beating a tattoo on the roof at the windows. Someone moved in the house. If she worked at it, she would be able to figure out exactly who it was and where in the house he was, but it seemed far too much trouble. Slowly, she allowed the horror of what had happened to replay in her head. The trapped woman about to give birth, the ugly fanaticism that led to such brutal murder and insanity. Jacob's face as he slapped her, ripped her clothing. Raven's low cry of alarm brought Mikhail's arms tighter around her, his chin nuzzling her head. Do not think of such things. Let me send you back to sleep. She curled her fingers against his throat, needing the reassurance of his steady pulse. No. I want to remember to get it over. His uneasiness was instantaneous. It disturbed her as nothing else could. You're weak, Raven. You will need more blood, more sleep. Your wounds were very serious. She moved then, just shifted her weight slightly. Pain clawed at her. I couldn't reach you. I tried, Mikhail, for that woman. He brought her fingers to the warmth of his mouth, pressed them there. Never again, Raven, will I fail you. There was more pain in his heart and mine than in her body. I chose to follow them, Mikhail. I chose to involve myself and help the woman. I knew exactly what those people were capable of. I didn't just walk into the situation blindly. I don't blame you. Please don't think you failed me. It was such an effort to talk. She wanted to sleep, wanted the blessed oblivion of a numb mind and body. Let me send you to sleep, he whispered softly, his voice a caress, his mouth brushing across her fingers an added enticement. Raven swallowed her assent. She would not be a coward. How could she possibly still be alive? How? She remembered the terrible moment when Jacob's hands had clawed at her breasts. Unclean. Her skin crawled at the memory. She wanted to scrub until she had no skin. His face so evil, maniacal, malevolent. Every tearing stab a mortal wound. The storm, the earthquakes, lightning, thunder. Wolves leaping at the Summerses, at Hans. How did she know, see it in her mind so clearly? Jacob's face dissolving into fear, his eyes wide with terror, a knife protruding from his throat. Why wasn't she dead? How did she know everything? Mikhail's fury. It was beyond imagination, beyond the mere bounds of a physical body. Nothing could contain such turbulent rage. It spilled from him, fed the storm until the very earth heaved and rolled. Bolts of lightning slammed into the earth and rain poured down. Was this all real or some horrendous nightmare? But she knew it was real, and she was close to some terrible truth. There was so much pain, she was so tired, and Mikhail was her only comfort. She wanted to crawl back into the shelter he provided and just let him protect her and keep her safe until she was strong again. Mikhail simply waited, allowed her to choose. He was providing warmth, love, closeness, but he was holding something inside himself, away from her. Raven closed her eyes, concentrated. She remembered Mikhail suddenly beside her, pain and fear in his dark, mesmerizing eyes, his arms dragging her close, his mind seeking, finding hers, commanding her to stay, holding her anchored to the earth when her body was dying. His brother was there, and more of his people. Something was placed on her abdomen, something that seemed to work its way into her body, something warm and alive. Low, soothing chanting had filled the air all around her. Shock and alarm emanated from Mikhail's people. Mikhail's blood, hot, sweet, revitalizing, soaking into her body, her organs, reshaping muscle, tissue. Not flowing into veins, but... Raven went rigid, her brain so shocked it was numb. The very breath was driven from her body. Not the first time. Other memories surfaced. Mikhail's frenzied feeding, her mouth pressed hungrily over his heart. Oh God! The words escaped as a strangled sob of denial. It was the truth, not some hallucination. But her human brain refused the truth. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. She was in the middle of some terrible nightmare, and any moment she would wake up. That had to be what was happening. She was mixing everything up, the assassin's fanatical belief in vampires and Mikhail's powers. But her heightened senses told her differently, told her the truth. She was lying in some underground chamber, with soil under her, over her. They had tried to bury her in it. To sleep. To heal. Mikhail simply waited, allowed her mind to process information, held nothing back from her, even when she drew on his memories. When her reaction came, it took him totally by surprise. He'd expected screams, tears, hysteria. Raven jackknifed it off the mattress, cried out low, an animal sound of pain. She rolled away from him, heedless of the consequences to her mortally wounded body. He spoke sharply, much more sharply than he intended, his fear for her safety outweighing his compassion. His command paralyzed her body, trapped her helplessly on the floor. Only her eyes were alive with terror as he crouched beside her, ran his hands over her wounds, seeking the extent of the damage. Relax, little one. I know this knowledge is shocking to you, he murmured, frowning as he saw the precious blood seeping from 3 of the 4 wounds. He lifted her, cradled her in his arms, close to the shelter of his heart. Let me go. Her plea sounded in his mind, echoed in his heart. Never. Mikhail's harsh features were an implacable stone mask. He looked at the doors over their heads. The doors responded, flying open at the touch of his will. Raven closed her eyes. Mikhail, please, I'm begging you. I cannot be as you are. You have no idea what I am, he said gently, floating up to the next level so nothing would jar her body. Humans mix up the truth about my race with stories of the undead, stealing babies, killing, tormenting victims. I could not have saved you if you were dead. We are a race of people who belong to the earth, the sky, the wind, and the water. Like any other people, we have our talents and our limitations. He did not go into details about where vampires came from. She needed truth, but not everything at once. Mikhail took her to a guest room, laid her carefully on the bed. We are not the vampires in your horror stories, the walking dead, for God's sake. We love, we worship, we work, we give service to our countries. We find it disgusting that the human male can beat his wife or child, that a mother could neglect her child. We are repulsed that the human race can eat the flesh of an animal. To us, blood is life-giving, sacred. We would never dishonor the human by hurting or killing. It is taboo to have sex with a human and then drink of his or her blood. I know I should never have taken your blood, it was wrong, but it was wrong because I did not tell you what could happen. I knew you were my true life mate, and my existence could not continue without you. I should have had more control. For that I will pay through all eternity, but it is done. We cannot undo what has already been wrought. Mikhail finished new poultices, placed them precisely over the wounds to seal them. Her fear, her revulsion, her sense of betrayal beat at his insides, making him want to weep for her, for both of them. What I did with you is not the same thing as using a human woman for sex. We did not have sex. My body recognized you as my life mate. There was no way I could ignore the call. I would have had to choose to end my life. The ritual demands the exchange of blood. It is not feeding hunger, it is purely a sensual exchange, a beautiful, erotic affirmation of love and trust. The first time I took your blood, I inadvertently took too much because I felt such ecstasy. I was out of control. I was wrong to tie you to me without your understanding of exactly what it all meant. But I allowed you to make the choice. You cannot deny it. Raven stared up at his face, reading the sorrow in his dark eyes, the fear for her. She wanted to touch him, to ease those lines of strain, to reassure him that she could handle what he was asking of her, but her brain could not accept what he was saying. I would have chosen death if you had allowed me to go with you. He pushed the hair from her face with gentle, caressing fingers. You know that, Raven. The only way I could save you was to make you one of us. You chose life. I didn't know what I was doing. If you had known, would you have chosen death for me? Her blue eyes, so bewildered and confused, so haunted, searched his face. Release me, Mikhail. I do not like to lie here helpless. Mikhail covered her body with a thin sheet. Your wounds are severe. You need blood, healing, and sleep. Do not move around. Her eyes chastised him. Mikhail touched her chin with gentle fingers. He released her, his eyes watchful. Answer me, little one. Knowing what we are, would you have sent me to eternal darkness? She made a supreme effort to get herself under control. A part of her still could not believe this was happening. A part of her struggled to understand and be fair. I told you I could accept you, even love you as you are, Mikhail. And I meant that then. The same is true now. She was so weak, she could hardly speak. I know you're a good man. There is no evil in you. Father Hummer said I couldn't judge you by our standards, and I won't. No, I would have chosen life for you. I love you. There was too much sorrow in her eyes for him to feel relief. But, he prompted softly. I can accept it in you, Mikhail, but not for me. I could never drink blood. The thought of it sickens me. Her tongue touched her dry lips. Can you change me back? A transfusion, perhaps. He shook his head regretfully. Then let me die. Just me. If you love me, let me go. Mikhail's eyes darkened, burned. You do not understand. You are my life. My heart. There is no Mikhail without Raven. If you wish to seek eternal darkness, I must go with you. I had never known the pain and ecstasy of our people's love until I found you. You are the very air I breathe, the blood in my veins, my joy, my tears, my very feelings. I would not wish to continue a barren, empty existence. It would be impossible. The torment you felt for those short hours without our mind touch would be nothing compared to the hell to which you wish to condemn me. Mikhail, she whispered his name in anguish, I am not Carpathian. You are, little one. Please give yourself time to heal, to absorb all this and adjust to it. He was pleading with her, his voice soft and persuasive. She closed her eyes against the tears welling up. I want to sleep. Raven needed more blood. The transfer would be easier on her if she had no idea what was happening to her. The healing sleep of the earth might provide her with comfort. In any case, it would speed the healing process of her body. Mercifully, Mikhail obliged her request and sent her into a deep sleep. Chapter 10. Raven woke sobbing, her hands curling around Mikhail's neck, clutching him to her, hot tears spilling onto his chest. He dragged her closer protectively, holding her as tight as he dared without crushing her. She seemed so fragile and light, so ready to fly away from him. He let her cry, his hand caressing her hair with soothing strokes. When she began to quiet, he murmured softly to her, tenderly, in his own language, words of reassurance and hope. Eventually she lay, worn out and exhausted, in the sanctuary of his arms. It will take time, little one, but give our ways a chance. There are wondrous things we can do. Concentrate on the things you would enjoy. Shape-shifting, flying with birds, running free with the wolves. Her small fist jammed into her mouth to stop a strangled sound somewhere between fear and hysterical laughter. Mikhail brushed the top of her head with his chin. I would never leave you to face any of this on your own. Lean on my strength. She closed her eyes against another wave of hysteria. You don't even understand the enormity of what you've done. You've taken away my very identity. Don't, Mikhail. I feel your protests stirring in my mind. What if you woke up no longer Carpathian, but a human? No longer able to run free and fly. No special powers, no healing earth, no more ability to hear and understand animals. Everything that was ever the essence of you would be gone. To survive, you had to eat meat. She felt his instant revulsion. You see, the very thing Carpathians consider disgusting. I'm afraid. I look into the future, and I'm so terrified I am unable to think. I hear things, sense things. She trailed off before making any admissions. Don't you see, Mikhail, I can't do this, not even for you. He stroked her hair with loving fingers, trailed a caress over the soft skin of her face. You have known for a short time. Your sleep was deep and undisturbed. He did not tell her she had been given blood twice more during her sleep, that her body had gone through the rigorous change, ridding itself of all human toxins. He felt she had to absorb certain aspects of their lifestyle slowly. Do you wish us to seek eternal rest? Her fist thumped his chest. Not us, Mikhail, me. There is no you or me. There is only us. She took a deep, calming breath. I don't even know what or who I am anymore. You are Raven, the most beautiful, courageous woman I have ever known. He said it sincerely, stroking back her silken hair. Her body was tense, almost rigid with wanting to deny his tranquil statements of fact. Can I exist without blood? With juice and grains? His hand found hers, laced their fingers together. I want it to be so for you, but it is not. You must have blood to live. She made a sound, a small denial, hunching away from him, withdrawing into herself. It was too far-fetched, too frightening to really comprehend. She wanted to believe it was a nightmare. Mikhail sat up, let her go so that he could push the sheet from her slender body. Her mind was blocking out every explanation, refusing to deal with the information he was giving her. Wanting to distract her, he bent to examine her abdomen, his fingers splaying possessively over her skin, touching each white scar gently. Your wounds are nearly healed. She half sat, astonished. That's impossible. He lifted his hands out of the way to show her the long scars. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Mikhail's eyes darkened and burned, brushed her bare breasts with heat. Raven's small teeth tugged at her lower lip, and a red flush spread over her entire body. She clutched the sheet, dragged it over her. His white teeth gleamed at her in a predator's smile, pure taunting male. He leaned close so that his mouth brushed across her ear as he spoke. His warm breath beckoned and enticed. I have kissed every inch of your body. I have been in every secret corner of your mind. His teeth skimmed her earlobe, sent a shiver along her spine. I will admit, the blush suits you. Raven found herself holding her breath, heat coiling deep within her. She pressed her forehead against the heavy muscles of his chest so that he couldn't see the answering flare in her eyes. Mikhail, she warned, there is no way you can change what I feel by seducing me. I know I cannot handle this. I hear your thoughts, little one. You have closed your mind to all possibilities. He whispered the words like a terrible seduction. I will give you what you wish. I no longer can bear your unhappiness. His hand moved up to his chest, right below her chin, hovered over his heart. Her stomach clenched at the sudden knowledge of his intention. The sweet odor of hot blood mingled with his wild, masculine scent. Before she could stop him, before she could voice a protest, his life's blood was streaming freely down his chest. Instinctively, she clamped both hands over the wound, applied pressure. Eyes wild with fear, Raven cried out frantically. Stop, Mikhail. Don't do this. Tears welled up, spilled over. Please tell me what to do to save you. There was desperation in her voice. I can't, Mikhail. Stop this, you're scaring me. She pressed as hard as she was capable, but the blood continued to flow between her fingers. Your tongue has the power to heal, so does the saliva in your mouth. His voice was dark, hypnotic. He leaned back as if his strength was waning. But do not counteract my choice unless you live also, because I refuse to go back to a world of darkness. Frantically, she bent her head to his chest, swept her tongue over the edges of the wound, sealing the gap as if it had never been. The revulsion was in her brain, but not in her body. Something wild lifted its head, her eyes went slumberous and sensual. Heat coiled spread. Her body hungered, craved. The call was so strong within her. She wanted more, needed the erotic ecstasy only he could provide. Mikhail's hands were in her hair, bunching, dragging her head back, exposing her throat. His mouth moved over her soft skin, her frantic pulse. "Are you sure, Raven?" He whispered it so sensually her body went liquid in answer. "I want you to be completely sure. You must be certain this is your choice." She circled his neck with her arms, cradled his head. Yes. The memory of his mouth moving against her, the white-hot pleasure piercing her very soul made heat pool low and wicked in her abdomen. She wanted this, even needed this. "You give yourself to me freely?" His tongue tasted the texture of her skin, flicked across her pulse, and traced down the valley between her breasts. Mikhail. His name was a plea. She feared that he was waiting too long and might not be able to live, to breathe, to merge completely with her. He lifted her easily, cradled her in his arms. His tongue lapped her nipple once, twice. Raven gasped, arched closer to him, her body scenting the wildness in him rising to match, to conquer the wildness in her. She seemed to float through the air, every nerve ending raw with hunger and need. The sweet scent of blood called to her. She smelled fresh air and opened her eyes to discover the night. It whispered to her with the same sensual power as the ebb and flow of Mikhail's blood. Trees swayed overhead, the wind cooled her body, yet fanned her need. "This is our world, little one. Feel its beauty, hear its call." It was all like a dazzling dream, as if they were drifting with the faint mist, a part of the night itself. The stars overhead played hide and seek through the canopy of leaves and branches. The moon was elusive, wandering behind floating clouds. Everywhere Raven heard the sounds of life. It was in the sap of the trees, the rustle of small animals, the beat of wings, the echoing, savage cry of a night hunter as it missed its prey. Mikhail raised his head and called, a wild sound of joy. It was answered. Raven could feel the rapture in the wolves' rejoinders. It filled her heart, and in her, the wildness grew. He carried her through a maze of paths, deep into the mountains until they were at the entrance of a downward sloping cave. "Hear it," he ordered as he passed into the murky shadows. "Hear the earth sing to you." Impossibly, she could see rich veins of minerals curving on either side of the narrow walls, just as if the sunlight were pouring into the tunnel. She could hear the rush of water echoing through the many chambers. Bats called to one another, and the earth welcomed it all. Mikhail was sure-footed, striding through the maze of tunnels without hesitation, every step taking them deeper underground until they were in a huge steam-filled grotto. Water ran in a frothy fall down to pour into a series of pools. Crystals gleamed like jewels all around them. He took them into the farthest pool from the fall, where the water bubbled up like soda and was warm and fizzy against their skin. He sank into the water, with Raven cradled in his arms and steam rising around them. The bubbles nibbled its sensitive skin, danced and teased like so many fingers, foamed and caressed like the lapping of tongues. With lazy, languid movements, Mikhail began to wash her slender body, her small feet, her calves, her thighs. Raven moved against his hands, closed her eyes to give herself up to pure sensation. Carpathian blood flowed hotly in her veins. Carpathian needs and desire warred with the human limitations and taboos her brain insisted on. His hands slid in a tender, loving caress over her flat stomach, his fingertips reverently tracing each scar, wiping away the last traces of the poultices and blood. He paid careful attention to each rib, her back, and finally, her face and hair. Mikhail was so gentle, he made her want to cry. He had not touched her anywhere intimately, yet he had begun a slow fire in her blood, a melting in her body. She ached for him, needed him. Raven opened her blue eyes. They were slumberous, sexy, darkened with desire. She tilted her head to look up at him, and then moved to rinse his body. She had no intention of being so kind. Her every stroke was designed to tease, to inflame. Fingertips delved into the dark, tangled hair veering toward his flat belly, slid tantalizingly over the heavy muscles of his chest, rinsing every drop of blood from his skin. So much. It worried her, and she wanted him to feed, to replace what was lost. Some small part of Raven recognized that the thought should be appalling to her, yet with her body needing his so desperately, she craved his mouth on her, felt hunger herself. Her hands wandered lower, moved across his flat belly, dipped over the ridge of his hip bones. Raven felt his swift intake of breath, the tensing of every muscle. A low growl rumbled deep in his throat, sent darts of fire leaping in her blood. Her fingers sought the hard evidence of his arousal, teased and enticed, her fingertips dancing intriguingly, her palms sliding and gripping, testing the weight of him. He groaned at the effort it took to control himself. This time she was going to participate in the ritual. There would be no way she could argue that she had not known what she was doing. He spread his legs wider to support his trembling body as she touched his shoulder with her tongue, followed a droplet of water that ran in a bead from his neck to his chest. Raven's body clenched, grew heavy, ached, and burned. Her tongue slid over his heart in a lazy, sensual pattern. Her blood leaped and sang to match his. All the time her hands caressed, teased, promised. Her long hair, masses of silk, brushed his body as she followed little beads of water, lower, lower still. She felt him shudder as she tasted him, his body thrusting to meet her silken mouth. The feeling of power was incredible. His hands bunched in her hair, low, aggressive growls escaped from deep in his throat. She found his thighs with her nails, raking lightly, driving him wild, wanting him crazy for her, wanting him mindless with passion. Mikhail dragged her up, closer. His hands found the firm muscles of her bottom, cupped, massaged. "I claim you as my lifemate." He whispered the words, a black magic incantation, centuries old. His hand moved up her spine, around to the fullness of her breast, down satin skin to find the thatch of midnight black curls. Raven cried out when his fingers found her beneath the bubbling water, found her and began a slow, torturous exploration. Her mouth was open against his chest, her breath short and coming in little gasps. The craving grew, the fire built, something wild and abandoned in her fought for freedom. She could hear their hearts beating as one, hear his blood, hers. She felt her body pulsing with life, with need, with such hunger that she needed all of him to fill her and make her complete. She needed him in her mind, his erotic, insatiable appetite, the incredible lust he had that made him burn and ache for her. She needed his body possessing hers, taking hers wildly, without reservation. And she needed his. Blood. His hand cradled the back of her head. He was moving her to the water's edge. "I belong to you. I offer my life for you. Take what it is you need, what it is you want." His whispered words opened up the door to a terrible craving. His fingers were moving aggressively, his body pressing hers to the earth, half in and half out of the water. Raven felt the soft dirt beneath her, his hard body imprisoning hers. There was a ruthless stamp to his dark features, a merciless slash to his mouth, and burning hunger in the depths of his eyes. When she touched his mind there was savage, primitive arousal, the animal drive to claim, a Carpathian male's ruthless, implacable resolve to possess his mate. There was also a love so intense, she could barely conceive of it. Tenderness. A male's adoration for the only one he could ever want. Mikhail tugged her knees apart, saw the sudden admission of commitment to him deep within her eyes. She was hot, pulsating with need, with her body's invitation. He thrust hard, driving deep, burying himself in her hot core. Her spicy feminine scent mixed with his masculine one, drifted up to become part of their desire. His tongue and teeth glided over her throat, down to capture one aching breast. His hands moved over every inch of her, inciting, exploring, claiming. He was rough, his teeth finding her soft skin, his tongue easing every ache. He could not seem to get close enough. Her tight heat coiled around him, clenching and burning, feeding his wildness. His body moved in hers. Long, deep, filling every part of her, building the friction, then deliberately easing the rhythm. She was making little keening noises, her body begging for release, velvet muscles gripping him hotly. Frustrated, Raven moved frantically against him, urging him closer, deeper, faster, harder. Her blood was like molten lava and she needed more of him. All of him. She hungered for a deeper mating, hungered for his mouth feeding at her, burning her, branding her, welding them together for all eternity. Mikhail, she was pleading. He lifted his head, dark eyes burning with hunger. I belong to you, Raven. Take what you need from me as I will take it from you. He pressed her head to his chest, his gut clenching hotly as her tongue slid over his muscles. There was a moment, heart-stopping, intimate, as he felt the tentative scrape of her teeth. White-hot pain, blue lightning, erotic pleasure. He swelled even more, huge and hard and inflamed as her teeth sank deep. Mikhail threw back his head in ecstasy, and a growl of pure pleasure escaped. His body pinned hers to the ground, surging powerfully, building while her body spiraled around his, gripping and clenching, climaxing again and again. Mikhail held on to his control. The ritual would be completed and the exchange made voluntarily. Bunching her hair in his hand, he repeated the words that would bind them together. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my mind, my heart, soul, and body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for eternity and always in my care. He tugged at her hair, forced her head away from him, observed through half-closed eyes, hungry and watchful while she closed the pinpricks, her tongue sending flames dancing over his heated body. Mikhail kissed her with every ounce of male dominance he possessed. His mouth burned over her throat, rested on her frantic pulse. His hands tightened on her small hips. His body rested in the hot feminine mystery of hers. He waited. She turned her head, offered her throat. Take what is yours, Mikhail. Take what you require. She murmured the words breathlessly in an agony of anticipation and need. She was trembling with suspense, with the craving of Carpathian erotic hunger. As his hips thrust powerfully forward, his teeth sank deep. She cried out, wound her arms around him, arching up as he drank his fill, as his body drove wildly into hers, staking his claim, his right, taking them beyond the boundaries of the earth. Her body gripped his tightly, insistently. Mikhail abandoned any pretense of control and took her as he wanted, driving on and on until she was so wild and hot and crying for him, until her little keening whimpers and the sweet spice of her blood took his raging body over the edge. He emptied himself into her, for the first time in his life feeling totally sated, totally content. They lay joined, their hearts pounding, their lungs laboring, little aftershocks rippling and rocking them. Mikhail rolled them over so his hard length was cushioning her slender body. Her breasts were soft and warm, nestled in the tangle of hair veering down to his stomach. Her head was pillowed on his chest. Mikhail stroked her hair, letting his overwhelming love for her spill out and surround her. He sensed how fragile the moment was and didn't trust the inadequacy of words. His mind was a warm, safe haven of love, and he shared it willingly. The intense pleasure blocked out reality for a long while. Raven could only revel in her body's powerful reaction. Every tiny cell was alive and shrieking in joy. It didn't seem possible that she could experience such rapture. She moved a slow hand to push her hair aside. The small movement sent her muscles clenching around him. Mikhail. Who was this man who had so easily taken over her life and her body? Raven lifted her head and studied his face. So handsome. So dark and mysterious. His eyes held so many secrets, his mouth was so sensual, it took her breath away. Tell me what I've done, Mikhail. His eyes were fathomless, watchful. You have given your life into my care. Rest assured, little one, you are safe in my hands. She touched the tip of her tongue to her suddenly dry lips. Her heart pounded in alarm at the enormity of her decision. She had the taste of him in her mouth, the smell of him on her body, his seed trickling along her leg, and they were still locked together, her body clenching sensuously, hotly, around his. What do I taste like? His voice was low, compelling. It whispered against her skin like the brush of fingers. The brush of fantasy. She closed her eyes tightly, like a child wanting to shut him out. Mikhail. Her body rippled, tightened at the sound of his voice, at the erotic question he whispered. He eased out of her, retained his hold so he could cradle her close as he slid back into the foaming pool. Tell me, Raven. He kissed her throat, tiny little kisses, each as potent as wine. Her arm wound around his neck, her fingers finding his thick mane of hair. You taste like the forest, wild and untamed, and so erotic you make me crazy. The admission broke from her like the confession of a grave sin. The bubbles fizzed and burst against their sensitized skin, foamed on their most intimate parts. Mikhail leaned back, taking their weight, securing her on his lap. Her rounded bottom brushed against him, sent sweet fire streaking through their blood. You taste like sweet, hot spice, addictive, and so sensual. His teeth grazed the nape of her neck, sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. Raven lay quietly in his arms, her mind reeling under the impact of what she had done. She would never get enough of Mikhail. There was a wildness between them that could never be sated. Raven was unable to piece it all together. Her brain simply refused to acknowledge what she might have become. She had no idea what he meant when he said they fed. The impressions were there, but she only had knowledge of what Mikhail shared with her. Was sex always involved? He had said no, but she couldn't imagine taking blood deliberately. She closed her eyes tightly. She couldn't do this with anyone else. She couldn't imagine taking blood from a human. Mikhail pressed her head to him, his fingers soothing in her hair. He murmured softly, his voice pitched low and compelling. She needed time to adjust to her Carpathian blood, the intense emotions and urgent needs. She had willingly participated in the mating ritual. She had made the blood exchange without his silent compulsion. They were irrevocably bound, and there was no reason for her to suffer needless human recriminations and fear of the future. Let her mind accept this new reality slowly. Mikhail was brutally honest with himself. After waiting several lifetimes for this woman, he didn't want her with anyone else. He had never thought of feeding as an intimate thing, it was a simple necessity. But the idea of Raven biting into another man's neck, taking his life force into her body, was abhorrent to him. Every time he gave her his blood, he felt sexual excitement, an overwhelming need to protect and care for her. He had no idea what other Carpathian men felt for their mates, but he knew any man near Raven would be in grave danger. It was just as well her human mind refused to allow her to accept their way of preying on humans. Raven stirred in his arms, stretched languidly. I was thinking of something upsetting and you took it away, didn't you? There was a hint of a smile in her voice. He allowed her freedom, watched her sink beneath the foaming water, surface a few feet away. Her large eyes were moving over him with definite laughter. You know, Mikhail, I'm beginning to think my very first assessment of your character was correct. You're arrogant and bossy. He swam toward her with lazy, easy strokes. But I am sexy. She backpedaled, sent a spray of water at him with the flat of her hand. Stay away from me. Every time you get near me, something crazy happens. Now might be a good time to take you to task for placing your life in danger. You should never have followed the assassins from the inn. You knew I was unable to hear if you called for help. He kept swimming toward her, as relentless as a shark. Raven took the coward's way out and waded out of the pool, flinging herself into the next large one. The water was cold on her heated skin. She pointed a finger at him, her soft mouth curving. I told you I was going to try to help you. In any case, if you dare to lecture me, I'll have no choice but to go into just how unethical it was to bind me to you without my consent. Tell me, if I hadn't followed the assassins and Jacob hadn't stabbed me, I would have remained human, wouldn't I? Mikhail rose out of the pool, water streaming off his body. Raven's breath caught in her throat. He looked magnificent, so masculine and powerful. In one fluid leap, he launched himself into the air, jackknifed, and cut cleanly into the deep pool. She found her heart beating frantically, her blood singing for him. He came up behind her, his hands pining her waist, dragging her close, his powerful legs keeping them afloat. You would still be human, he agreed, his voice a black magic spell that could send heat coiling through her despite the cold water. If I had stayed human, how could you have remained with me as a lifemate? She pushed her rounded bottom against the cradle of his hips, enjoying the sudden excitement as his body swelled and hardened in response to the pressure. She laid her head back on his shoulder. I would have chosen to grow old with you and die when you died. His reply was husky, and one hand cupped the softness of her breast. Her hair was brushing his body like so much silk, sending darts of pleasure through him. Raven lifted her head abruptly, swung around to face him, her blue eyes searching the mysterious depths of his eyes. Do you mean that, Mikhail? You would have stayed with me as I grew older. He nodded, trailed his fingers down her cheek in a gentle caress. I would have aged right along with you. When your breath ceased, so would mine. She shook her head. How can I resist you, Mikhail, when you steal my heart? His grin turned her heart over, somersaulted her stomach. You are not supposed to resist me, little one. I am your other half. His hands settled around her neck, urged her close to him until his mouth found hers, and they melted together, sinking beneath the cool waters of the natural pool. Half the night was gone when Mikhail carried her back to their home. Raven hastily wrapped herself in one of his shirts. Do you realize I don't have any clothes here? She couldn't quite meet his eyes, blushing every time his dark gaze brushed her body. She could still feel the imprint of his body on hers, the strength of his possession. I need to get back to the inn. All of my things are there. His eyebrows shot up. Now was not the time to tell her she really wouldn't need clothes. Her personal things would help ease the transition. He reached a lazy arm for his own clothes. I'm sure Mrs. Galvenstein will deliver your things for us. I will call and make sure it is done immediately. I will be going out for a short time, Raven. There are a few loose ends that need to be taken care of. You will be safe here. Her chin lifted in challenge. I'll throw something together and come with you. I never want to go through another day like the one I had when I couldn't reach you. It was hell. It really was, Mikhail. At once his dark eyes touched her face with gentleness. I never wanted that for you. Grigory placed me in a healing sleep, little one, and I could not answer your call. That was not supposed to happen. I sent Father Hummer to you, thinking I would be asleep, but if there was great need, I would surface enough to reassure you. But it didn't happen like that. He shook his head. No, Raven. Grigory sent me into a healing sleep. One does not surface when Grigory has elected otherwise. He did not know about you, about your need for my touch. It was my failing, not his, and I am sorry. I know, she acknowledged. You can see why I can't be without you now. I'm afraid, Mikhail, afraid of everything, myself, you, what I've done here. Not this time, little one, he said very gently, wishing it could be otherwise. It is essential to find the other assassins. I cannot let any danger come near you. You will be safe here. I am not asleep. I can touch your mind with mine, and you can just as easily reach for me if necessary. There is no need for fear. I'm not the stay-at-home and be-safe type, she objected. He turned, large, powerful, his face an implacable mask. Mikhail looked menacing, invincible. Raven stepped backwards involuntarily, her blue eyes darkening to a deep sapphire. Instantly Mikhail took her hand and brought it to the warmth of his mouth. Do not look at me like that. Your life was nearly taken from me. Do you have any idea what it was like for me to awaken to your cry? To feel your fear, know that disgusting excuse for a man hit you? To feel the blade slice into your body again and again? You nearly died in my arms. I breathed for you, kept your heart beating. I made a decision I knew you might never forgive me for making. I am not ready to take a chance with your life. Can you possibly understand that? She could feel his body trembling with his intense emotion. His arms wrapped around her, dragged her to him. Please, Raven, let me just keep you in a cocoon, at least until I get that sight out of my mind. His fingers tunneled into the thick mass of blue-black hair. Mikhail molded her slender form to his larger frame, held her close as if he could shelter her from any further harm. Raven wound her arms around his neck. It's all right, Mikhail. Nothing is going to happen to me. She nuzzled his neck, seeking to reassure him, to push his fear away, as well as her own. I guess both of us are going to have to make some adjustments. His kiss was tender and very gentle. You need to take it easy. 6 days of sleep and healing were not enough. 6 days? That's incredible. Has anyone ever analyzed your blood? Mikhail released her reluctantly. None of us can go near a human medical facility. We take care of our own. Raven picked up a brush, idly began to use long strokes to smooth the tangles from her damp mane of hair. Who is the woman trapped in the ground? His face closed down, all traces of gentleness gone as if they had never been. Her name is Eleanor. She gave birth to a male. His tone was devoid of emotion. She sat cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head sideways as she brushed her long hair. You don't like her? She betrayed you. She allowed that devil woman to overhear her, and I nearly lost you. He was buttoning his shirt, and the sight of his long, lean fingers performing the simple task fascinated her. You were under my protection. What that means, Raven, is that all Carpathians must put your safety above their own. Her small teeth tugged at her lower lip. She sensed, beneath his emotionless mask, a relentless, merciless fury directed toward that unknown woman. Mikhail's feelings for her were ferociously intense and unfamiliar to him. Just as Raven was having difficulty adjusting, so was he. She chose her words carefully. Have you ever seen a woman give birth, Mikhail? It is painful and frightening. For the woman to be in control, she needs a safe environment. She feared for the life of her unborn child. Please don't judge her so harshly. In her circumstances, I would have been hysterical. He cupped her face in his large palm, his thumb caressing her soft, satin skin. You have such compassion in you. Eleanor nearly cost you your life. No, Mikhail. Jacob nearly cost me my life. Eleanor tried as hard as she could. There is no blame, or all of us must share in it. He turned away from her. I know I should have kept you by my side. I should never have sought the refuge of the earth's healing powers. It took me too far from you. Grigory thinks only of my protection. In the mirror, Raven could see pain etched clearly on his face. There was a moment, little one, when I awoke to your cry, and I was encased in the soil and powerless to help you. Only my fury fed the storm. As I clawed my way to the surface, I felt every slice of the blade, and I knew I had failed you. In that moment, Raven, I faced something so terrible, so savage and monstrous in me, I still cannot examine it too closely. If he had slain you, no one would have been safe. No one. He made the admission in a tight, controlled voice, his back rigid. Not Carpathian, not human. I can only pray that if such a thing should ever happen again, Grigory will slay me immediately. Raven stepped in front of him and framed his face with her hands. Sometimes grief brings things out in people better left hidden. No one is perfect. Not me, not Eleanor, and not even you. A faint, self-mocking smile touched his well-cut mouth. I have lived centuries and endured vampire hunts, wars, and betrayals. Until you came into my life, I have never lost control. I never had anything I wanted so much, I never had anything to lose. She pulled his head down to her, pressed little healing kisses to his throat, his strong jaw, to the hard corners of his mouth. You are a good man, Mikhail. She grinned impishly, her blue eyes teasing. You just have too much power for your own good. But don't worry, I know this American girl. She's very disrespectful and she'll take all that arrogant starch out of you. His answering laughter was slow in coming, but with it the terrible tension drained out of him. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her off her feet, swinging her around, crushing her to him. As always, her heart jumped wildly. His mouth fastened on hers as he whirled them across the room to land on the bed. Raven's laughter was soft and taunting. We can't possibly again. His body was settling over hers, his knee nudging her thighs apart so he could press against her soft, welcoming body. I think you should just stay naked and waiting for me, he growled, stroking her to ensure her readiness. She lifted her hips invitingly. I'm not sure we'll know how to do this in a bed. The last word was a gasp of pleasure as he joined their bodies. His mouth found hers again, laughter mingling with the sweet taste of passion. His hands shaped her breasts possessively, tunneled in her hair. There was so much joy in her heart and her mind, so much compassion and sweetness. His eternity would be filled with her laughter and her zest for life. He laughed aloud for the sheer joy of it. Chapter 11. Mikhail had been gone for 2 long hours. Raven wandered around the house, familiarizing herself with the rooms. She liked her solitude and was grateful for the time to try to sort things out logically. As hard as she tried, she could not make what she had become seem real to her. Only Mikhail was sanity. He was on her mind continually, invading her thoughts, pushing out everything insane until there was only him. His blood was in her veins, his scent on her body, his mark at her throat and breast. The feel of his possession was in every step, every movement of her body. Raven wrapped his shirt closer. She knew he was alive and well. He had touched her mind often, sending warm reassurance. She found she welcomed the brushing touch, craved it, was aware that he shared the same deep need to merge often with her. With a sigh, she enveloped herself in his long, warm cape. All at once the house was too stifling, like a prison instead of a home. The long wraparound porch beckoned to her. The night seemed to call her name. She caught at the doorknob, twisted. At once the night air rushed over her, cooling and filled with intriguing scents. She wandered out onto the porch, leaned against a tall column, and inhaled deeply, drawing the night into her lungs. She could feel a drawing, a calling. Without conscious thought, she stepped off the porch and began to wander along the path. The night whispered and sang, beckoning her into deep forest. And all hissed softly across the sky. A trio of deer stepped warily from cover to dip velvet muzzles in the cold stream. Raven felt their joy in living, their acceptance of their daily life and death struggle. She could hear the sap in the trees thrumming like the ebb and flow of the tide. Her bare feet seemed to find soft ground, avoiding twigs and thorns and sharp rocks. The rush of the water, the sound of the wind, the very heartbeat of the earth called to her. Entranced, Raven wandered aimlessly, enfolded in Mikhail's long black cape, her hair falling past her hips in a thick cascade of blue-black silk. She looked ethereal, her pale skin almost translucent in the moonlight, her large eyes so dark blue that they were purple. The cape parted occasionally to reveal an intriguing glimpse of bare, shapely leg. Something rippled in her mind, disturbing the tranquil beauty of the night. Grief, tears. Raven halted, blinked rapidly, tried to determine her surroundings. She had wandered as if she was in a beautiful dream. She turned in the direction of the intense emotion. Without conscious thought, her feet began to move forward. Her mind automatically processed information. A human male. Early 20s. His genuine grief ran deep. There was anger toward his father, confusion, and guilt that he had arrived too late. Something deep in Raven responded to his overwhelming need. He was huddled against a broad tree trunk, down low near the timberline. His knees were drawn up, his face buried in his hands. Raven deliberately made a sound as she approached. The man lifted a tear-streaked face, his eyes wide with shock as he spotted her. He began to scramble to his feet. "Please don't get up," Raven said quietly, her voice as soft as the night itself. "I didn't mean to disturb you. I couldn't sleep and came out walking. Would you prefer me to leave?" Rudy Romanoff found himself staring in awe at a dream figure that seemed to materialize out of the mist. She was like nothing he had ever seen before, as shrouded in mystery as the dark forest itself. Words caught in his throat. Had his grief conjured her up? He could almost believe the ridiculous, superstitious tales his father had told him. Tales of vampires and women of the darkness, sirens luring men to their doom. The man was staring at her as if she were a ghost. "I'm so sorry," she murmured gently and turned to leave him. "No, don't go." His English was heavily accented. For a minute, coming out of the mist like that, you hardly looked real. Aware that she had little on beneath the long cape, Raven drew it closer around her. "Are you all right? Can I call someone for you? The priest, perhaps? Your family?" "There is no one, not anymore. I'm Rudy Romanoff. You must have heard the news about my parents." An unholy vision burst in her head. She saw wolves boiling from the forest, red eyes gleaming fiercely, a huge black wolf leading the pack and bearing straight down on Hans Romanoff. From the young man's head, she picked up the memory of his mother, Heidi, lying on her bed, her husband's fingers around her throat. For one awful moment she couldn't breathe. What this man had suffered. Both parents taken from him in a matter of hours. His fanatical father had murdered his mother. "I've been ill. This is my first time out in days." She moved closer to him beneath the outstretched limbs of the trees. She couldn't very well tell him the truth, that she had been involved in the entire horrendous affair. To Rudy, she seemed a beautiful angel sent to console him. Rudy longed to touch her skin to see if it was really as soft as it appeared in the moonlight. Her voice was a gentle whisper, sexy, soothing, reaching into his mind to calm and heal. He cleared his throat. "My father murdered my mother a couple of nights ago. If only I had come home sooner. My mother called me, telling me some nonsense about him murdering a woman. He had delusions of vampires preying on people in the village. My father had always been superstitious, but I never thought he would go completely crazy. Mother said he and a group of fanatics were hunting vampires and marking prominent members of the community for murder. I thought he was just talking big, like he always did." He glanced down at his hands. "I should have listened to her, but she admitted that no one else seemed to know of the murder. I assumed he'd lied about killing a woman, that it wasn't the truth. Hell, maybe it wasn't, but he was nuts. He strangled my mother. She died with her rosary in her hands." Rudy wiped his eyes with trembling fingers. Somehow, he had no idea how his mystery lady was in his mind, providing warmth and understanding. The illusion was so real his body stirred to life, and he became acutely aware that they were very much alone. Unbidden, the thought came to him that no one knew she was with him. The thought was disturbingly exciting in the midst of his grief. "I stayed one more day at the university to take a test I thought was really important. I didn't really believe my father would kill someone, least of all a woman. My mother was a midwife. She brought so many lives into the world, helped so many people. I told her I was on my way home and I'd take care of things. She wanted to go to the priest, but I talked her out of it. I wish I had known her," Raven said sincerely. "You would have liked her, everyone liked her. She must have tried to stop my father. The night of the storm, he went out with a group of outsiders. That's when he must have killed my mother, right before he left the house. He probably was making certain she didn't tell anyone or try to stop him. He was caught under a tree that was hit by lightning. He and the others were burned beyond recognition." "How terrible for you." Raven swept a hand through her hair, a slow tunneling of her fingers through the heavy fall of silk, pushing it away from her face. "Sexy. Innocent. A potent combination." Mist streamed through the forest toward the house set back against the cliffs. It filtered through the iron gates and poured into the courtyard. The mist stacked into a tall, thick column, shimmered, connected, until Mikhail, in his solid form, stood in front of his door. Lifting a hand, murmuring a soft command, he released the safeguard and entered. Immediately he knew she was gone. Eyes darkened to black ice. White teeth bared, gleamed. A low growl rumbled, was suppressed. His first thought was that someone had taken her, that she was in danger. He sent out a call to his sentries, the wolves, to aid him in his search for her. Taking a deep, calming breath, he allowed his mind to find hers, to zero in on her location. It wasn't difficult to track her. She was not alone. A human. Male. His breath caught in his throat. His heart nearly ceased beating. His fingers curled into two tight fists. Beside Mikhail the lamp exploded, burst into fragments. Outside the wind rose, whirled in tiny tornadoes through the trees. Mikhail stepped outside and leaped into the air, spread giant wings and hurtled through the sky. Far below him the wolves held to one another and began to run in tight pack formation. Mikhail glided silently to the heavy branches above Raven's head. She was pushing her hair away from her face in her curiously sexy, very feminine way. He could feel her compassion, her need to comfort. He could also feel how cold and exhausted she was. The human was grief-stricken, no doubt about it. But Mikhail could smell his excitement, could hear the pounding heart, the flow of blood surging and pooling. He could easily read the man's thoughts, and they were not all innocent. Furious, more than a little afraid for her, Mikhail launched himself into the air, then settled on the ground a yard away, out of sight. And then he was striding toward them, a tall, powerful figure appearing out of the night, out of the trees. He loomed over them, menacing, formidable, the hard angles and planes of his face harsh and merciless. Black eyes gleamed with something dark and deadly. The moonlight reflected there gave an eerie red glow, even of feral quality, to his unblinking gaze. Threatened, Rudy scrambled to his feet, making a grab for his mystery lady with a vague idea of protecting her. Although Mikhail was several feet farther away from Raven than Rudy, he put on a burst of blurring speed and his hand was there first, shackling her fragile wrist and yanking Raven behind him, locking her to him. "Good evening, Mr. Romanoff," Mikhail said pleasantly, his tone so low and silky both Rudy and Raven shivered. "Perhaps you would be so kind as to tell me what you are doing at this time of night meeting in these woods alone with my woman." As he uttered the last word, from somewhere close, a wolf howled ominously, the long, drawn-out note echoing a warning on the night breeze. Raven stirred, but Mikhail's grip on her threatened to crush her bones. "Be silent, little one. If you wish this human to see the dawn, you will obey me. He is Hans Romanoff's son. What is in his mind is what his father planted long ago." She paled. Visibly Mikhail, his parents. "I am holding on to control by a thread. Do not snap it. Mr. Dobrinsky." Rudy recognized him now, a powerful figure in his home village, an unrelenting enemy or a valuable friend. Mikhail's voice appeared calm, serene even, yet he looked capable of murder. "We didn't plan this. I came here because—" His voice trailed off. He could have sworn he caught sight of wolves lurking in the trees, their eyes glowing with that same feral quality as the hunter in front of him. One look at that merciless face and Rudy let go of his pride. One was grieving. "She was out walking and she heard me." The wolves were silent shadows slipping closer. Mikhail sensed their eagerness, the cry of bloodlust. It washed over him and mixed with black jealousy. The pack whispered and called to him as their brother. The beast in him lifted its head, roared for release. The human male claimed innocence, but it was easy to read lust in his body, smell the scent of sexual arousal. It was easy for Mikhail to read the taint of sickness in the son, placed there by the father. Mikhail's dark gaze swept Raven's small figure. She could stop his heart, take his breath away. She never looked beyond the surface. She had trained herself not to. Mikhail read compassion, sadness, exhaustion, and something else. He had hurt her. It was there in the depths of her enormous eyes. And there was genuine fear. She knew the wolves were out there. She heard their voices urging him to protect his mate. It was a terrible blow for her to realize just how susceptible he was to their primitive logic, to realize how much animal was really in him. Instantly his and swept around her, dragged her beneath his shoulder, close to his warmth. He sent out a silent command to the wolves, feeling their resistance, their reluctance to obey. They could sense his antagonism to the human, his own lust for blood, the need to vanquish an enemy that might threaten his mate's safety. "One heard of your loss," Mikhail made himself say, his arm curving around Raven protectively. "Your mother was a great woman. Her death was a tremendous loss to our community. Your father and I had our differences, but I would have wished his death on no man." Raven was shivering with cold and reaction to the knowledge that Mikhail could feel such intense animosity toward anyone. She was the light to his darkness, incapable of understanding that he was first and foremost a predator. His hand moved up and down her arm gently, seeking to reassure her. Mikhail reinforced his command to the wolves. "You had better go home, Mr. Romanoff. You need sleep, and these woods are not always safe. The storm has left the animals edgy." "Thank you for being so kind," Rudy said to Raven, reluctant to leave her with a man who looked so capable of great violence. Mikhail watched the man retreat to the safety of the edge of town, beyond the clearing. "You are cold, little one," he said very gently. Raven blinked back tears, forcing her trembling legs to begin walking, one slow step at a time. She couldn't look at him, didn't dare. She had simply been enjoying the beauty of the night. Then she had heard Romanoff. It was in her nature to help if she was able. Now she had triggered something dark and deadly in Mikhail, something that troubled her deeply. Mikhail paced beside her, studied her averted face. "You are going in the wrong direction, Raven." He put his hand at the small of her back to guide her. Raven stiffened, then twisted away from him. Maybe I don't want to go back, Mikhail. Maybe I don't really know who you are at all. There was more hurt than anger in her voice. Mikhail sighed heavily and reached for her, his grip unbreakable iron. We will talk in the warmth and comfort of our home, not here where your body is like ice. Without waiting for her consent, he lifted her easily and moved with a burst of speed. Raven clung to him, her face buried against his shoulder, her slender body shaking with cold and more than a little fear of him, of her future, of what she herself had become. Mikhail took her directly to the bedchamber, lit the fire with a lift of his hand, and placed her on the bed. You could at least have worn shoes. Raven drew his cloak around her protectively, looking up at him from under long lashes. Why? And I'm not asking about shoes. He lit candles and crushed a variety of herbs to fill their chamber with soothing, healing sweetness. I am a Carpathian male. I have the blood of the earth flowing in my veins. I have waited centuries for my life mate. Carpathian men do not like other men near their women. I am struggling with unfamiliar emotions, Raven. They are not easy to control. You do not behave as a Carpathian woman would. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Mikhail leaned lazily against the wall. I did not expect to come home to find you gone. You put yourself in danger, Raven, something the males of our race cannot allow. And then I find you with a human. A male. He was in pain, she said quietly. Mikhail made a sound of annoyance. He wanted you. Her eyelashes fluttered, blue eyes meeting his, startled and unsure. But, no, Mikhail, you're mistaken. You must be. I was only trying to comfort him. He lost both of his parents. She looked close to tears. He held up his hand to silence her. And you wanted to be in his company. Not sexually, but still, his human company. Do not deny it. I could feel the need in you. Her tongue touched her lips nervously. She couldn't deny it. It had been entirely subconscious on her part, but now that he had spoken the words aloud, she knew it was true. She had felt the need for human companionship. Mikhail was so intense, everything in his world so unfamiliar. Raven hated that she hurt him, hated that she had been the one to push him to the edge of his control. I'm sorry. I didn't intend to do anything but go for a short walk. When I heard him, I felt the need to make certain he was all right. I didn't know, Mikhail, that I was seeking human company. I do not blame you, little one, never that. His voice was so gentle, it turned her heart over. I can easily read your memories. I know of your intent. And I would never blame you for your compassionate nature. I guess we both have difficulties to contend with, she said softly. I can't be what you want me to be, Mikhail. You use the word human like a curse, something less than what you are. Did it ever occur to you that you're prejudiced against my race? Carpathian blood may flow in my veins, but in my heart and my mind I'm human. I didn't set out to betray you. I went for a walk. That's all I did. I'm sorry, Mikhail, but all my life I've known freedom. Changing my blood is not going to change who I am. He paced across the floor with quick, fluid energy, all power and coordination. I am not prejudiced, he denied. Of course you are. You view my race with a measure of contempt. Would you have been happy if I had fed, using Romanov's blood? Is that acceptable? To use him for food, but not for a few friendly words. I do not like this picture you paint of me, Raven. Mikhail crossed the room to hold out his hand for the cape. The bedchamber was warm and smelled of nature, wood and meadow. Reluctantly, Raven slipped the cape from her shoulders. Mikhail frowned when he saw she was clad only in his crisp white shirt. Although the tails reached her knees and covered her bottom, a generous portion of her thighs was exposed, right up to her hips. The effect was incredibly sexy, with her long, wild mane of hair cascading in waves down to the bed, framing her slender form. Mikhail swore softly, a few choice words in his own language, thankful he hadn't realized she was wearing nothing but his shirt beneath his cape. He probably would have torn out Romanov's throat. The thought of Raven approaching the young man, smiling at him, mesmerizing him with her siren's eyes, bending her head to his throat, touching him with her mouth, her tongue, her teeth. His gut clenched in total rebellion at the picture. He raked a hand through his hair, hung the cape in his closet, and filled the old-fashioned pitcher and basin with warm water. Once he had his imagination under firm control, he could answer her with his usual gentleness. "No, little one, after giving it thought, I cannot say I would have been happy had you been feeding." "Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?" A Carpathian woman preys on unsuspecting humans. There was an edge of unshed tears in her voice. Mikhail earned the water over to the side of the bed, knelt down in front of her. "I am trying to understand my feelings, Raven, and they do not make sense." Very gently, he began to bathe her feet. "More than anything, I want your happiness. But I feel the need to protect you." His hands were gentle, his touch tender as he removed every speck of earth. Raven ducked her head, rubbing her temples. "I know you do, Mikhail, and I even understand to a point your need to do it. It's just that I am always going to be me. I'm impulsive, I do things. I decide I want to fly a kite and the next thing I'm doing it. Why did you not stay inside? I asked for time to come to grips with my terrible fear for your safety." His voice was so incredibly gentle, it brought tears to her eyes. She touched his coffee-colored hair with her fingertips, felt an ache in her throat. "I wanted to go outside on the porch for fresh air. I had no other thought, but the night just called to me." Mikhail glanced up at her, his dark eyes warm with his feelings for her. "It was my mistake. I should have set safeguards to protect you. Mikhail, I am capable of looking after myself." Her blue eyes were very earnest, impressing on him the truth of her words. He really didn't need to worry. Mikhail did his best to keep from smiling. She was too good, always believing the best of everyone. His fingers circled her small calves. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world, Raven. You do not have a mean bone in your body, do you?" Raven looked indignant. "Of course I do. Don't smile like that, Mikhail. I really do. I can be just as mean as necessary. In any case, what has that to do with what we're talking about?" His hand moved upward to her rib cage beneath the thin silk of his shirt. "We are talking about me needing to protect the one person who matters to me, the one who can only see good in everyone." "I do not," she denied, shocked that he would think so. "I knew Margaret Summers was fanatical." His hand moved upward to caress the soft underside of her breast, to cup the weight of it in his palm. His eyes had gone black and deep with emotion. "You defended her, as I recall." He was taking her breath away with his absent, leisurely exploration of her body. It was more than physical. She felt him inside her, admiring her, even as he wanted to force her compliance to his will. She felt him in her body, stroking her mind, caressing her heart. She sensed his feelings for her growing and growing until they consumed him. Mikhail sighed softly. "I am never going to get anywhere with you, am I? You have a way of disarming me. I am the leader of my people, Raven. I cannot have this. I have no choice but to resort to orders." Her eyebrows flew up. "Orders?" she echoed. "You think you'll give me orders?" "Absolutely. It is the only recourse open to me that prevents me from being a laughingstock among my people. Unless, of course, you have a better idea." There was laughter in the depths of his eyes. "How do I divorce you?" "I am sorry, little one," he answered blandly. "I do not understand this word. In my language, please." "You know very well you speak English far better than I speak your language," she said. "How does one lifemate split from the other?" "Separate. Break apart. No longer together." The glint of humor in the depths of his eyes deepened to total amusement. "There is no such thing, and if there was, Raven," he bent very close, his breath fanning her cheek, "I would never allow you to go." Raven looked innocent and wide-eyed. The hand on her breast, his thumb stroking her nipple, was making it hard to breathe. "I was only trying to help you. Royalty has so few options these days. You have to worry about what the public thinks. You can rely on me, Mikhail, to help you ponder such issues." He laughed softly, tauntingly male. "I guess I must be thankful to have such a clever lifemate." His fingers slipped a button of the white shirt free. Just one, widening the gap across her breasts to give him more room for his lazy exploration. Raven's breath caught in her throat. He was doing nothing really, simply touching her, his touch so gentle and loving she was melting inside. "I really am trying to understand your way of life, Mikhail, but I don't think my heart can take it yet." She tried to be truthful. "I know nothing of your laws or your customs. One don't even know exactly what you are, what I am. I think of myself as human. We're not even married in the eyes of God or man. This time Mikhail threw back his head and laughed loudly, heartily. You think the pale ceremony of humans is a deeper binding than that of a true Carpathian ritual? You do have much to learn of our ways. Her small white teeth scraped at her lower lip. Has it occurred to you that I might not feel bound by Carpathian laws and rituals? You have so little regard for things I consider sacred. Raven. He was shocked, and it showed. Is that what you think? I have no regard for your beliefs? That is not so. She ducked her head so that her silky hair fell around her face, hiding her expression. We know so little about one another. I know nothing about who I've become. How can I fulfill your needs, or you mine, if I don't even know what or who I am? He was silent, his dark, fathomless eyes studying her sad face, the sorrow in her eyes. Perhaps there is some truth in your words, little one. His hands followed the contours of her body, shaped her narrow rib cage, her small waist, moved up to frame her face. I look at you and know what a miracle you are. The feel of your skin, soft and inviting, the way you move, like water flowing, the brush of your hair like silk, the feel of your body surrounding mine, completing me, giving me the strength I need to continue a task that seems so hopeless, but so necessary. I look at the way you are made, so beautiful, your body's so perfect, made for mine. Raven stirred restlessly, but his hands held her captive, tilting her chin so that she had no choice but to meet his black eyes. But it is not your body that holds me, Raven, not your flawless skin or the perfection of the combination of our bodies when we come together. It is when I merge with you and see who you really are that I realize what a miracle really is. I can tell you who you are. You are compassion. You are gentleness. You are a woman who is so courageous, you are willing to risk your life for complete strangers. You are a woman willing to use a gift that causes you great pain for the benefit of others. There is no hesitation in your giving, it is who you are. There is such a light in you, it shines through your eyes and radiates through your skin, so that anyone seeing you can easily see your goodness. Raven could only stare at him helplessly, lost in his mesmerizing eyes. Mikhail took her hand, pressed a kiss in the exact center of her palm, slipped her hand beneath his shirt, and held it over his steadily beating heart. Look beyond my skin, Raven. Look into my heart and soul. Merge your mind with mine, see me for what I am. Know me for who I am. Mikhail waited silently. A heartbeat. 2. He saw her sudden determination to know what she had bound herself to know just whom it was she had formed an alliance with. Her mind merge was tentative at first, her touch so light and delicate it felt like the brush of butterfly wings. She was cautious, moving through his memories as if she might discover something that would hurt him. He felt the breath leave her body as she saw the gathering darkness. The monster that lived within. The stain on his soul. The deaths and battles he was responsible for. The stark ugliness of his existence before she had come into his life. The loneliness that ate away at him, at all the males of their species, the barren emptiness they endured century after century. She saw his determination never to lose her. His possessiveness, his animal instincts. Everything he was, it was all there laid out for her to see. He hid nothing from her, not the kills he had made, not the ones he had ordered, not his absolute conviction that no one would ever take her from him and live. Raven pulled out of his mind, her blue eyes steady on his. Mikhail felt the sudden pounding of his heart. There was no condemnation there, only serene calm. So you see the beast you are tied to for all eternity. We are predators, after all, little one, and the darkness in us is only balanced by the light in our women. Her hands crept around his neck, gentle, loving. How terrible a struggle all of you must have, and you more than most. To have to make so many life and death decisions, to sentence friends and even family to be destroyed must be a burden beyond belief. You are strong, Mikhail, and your people are right to believe in you. The monster you battle daily is part of you, maybe the part that makes you so strong and determined. You see that side of you as evil when in fact it is what gives you your power, the ability and strength to do what you must do for your people. Mikhail ducked his head, not wanting her to see the expression in his eyes, what her words meant to him. There was an obstruction in his throat that threatened to choke him. He did not deserve her, would never deserve her. She was unselfish, while he had all but taken her captive and forced her to find a way to live with him. Mikhail. Her voice was soft. She brushed his chin with the softness of her mouth. I was alone until you came into my life. Her lips found the corner of his. No one knew me, not who I was, and people feared me because I knew things about them they could never know of me. She wrapped her arms around him, comforting him as if he were a child. Was it really so wrong to want me for yourself, knowing I would end such a terrible existence for you? Do you really believe you must condemn yourself? I love you. I know that I love you totally and without reservation. I accept who you are. He raked a hand through his hair. I cannot control my emotions at this time, Raven. I cannot lose you. You have no conception of what it was like, no daylight, no laughter, centuries of complete loneliness. I know a monster lives in me. The longer one lives, the more powerful he becomes. I fear for Grigory. He is but a mere 25 years younger than I am, but he has had the weight of hunting the undead for centuries. He isolates himself from his own kind. Sometimes we do not see or hear from him for half a century. His power is immense and the darkness in him grows. It is a cold, bleak existence, harsh and unrelenting, and always the monster inside fights for release. You are my salvation. At this time it is all so new to me, and the fear of losing you far too fresh. I don't know what I would do to any who would try to take you from me. Her hand found his, fingers linking them together. Noelle gave birth to a son. Eleanor did the same. There are no women to relieve the terrible black void for the men. Grigory suffers the most. He roams the earth, learning its secrets and conducting experiments none of us dare inquire too deeply into. I have never told anyone this, but he has more knowledge and more strength than I do. We have never had reason for conflict. He always comes through in an emergency, but I feel his withdrawal. Mikhail rubbed his eyes tiredly. What am I to do? Sooner or later, he will make his choice. Either way, we will lose him. I don't understand. There is ultimate power in the taking of life while we feed, and it is so easy, drawing our victims to us. No one can survive darkness and despair for 1,000 years. Grigory has lived from the Crusades to men walking on the moon, always fighting the monster inside. The one hope we have for salvation is our lifemate. And if Grigory does not find his lifemate soon, he will seek the dawn or turn. I fear the worst. What is turning? Killing for the pleasure of it, the power, becoming the vampire humans recognize. Using women before feeding, forcing them to become slaves, Mikhail answered grimly. He and Grigory had often hunted their own kind and discovered just how depraved a Carpathian-turned-vampire could be. You would have to stop Grigory? Fear shot through her like a flaming arrow. She was beginning to understand the complexity of Mikhail's life. You say he is more powerful. Without a doubt. He has had freedom of movement and far more experience in hunting and tracking the undead. He has learned so much, participated in life across the earth. His tremendous power is only exceeded by his utter isolation. Grigory is more like a brother than a friend. We have been together since the beginning. I would not wish to fail him or hunt him, nor attempt to pit my strength against his. He has fought numerous battles for me with me. We have shared blood, healed one another, guarded each other when there was need. What of Jacques? She already felt affection for the man who is so much like Mikhail. Mikhail stood up, dumping the water wearily. My brother is 200 years younger than I. He is strong and wise and very dangerous, given the right circumstances. The blood of the ancients runs strong in him. He travels, studies, is willing to take the responsibility of our people should it become necessary. You carry the burdens of your people on your shoulders. Her voice was very soft. She caressed his coffee-colored hair with gentle fingers. Mikhail sat up carefully, regarding her with old, weary eyes. We are a dying race, little one. I fear I merely slow the inevitable. 2 of the known assassins escaped. 2 other suspects, Anton Fabrizio and Dieter Hodkins, also left on the train. I sent word throughout the mountains, but they have disappeared. I have heard rumors of an organized group of hunters that has emerged recently in this time period. If these men ever hook up with true scientists, they will become even more dangerous. I know Carpathians are of the earth, and their healing comes from the earth and all its natural powers. But, Mikhail, perhaps your prejudice and contempt for the human race has made you overlook some of its advantages. You persist in thinking me prejudiced. I like many humans. Mikhail found he couldn't resist sliding the buttons open on the white silk shirt that covered her bare body. There was something deep within him, a primitive need that made him want to look at her, to know he could do so whenever he wanted. She smiled at him, sweeping her hair back in her curiously sexy gesture. The action created a gap in the shirt so that her bare skin beckoned, her full breasts thrust toward him invitingly, then disappeared under a cloud of ebony silk. The sight took his breath away. Listen to me, my love. Having a few friends and feeling affection for certain individuals of a race does not remove prejudice. You have lived with your abilities for so long you take them for granted. Because you can control the human mind and you use them as cattle. He gasped, shocked that she could think such a thing. His hand circled her ankle where it was tucked up on the bed. I have never treated humans like cattle. Many of them are counted among my friends, although Grigory and some of the others think I am crazy. I watch humans grow and wish I could feel the things they feel. No, little one, I do not believe I treat them as cattle. She tilted her chin, regarding him steadily with her large sapphire eyes. Perhaps not like cattle, but I feel what you feel, Mikhail. You can hide this from yourself, but I can see it clearly. She smiled to soften her words. I know you don't want to feel superior, but it is so easy to control us. He snorted his disagreement. I have failed to control you at every turn. You have no idea how often I wanted to force your obedience when you placed yourself in danger. I should have gone with my instincts. But no, I allowed you to go back to the inn. Your love for me caused you to pull back. She reached out to touch his hair. Isn't that how it should be between two people? If you really love who I am, and you want me to be happy, then you know I have to do what comes naturally to me, what I feel is right. His finger traced down her throat, through the deep valley between her breasts, making her shiver with sudden heat. That is true, little one, but that is also true of my needs. You can do no other than to make me happy. My happiness is completely dependent on whether or not you are safe. Raven couldn't help smiling. Somehow I think your devious nature is showing. Perhaps you need to examine human ingenuity. You rely heavily on your gifts, Mikhail, but humans must find other ways. We are uniting two worlds. If we decide to have a child. He stirred restlessly, his dark eyes glittering. She caught the imperious Carpathian decree before he could censor his thoughts. You must. If we decide someday to have a child, she persisted, ignoring his authority, if it is male, he will be raised in both worlds. And if it is a girl, she will be raised with free will and a mind of her own. I mean it, Mikhail. I will never, ever, consent to bringing a child into this world to be a brood mare for one of these men. She will know her own power and choose her own life. Our women make their choices, he said quietly. I'm sure there's some ritual that ensures that she wants to choose the right man, Raven guessed. You will give me your word you will agree to my terms, or I will not bear a child. His fingertips brushed her face with exquisite tenderness. More than anything, I want your happiness. I would also want my children to be happy. We have years to decide these things, lifetimes, but yes, when we have learned to balance the two worlds, and we know the time is right, I agree absolutely to your terms. You know I'll hold you to it, she warned. He laughed softly, cupping the side of her face in his palm. As the years go by, your strength and power will grow. You already terrify me, Raven. I do not know if my heart will be able to stand the coming years. She laughed, the sound like music. His hands shaped her breasts, cupped the soft weight in his palms, bent his head to her offering. His mouth was hot and moist and needy, his teeth scraping back and forth on sensitive skin. His hair brushed against her like tongues licking at her ribs. At once her arms circled him as she relaxed back against the headboard. Mikhail stretched out on the bed, his head in her lap. You are going to turn my well-ordered world upside down, are you not? She tunneled her fingers in his hair, enjoying the feel of its silky thickness against the bare skin of her hips and thighs. I certainly intend to do my best. You people are in a rut. You need to move into this century. He could feel his body relaxing and peace stole into him, edging out the terrible tension. The beauty of her inner soul washed over him. How could he fault her need to reach out to someone in pain, when it was her very compassion that had drawn him out of the dark shadows and into a world of joy and light? He might feel pain and anger, but at least he was capable of feeling intense emotion, joy, lust, sexual hunger, love. You are my life, little one. We will ask Father Hummer to marry us in the way of your people. His white teeth gleamed at her. His dark eyes were warm with contentment. I will accept the marriage as binding, and you will erase the word divorce and all of its meanings from your memory. That will please me. He grinned at her, male amusement taunting her. Her fingertips traced the hard line of his jaw tenderly. How do you manage to turn everything to your advantage? His hand found the bare skin of her satin-smooth thigh. I do not know the answer to that, little one. Perhaps it is sheer talent. He turned his head and nuzzled aside the tails of his shirt to burrow against her. A low sound escaped from deep in Raven's throat as his tongue stroked her. Obligingly, she moved her legs to accommodate him, to give him room. She tangled her fingers in his thick, coffee-colored hair. Mikhail delved deeper, drew a shudder of pleasure from her. He could feel the spreading flames in his blood, swift, savage excitement, joy singing in his veins. His arms circled her hips, dragged her closer to him so that he could burrow deeper. He intended to take his time, to give her pleasure. She was his woman, his life mate, and no one could give her the kind of ecstasy he could. Chapter 12. The bedchamber, situated below the earth, was as silent and as dark as a tomb. Mikhail and Raven lay together on the huge bed, their bodies entwined. Mikhail's leg was over her thigh, his large frame curved protectively around hers, his arms sheltering her close to his heart. There was utter silence in the chamber, not even the sound of breathing. To all appearances, they were devoid of life. The house itself seemed to be in slumber, silent, as if it were holding its breath and waiting for night to fall. Sunshine burst through the windows and spotlighted the centuries-old artwork and leather-bound books. Mosaic tiles gleamed on the floor at the entrance, the sun on the hardwood floors bringing out a blondish hue in the wood. Without warning, Mikhail's breath began in a long, slow, continuous hiss, like a coiled, venomous snake prepared to strike. His dark eyes snapped open, malevolent, glowing with a predator's hunger, with the fury of a trapped wolf. His body was sluggish, his tremendous strength sapped by the need for deep sleep. Tuned to the cycle of day and night, he knew it was midday and the harsh, unrelenting sun was at its highest and most lethal peak. Something was wrong. Something had penetrated the deep layers of sleep to wake him from his needed slumber. His fingers curled, nails like claws raking the mattress beneath him. Too many hours to sunset. He scanned his surroundings, meticulous in his search. The house vibrated with sudden tension, the air stirring with unease. The very foundations seemed to flinch in terror at some unseen menace. Outside the wrought iron fence, Rudy Romanov paced back and forth, black anger in his heart, in his mind. Every fourth step he pounded at the fence in a fury of frustration, a baseball bat cracking hard against the thick twisted poles of iron. Evil. Undead. The words were hurled into the air toward the house. Mikhail growled low, his body trapped in the layers of fog, his instincts fully aroused. His lips drew back in a silent snarl, exposing fangs. A long, slow hiss escaped again. Accusations beat in his head with the force of Rudy's anger. I found my father's proof. He's gathered it for years. Everything. It's all there. The list of your servants. You are evil, the head of the monster. Murderer. Unclean. You turned that beautiful woman into your perverted slave. She would have used me to add to your ranks. The madness of grief and rage blended with a fanatical desire for revenge. Rudy Romanov believed his father's records and had come to kill the head vampire. Mikhail understood the danger. The very air was thick with it. He called to Raven, brushed her mind with his a loving, gentle caress. Wake, my love. We are in danger. Raven's breath began, slow and even. With his warning filling her mind, she automatically scanned the chamber. Her body felt limp and lifeless, the need for sleep intensely strong. Her brain felt sluggish, uncomprehending. Romanov is outside the walls. She blinked, tried to clear the fog. Hans Romanoff is dead. His son lives. He is outside, and I can feel his rage and hatred. He is dangerous to us. The sun is up, we are weak. He cannot enter, but we cannot go out. It took great concentration and a supreme effort to rub her face against the tangle of hair on his chest. She cleared her throat experimentally. I can answer the door, see what he wants. I'll tell him you're at work. He'll feel silly and leave us alone. He cradled her head against him. She was still thinking in human terms, unaware of the terrible price of immortality. You are still so groggy, you're not hearing him. He is in a dangerous state of mind. She had no idea of the price she had paid for loving him. The sun would destroy her should she ever find the strength to rise. Raven curled against him like a cat, her need for sleep overwhelming. Listen to me, little one. You must stay awake. The command was imperious. Mikhail's arms surrounded her with the intensity of his love, his need to protect her. Raven roused herself enough to scan her surroundings. The blackness of Rudy Romanoff's rage was like a living entity demanding death. The force of it beat in her head. He*s crazy, Mikhail. She lifted a hand, a slow, difficult movement, tried to push at the heavy fall of hair. The air was so thick or she was so weak, the simple movement took intense concentration. Last night he was so sweet, grieving for his mother. Now he's convinced we are his enemy. He's an educated man, Mikhail. Did I put us in danger? Maybe I did or said something to make him suspicious. Raven's mind was clouded with guilt. His chin rubbed the top of her head. No, he found something among his father's papers. He was not suspicious last night, he grieved. Something convinced him that his father's accusations were well-founded. He believes us to be vampire. I don't think anyone will believe him, even if he shows them the evidence he supposedly has. They'll think he's in shock. She feared for Rudy's safety as much as for their own. Mikhail's fingers brushed her cheek tenderly. It was so like her to have compassion for a man whose entire being was bent on murdering them. Suddenly his body jerked hard against hers. The house flinched, screamed silently a split second before the first explosion reverberated in their ears. Above them, on the first floor, windows shattered, antique furniture splintered. A heartbeat, 2 heartbeats. Another explosion rocked the house, fragmenting the wall on the north side. Mikhail's fangs gleamed in the darkness. The hiss of his breath was a promise of merciless retaliation. The smell of smoke, acrid and rank, seeped through the ceiling into their bedchamber, where it swirled and gathered into a pungent, eye-burning cloud. Over their heads flames began to crackle and lick greedily at the books and paintings, at Mikhail's past, at his present. Orange and red tongues eagerly consumed possessions that Mikhail had acquired in the long centuries of his existence. Rudy wanted to destroy it all, little knowing that Mikhail had many houses, many treasures. Mikhail. She felt his anguish at the death of his favorite home burning above them. The putrid smell of hatred, fear, and smoke mixed. We must go below. The house will eventually fall. In her mind the grimness, he felt, echoed sharply. Raven attempted to drag herself into a sitting position, her movements painfully sluggish. We have to get out of the house. Going below will only trap us between the ground and the flames. The sun is too high. We must go underground. His arms tightened perceptibly, as if he could give her the courage to face what had to be done. We have no choice. You go, Mikhail, she said. Fear clotted her. She was helpless in her present state. Even if she managed to move herself below to the cellar, she could never burrow into the soil, bury herself alive. She would be insane when the time came to return to the surface. She absolutely could not commit herself to such an act, but it was necessary to encourage Mikhail to do so. He was the important one, the one his people needed. We go together, my love. He interjected strength into his voice, a strength his muscular body did not echo. His limbs were like lead. It took tremendous effort to drag himself off the bed, and his body landed heavily on the floor. Come on, we can do this. The smoke was thicker now, the room beginning to heat like an oven. Overhead, the ceiling began to blacken ominously. The smoke hurt her eyes, stung enough to burn. Raven. It was an imperious command. She rolled off the bed, landing heavily enough to knock the wind out of her. It's going up so fast. Alarm bells were shrieking in her head. There was so much smoke, the house was groaning above them. Raven dragged herself, inch by slow inch, following Mikhail's painfully sluggish movements across the floor. They could not even crawl, they were so weak, it was impossible to get on their hands and knees. They slid full length on their stomachs, using their arms to propel themselves forward until they were at the hidden entrance to the cellar. Raven would have done anything to get Mikhail to a safe sanctuary. Heat sucked the air from the room so that their bodies were bathed in perspiration, their lungs labored and burned. Even with their combined strength, it seemed impossible to lift the trapdoor. "Concentrate," Mikhail instructed. "Do it with your will." She blocked out everything, her fear, the smoke, the fire, Mikhail's agony and rage at his burning home, the predatory beast rising in him. She narrowed her thoughts to the heavy door, focused, aimed. With infinite slowness it began to move, a groaning creak of wood and metal protesting movement, but obeying reluctantly. Mikhail fed her power with his own. When the door lay open to them, revealing the yawning chasm below, they slumped exhausted against each other, clinging for a moment, their hearts laboring, their lungs burning with the clouds of smoke whirling around them. Debris rained down from the roof to the ceiling above their heads. The fire roared like a giant monster, a stormy conflagration, loud and fearsome. Raven slipped her hand into Mikhail's. He locked his fingers around hers. The roof went. "The ceiling above us is going to go up fast. You go, Mikhail. I'll wait here as long as I can." The hole below was as terrifying as the fire itself. "We go together." Mikhail's orders were law. Raven could sense the change in him. No longer man, but full Carpathian, a beast gathering its strength, waiting. An enemy was destroying his home, his belongings, threatening the life of his mate. A slow, deadly hiss escaped from Mikhail. The sound made her heart pound. Always with Raven, he was gentle and kind, tender and loving. This was the predator unleashed. Raven swallowed her fear, closed her eyes, and cleared her mind. For Mikhail, she had to find a way to go down into that dark earth beneath the cellar below them. Mikhail swirled in her as strong as ever. "You can do this, my love. You are light, like a feather, so light you float." He built the feeling for her. Her body seemed insubstantial, as light as the air itself. Raven kept her eyes closed even when she felt the air stirring gently around her, felt it fanning her skin. She could feel Mikhail in her mind, yet her body was no more than a fleeting wisp, tangled with his. Darkness enveloped them, caressed them, carried them down to the fertile soil. Raven opened her eyes, astonished and pleased to find herself in the cellar. She had floated like a feather through the air. It was exhilarating. For a moment her pleasure drove out the fear and horror of the fire. She had moved a heavy object using only her mind, and now she had gone through the air, floating like the breeze itself. Almost like flying. Raven leaned against Mikhail wearily. "I can't believe we did that. We really just floated." For the blink of an eye, she put aside the destruction happening all around them and reveled in the wonder of what she had become. Mikhail's answer was to pull her closer, his arms surrounding her, her slender body enclosed and protected by his large frame. Exhilaration faded. She was as much inside him as he was in her, and she felt the ice cold of his bitter, merciless resolve. It was nothing like the white heat of his black rage. This was far, far worse. This Mikhail was all Carpathian, as dangerously lethal as any mythical vampire. The utter lack of emotion, the entire strength of his iron will and total determination was frightening. He would retaliate swiftly and mercilessly. There was no middle ground. Romanov had become his enemy, and he would be destroyed. Mikhail. Compassion and a gentle calm filled his mind. Losing your home this way. The things that have surrounded and comforted you for so long. It must be like losing a part of yourself. She rubbed her face against his chest, a small consoling gesture. "I love you, Mikhail. We'll build another home together. The two of us. This is a terrible moment in our lives, but we can rebuild stronger than ever." His chin rested on the top of her head, his mind sending hers waves of love, of warmth. But inside that utter coldness remained, unmoved by her words. Only with Raven did he feel tenderness. With the rest of the world it was equal force, kill or be killed. Raven tried again. Grief does strange things to people. Rudy Romanoff lost both his parents. His mother was brutally murdered by his own father. Whatever he found has made him blame you. He probably feels guilty for thinking his father was crazy. What he's doing is a terrible thing, but no worse than what you did to those who murdered your sister. I had no thought for my sister when I struck at the assassins. There was a grimness in Mikhail's thoughts. The two cases cannot be compared. The assassins attacked us first. I would have left them alone had they not come after my people. I failed you once, little one. I will not fail to protect you this day. We're safe here. The people from the village will come and put out the fire. They'll probably take Rudy to a hospital or jail. They'll think he's crazy. And don't worry about people thinking we died in the fire. They won't find our bodies. We can say we were visiting Celeste and Eric, planning our wedding. She didn't understand, and he didn't have the heart to tell her. They weren't safe. The fire was roaring above their heads, consuming the basement floor just as quickly as the upper story. In a short time they would be forced to seek the sanctuary of the earth. He wasn't altogether certain their combined strength would be enough to open the earth. And if it was, he knew he could not send her into deep sleep. His powers were drained, all but gone this time of day. They would live or die together. They would be forced to lie in the ground. Raven would have to endure burial alive for the remaining hours to sunset, and there were many hours left. Rudy Romanoff would inflict an unbearable torture on Raven. Mikhail knew her greatest fear, suffocation. His lips drew back in another silent snarl. The death of his home, beloved though it was, he could forgive, but to lie helpless while Raven suffered the agony of burial, that went beyond forgiveness. Raven's thoughts were all for Mikhail, for his loss. She felt compassion for Romanoff. She worried that his evidence might endanger the others. If Mikhail could have summoned the energy, he would have kissed her. Instead, he did it with his mind. All of his love, his appreciation of her compassion, of her unconditional love, of her selflessness, he put it all into his mind's kiss. Her eyes widened, went dark violet, then sweetly slumberous, as if he drugged her with his kisses. His hand tangled in her hair. So much silk, so much love. For a moment he closed his eyes, savoring the moment, the way she could make him feel so loved, so cared for. He had never felt that in all his centuries of existence, and he was grateful that he had hung on long enough to experience a true lifemate. Overhead, the sound of the fire grew loud again. A beam fell, crashed on the ceiling above them, sparks raining through the open cellar door, bringing with them smoke and the fetid odor of death. The death of his home. We have no choice, my love. Mikhail was as gentle as he knew how to be. We must go to ground. Raven closed her eyes. Panic welled up. Mikhail, I love you. Her words were wrapped in sorrow, in acceptance. Not of the sanctuary of the earth, but of inevitable death. She wanted to do anything he needed, but this was the one thing beyond her capabilities. The earth could not swallow her alive. Mikhail could not waste time on arguments. Feed my command with your remaining strength. Let it flow from you into me, or I will be unable to open the earth. Raven would do anything to save him. If that meant giving him her last ounce of strength, then so be it. Without reservation, with complete love and generosity, Raven fed his command. Beside him, the very earth opened, parted, as if a large cube had been neatly removed from the earth. The grave lay open, fresh and cool, its healing soil beckoning Mikhail, its damp darkness sending horror and sheer terror spiraling through Raven. She tried valiantly to keep her mind calm. You go first. She knew she could not follow him. She also knew it was imperative that he believe she would, otherwise there was no way to save Mikhail. In the space of a heartbeat, Mikhail rolled, with Raven locked in his arms, taking both of them over the edge into the waiting arms of the earth. He felt her silent scream echoing in his own mind. He steeled his heart against the violent fear in her, and with his last ounce of strength concentrated on closing the earth over them. Being a shadow in her mind made it easy to read her intentions. She would never have gone with him. She screamed and screamed. The sound in his head was wild and out of control. Sheer, primitive terror. She begged him, pleaded. Mikhail could only hold her, absorb wave after wave of terror. Her mind was a maze of panic and chaos. He was exhausted, having used his last ounce of strength to get them to safety. In his life, centuries of living, he had never known what it felt like to hate. Lying there, helpless to send her into oblivion, with his home burning above him and Raven walking the edge of madness beside him, he learned. Once again he had chosen life for them, and in doing so had committed her to terrible suffering. If he was to help her, he had to gather strength again. The only way he could regain what was lost was to cut himself off from her, to rejuvenate himself in the immortal sleep of his kind, and allow the soil to replenish him. A fresh wave of hatred ate at him. Raven. Even their strong mental bond was becoming difficult. Little one, slow your heart to match mine. There is no need for air. Do not try to breathe. She couldn't hear him, fighting desperately for air where there was none. Along with her panic and hysterical fear, she felt a sense of betrayal that he would force his will, his decision on her. Mikhail refused to commit himself to sleep. Instead, he stayed alert, his hands in her hair, his body relaxed, absorbing the healing richness of the soil. He would not leave her alone to face what she considered a burial. While she suffered, he was determined to share that terrible burden. The chaos in her mind continued for what seemed an eternity. As her body wore out completely, as exhaustion penetrated the mindless screaming, she began to strangle, the sound a horrible gurgle in her throat. Raven. His tone was sharp, an imperious command. Her fear was far too great, and his powers no more than a mere shadow, insubstantial. Mikhail could feel her throat closing as if it was his own, heard the terrible death rattle. He closed off his mind for a moment to allow the soil to cradle him, the soothing, healing balm of the earth. It sang to him with soft whisperings, a crooning lullaby. It seeped into his body, revitalizing, energizing. The earth gave him the necessary calm to face her torment. Feel me, little one, feel me. Her mind remained chaotic, the strangling continued. Feel me, Raven, reach for me. He was patient, quiet, calm in the eye of the storm. Raven, you are not alone. Feel me in your mind. Be calm and reach out, just for a moment. Block out everything except me. He felt the first stirring, her first try. The earth sang through him, filling his cells until they were like sails billowing in the wind. Feel me, Raven. In you, around you, beside you. Feel me. Mikhail. She was ragged, torn, fragmented. I can't stand this. Help me. I really can't do this, not even for you. Give yourself to me. He meant to the healing richness of the soil, but he could make no references to where they were. He allowed her to feel the strength moving into him, a promise of rest and aid. In his mind, he kept only warmth and love and the impression of power. She needed to believe in him, needed to merge with him so that she could feel the powers of the soil as he did. Raven knew she was going insane. She had always been terrified of closed-in places. It didn't matter that Mikhail said she didn't need air, she knew she did. It took several tries and every ounce of discipline she possessed to block out the fear, the terror, the truth that she lay buried deep within the earth. She crawled into Mikhail's mind with her last exhaustive effort and retreated from the reality of what she had become and what she had to do to survive. Mikhail's hold on her was precarious. She was light, insubstantial in his mind. So quiet, never moving, not accepting the earth's healing powers, not fighting their situation. Raven made no response to his gentle inquiries. He was aware of her only as a small, huddled flicker in a corner of his mind. It took some time before he became aware of a faint shifting in power, a ripple of awareness, like a searching crystal, an eye opening in the earth beside them. They were not alone. The presence touched him, stirred in his mind. Male. Powerful. Grigori. You are well, my friend. There was that cool menace in his mind. They knew one another so well after all the centuries of standing together against all odds. Grigory had not voiced it as a question, and Mikhail was shocked, truly shocked that he could make contact. Raven and he were deep in the bowels of the earth. The sun was at its greatest peak, and all Carpathians were weak. How could Grigory accomplish such a feat? It was unheard of, even in the legends and myths of the past. Your woman needs to sleep, Mikhail. Allow me to assist you. Grigory was far away. Mikhail could detect that, yet the bond between them was strong. Sending Raven to sleep gave Grigory a semblance of power over her. Indecision. Did he trust Grigory? The power that Grigory wielded was phenomenal. Low, humorless laughter. She will not survive this day, Mikhail. Even locked with you, her human limitations will overcome her desire to aid you. And you can do this? Even at this distance? You can safely send her to sleep? Take away her torment? There will be no mistakes? Mikhail found himself wanting to believe it. Grigory was their healer. If he said Raven would be unable to last buried within the earth, that only confirmed his own belief. Yes, through you. You are the only person on this planet I have given my allegiance to. You have always had my loyalty. I count you as my family and my friend. Until your woman or some other gives me my life mate, you are the only person standing between the darkness and me. Grigory would never have admitted such a thing unless he considered the situation a dire emergency. He was giving Mikhail the only reason he could to reassure Mikhail that he could be trusted. Affection and regret welled up, mingled. Thank you, Grigory, I am in your debt. I intend you to be the father of my life mate. There was a faint note in his voice, something Mikhail could not name, as though Grigory had already ensured that he would get his wish. I have the feeling Raven's daughter would be more than a handful. Mikhail tested his intuition. I have no doubt I am up to the challenge. Grigory's reply was purposely vague. I will send your life mate to the sleep of our people that she will no longer be tormented by her human limits. Grigory's soft command was clear, imperious, impossible to ignore. Raven's breath left her body in a soft sigh. Her heart slowed, missed a beat, ceased. Her mind was closed to the yawning terror, her body open to the healing power of the rich soil. Sleep now, Mikhail. I will know if you are disturbed. You do not have to guard me, Grigory. You have done much for our people, things they will never know. I can never repay my debt to you. I can do no other, Mikhail, nor would I want to. Grigory withdrew. Mikhail allowed himself the luxury of sleep to give the earth the chance to bring him to his full, immense power. He would need the strength the soil gave him for retribution. He wrapped Raven tighter in his arms as he took his last breath, certain the immediate danger to them had passed. The sun seemed to take a long while to sink from the sky. The colors of the heavens were blood red, surrounded by shades of orange and pink. As the moon appeared, the clouds covered it like a thin veil. A ring appeared around the moon like some terrible omen. The forest was dark, eerily silent. Tendrils of fog wound low to the ground around tree trunks and bushes. A gentle wind lazily pushed the clouds, brushed at heavy branches, and tried vainly to disperse the smell of smoke that lingered persistently in the forest. The wind fingered the black ashes and burned beams, the blackened stones, all that remained of what had once been Mikhail Dobrinsky's home. Two wolves nosed at the blackened remains, lifted their muzzles skyward, and howled mournfully. Throughout the forest other wolves answered, sang out their grief. Within a few minutes, the echoes of their tribute died away. The two wolves circled the charred ruins and sniffed at the two shadowy sentinels they found standing sharply alert near the wrought iron gate. The wolves swung quickly away, finding something menacing in the two lethal figures. They trotted briskly back into the darkened interior of the forest. Silence once more blanketed the mountains like a shroud. The forest creatures huddled in their dens and holes, rather than face the smell of the ashes and the death of the home of one who was so much a part of them. Below the earth, two bodies lay motionless, lifeless. Into the silence, a single heart began to beat. Strong, steady. Blood rushed, receded. A long, low hiss of air heralded the working of lungs. Dark eyes snapped open, and Mikhail searched the grounds above him. It was well after midnight. The fire was long out, Firefighters, investigators, and curiosity seekers had long returned home. He sensed Jacques and Grigory above the earth. No others, human or Carpathian, were in the vicinity. Mikhail turned his attention to Raven. It was a huge temptation to command Grigory to awaken her, but that was selfish and certainly not in her best interests. Until she was completely out of the ground, Raven was best left asleep. She needed no reminder of her terrible ordeal. He tightened his arms around her motionless, cold body, held her for a long moment close to his heart. Mikhail burst through the Earth's crust, experiencing an odd disorientation as he emerged into the night air. The moment he was able, he launched himself skyward, the better to protect Raven if necessary. Air rushed into his lungs, fanned his body. Feathers shimmered in the sliver of light from the moon, huge wings spread, pining a good 6 feet, and beat heavily, lifting the enormous owl into the sky, where it circled above the dark forest, seeking any enemy that might be foolish enough to threaten. Mikhail needed the freedom of the sky to dull the sounds of Raven's terror, which still echoed strongly in his head. He dived toward the earth, plummeting as close as he dared before dissolving into mist. The stream of drops poured through the trees and collected together until they formed a huge wolf. Mikhail ran effortlessly, sustaining great speed as he swerved through the underbrush, the trees, loped across a meadow, and took off again as if shot from a bow. When his mind was once more clear and calm, Mikhail trotted to the blackened ruins, changing back into his own muscular form, complete with clothes, as he strode toward his brother. He was well aware that all of nature, everything he was so much a part of, could feel his ice-cold rage. It was buried deep, seething below the surface, disturbing the harmony in the air in the forest. His enemies would not escape. Jacques straightened slowly, as if he had been waiting for hours. His hand went to the nape of his neck, rubbing at a kink. Mikhail and Jacques stared at one another, dark sorrow in their eyes. Jacques stepped forward and reached for Mikhail in an uncharacteristic show of affection. It was brief and hard, 2 stiff oak trees exchanging a hug. Mikhail knew Raven would have laughed at the two of them. Grigory remained hunkered down, low to the ground, his solid bulk rivaling the broad tree trunks. He was totally motionless, his shadowed face expressionless. His eyes were a slash of silver, of mercury forever moving restlessly in the granite mask. Grigory rose slowly, fluid power and raw danger. "Thank you for coming," Mikhail said simply. Grigory, his oldest friend. His right hand. Their greatest healer, the relentless hunter of the undead. Romanov was taken to the hospital and sedated, Jacques said softly. "I told the townspeople that you and Raven were away for a few days. You are popular with the villagers, and all of them are outraged by what happened. Can we neutralize the damage done to our people?" Mikhail asked. "We can minimize it," Grigory said truthfully. "But Romanov has already sent out whatever damning evidence he found to several others. We must prepare ourselves for a siege. Our entire way of life will be changed for all time." Grigory shrugged powerful shoulders carelessly. "His evidence?" "Fingerprints, photos. He was already drugged, Mikhail. The doctors believe he is completely insane and dangerous to himself and to others. The images I picked out of his mind were confused. His parents, mainly his mother. He evidently discovered her body. Your house. Guilt. The fire." Grigory surveyed the sky above him with a slow, careful sweep of his pale, silver eyes. His craggy features remained utterly still, harsh. Danger emanated from Grigory. His entire body, his very demeanor spoke of power, of menace. Although Grigory's expression was empty, Mikhail felt the monster in him, wild and untamed, lurking just below the surface, struggling to break free. Their eyes met in a kind of hopeless understanding. Another war. More killings. The more often a male had to kill, the more dangerous the whisper of power, the call to vampire became. Violence was the one thing that allowed a centuries-old male to feel briefly. That in itself was a terrible inducement for one in a dark, hopeless world. Grigory looked away, not wanting to see the compassion on Mikhail's face. "We have no choice but to discredit him." Before anything else, Raven must be safe and guarded while we take care of this problem, Mikhail said abruptly. Your woman is very fragile, Grigory warned softly. Bring her to the surface and clothe her before I awake her. Mikhail nodded. Grigory clearly read his intentions. There was no way he would have her awaken in what seemed to her a cold grave. Jacques and Grigory moved into the forest to give Mikhail privacy. Only after Raven was safe in his arms did Mikhail think to add her human American garb. Made of natural fibers, easy for a Carpathian to manipulate, he fashioned blue jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Grigory. Raven woke strangling, clutching her throat, desperate to drag air into her burning lungs. She was confused, panic-stricken, struggling desperately. Feel the air on your skin, Mikhail ordered softly, his mouth against her ear. Feel the night, the wind. You are safe in my arms. The night is beautiful, the colors and scents speak to us. Raven's blue-violet eyes were all over the place, seeing nothing, taking in nothing. She inhaled deeply and made herself as small as possible. The cool night air was working a slow magic, easing the terrible strangling in her throat. Tears glittered like gems in her eyes, tangled in her long lashes. Mikhail tightened his hold on her so that she could feel the enormous strength in his powerful frame. Slowly, inch by inch, her body became less rigid so that she relaxed into him. He touched her mind with a gentle, warm stroke, finding her struggling for control. I am here with you, Raven. Deliberately, he spoke the words out loud, so he would sound as human as possible. The night is calling to us, welcoming us. Can you hear it? There is such beauty in the song of insects, the night creatures. Let yourself hear it. He used a rhythmic, compelling tone, almost hypnotic. Raven drew her knees up, lay her forehead on them, hunching into herself. She was rocking back and forth, her hold on reality a tenuous thread. She simply breathed in and out, appreciating the ability to do so, concentrating on the mechanics of it. I want to take you to a safer place, somewhere away from here. His sweeping gesture took in the charred remains of his once beautiful home. Raven's head remained down. She simply breathed in and out. Mikhail touched her mind again. There was no thought of blame or betrayal. Her mind was fragmented, bruised and broken, trying desperately to survive. Her familiar clothes and his presence gave her a measure of comfort. His ice-cold fury, his need for violent retaliation stirred to life. Little sister. Jacques emerged from the edge of the timberline, flanked by Grigory. When Raven didn't look up, Jacques sat beside her, his hand brushing her shoulder. The wolves are quiet tonight. Did you hear them before? They were mourning the loss of Mikhail's home. Now they are silent. She blinked, her lost gaze focusing on Jacques' face. She didn't speak. His identity didn't seem to register. She was trembling, her small frame shaking, locked between the three powerful men. You could remove her memories. Grigory suggested, clearly not understanding why Mikhail did not do the obvious. She would not like such a thing. She would not know. Grigory put a small edge in his tone. He sighed when Mikhail did not respond. Allow me to heal her, then. She is important to all of us, Mikhail. She suffers needlessly. She would want to do this on her own. Mikhail was well aware that Grigory thought he had lost his mind, but he knew Raven. She had her own courage and her own ideas of right and wrong. She would not thank him when she learned he had removed her memories. There could be no untruths between lifemates, and Mikhail was determined to give her time to come to terms with what they had endured together. Mikhail found the rose-petal-soft skin of her face, traced her delicate cheekbones with gentle fingers. You were right, little one. We will build our home together, stronger than ever. We will pick a place, deep within the forest, and fill it with so much love, it will spill over to our wolves. Her blue-violet gaze flickered with sudden awareness, jumping to Mikhail's face. The tip of her tongue touched her full lower lip. She managed a tentative smile. I don't think I'm cut out to be a Carpathian. Her voice was a mere thread of sound. You are everything a Carpathian woman should be, Grigory said gallantly, his tone low and melodious, a soothing, healing cadence. Both Mikhail and Jacques found themselves listening intently to the compelling pitch. You are fit to be the life-mate of our prince, and I give you freely my allegiance and my protection, as I have given it to Mikhail." His voice deliberately was pitched low, so that it seeped into her fragmented mind like a soothing balm. Raven's shattered gaze swung to Grigory. Her long lashes fluttered, her eyes so dark they were nearly purple. "You helped us." Her fingers sought and found Mikhail's, entwined with his, yet her gaze never left Grigory's face. "You were so far away. The sun was out, yet you knew, and you were able to help us. It was difficult for you. I felt it even as you reached for me to take away what I could not endure." The silver eyes, pale in Grigory's dark face, narrowed to a slash of quicksilver. "Mesmerizing. Hypnotic." The voice lowered an octave. "Mikhail and I are bound together. We have shared long, dark years of emptiness without hope. Perhaps you represent hope for both of us." Raven regarded him steadily, seriously. "That would please me." Mikhail felt a surge of love for her wash over him, a surge of pride. Raven had so much compassion in her. Although she was mentally bruised and battered, although Grigory's mind was firmly closed to them, his harsh features impossible to read, she realized that Grigory was fighting to survive, that he needed to be drawn into the circle of light, of hope. Mikhail could have told her that Grigory was like water flowing through fingers, impossible to hold or control. He was a law unto himself, a dark, dangerous man on the edge of a yawning abyss of madness. Mikhail slipped his arm around her shoulders. "We are going to take you somewhere safe." He spoke softly, as if to a child. Raven's gaze clung to Mikhail's for a long, slow moment. Her smile was genuine this time, reaching her eyes and lighting them for the first time. "If only the three of you could see yourselves. It's very sweet of you to treat me like I'm a fragile porcelain doll, especially when I feel a bit like one, but Mikhail is in me, as I am in him. I feel what he feels and know his thoughts, although he tries to keep them from me." She leaned over to kiss his blue-shadowed jaw. "I love you for trying to protect me, but I'm not weak. I simply have to come to terms with the human bonds my mind puts on me. None of you can do it for me. I have to do it myself." Jock extended his hand to Raven with old-world gallantry. She took it and allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. Mikhail rose beside her, his arms sweeping her into the shelter of his body. She needed the contact, the closeness, the solid reality of his hard frame. Grigory was the bodyguard, scanning the air, the ground, moving so that his body continually blocked the prints of their people and his life mate. The three imposing figures surrounded the smaller one, moving as a unit, an honor guard, their paces slow and leisurely, their minds serene, with no hint of impatience or sign of their desire to get on to the night's work. Hunger gnawed at Mikhail, but that, too, was kept at bay. When her mind touched his, she felt only love and concern, the desire to please her. Raven enjoyed the feel of the soft leaves under her feet as they moved through the forest. She lifted her face to embrace the wind, inhaled deeply to take in every secret the breeze could carry and would divulge. Every insect, every rustle in the underbrush, every separate sway of a branch lightened the terrible dread in her heart, pushed the fearful memories a little farther away. "I can take them away completely," Mikhail offered gently. Raven flashed him a small smile, meant to reassure. Her body moved briefly against his. She was well aware of what a temptation that had been for him, how the other two males thought him insane for not taking the choice from her. "You know I prefer to keep my memories. All of them." They walked for an hour, Mikhail subtly guiding her up a winding narrow track deeper into the forest and higher up the mountain. The cabin was hidden back against a cliff. The trees grew thick, nearly to the very walls. It looked small from the outside, dark and abandoned. It was Jacques and Grigory who transformed the dark interior of the cabin. The layer of dust disappeared with a hand wave. The logs in the fireplace burst into flame. Candles flickered, and the scent of the woods permeated the interior. Raven entered the cabin without protest. Grigory and Jacques moved quickly through the small building, supplying as many comforts as they were able in a brief period of time. Then they retreated to the sanctuary of the forest to give Mikhail and Raven some time alone. Raven paced across the wooden floor, putting distance between herself and Mikhail. She was still very fragile, and she wanted to spare Mikhail as much as possible. She touched the back of a chair, curling her fingers around the solid wood. The familiar feel of wood helped to lessen her trembling. "Thank you, Mikhail, for my blue jeans." She gave him a faint smile over her shoulder. Mysterious, sexy, innocent, and so very fragile. In the depths of her blue eyes he could find no anger, no blame, only love for him shining there. "I am happy you like them, although I still say they are garb for men, not a beautiful woman. I was hoping they would make you smile. Only because you get that pain look on your face." She stood at the window, her eyes easily piercing the darkness. "I never want to do that again." She said it starkly, meaning it. Wanting him to know she meant it. Mikhail inhaled sharply, cutting off his first response. He chose his words carefully. "Our blood and, ultimately, our bodies welcome the soil. Overnight the wound on my leg was gone. Your wounds, so deep, all mortal, were healed in 6 days." Raven watched the wind tug at leaves on the ground. "I'm very intelligent, Mikhail. I can see for myself that what you're telling me is true. Intellectually, I may even accept it, marvel at it. But I never want to do that again. I cannot. I will not, and I ask that you accept this failing in me." He crossed the distance separating them. His hand curled around the nape of her neck to drag her into his arms. He held her, there in the old cabin, deep within his mountains and forest. He grieved for the loss of his home, his books, grieved for his past, but most of all, he grieved over his inability to spare Raven. He could command the earth, the animals, the sky, yet he could not bring himself to remove her memories because she had asked him not to do so. Such an innocent, small request. Raven lifted her head, studying his shadowed features with serious eyes. Very gently she smoothed the deep lines of worry from his forehead. "Don't be sad for me, Mikhail, and stop taking so much on yourself. Memories are useful things. When I am stronger, I can take this out and examine it, look at it from all angles and perhaps grow more comfortable with the things we have to do to protect ourselves." There was a trace of humor and a good amount of skepticism at the thought. Raven took his hand. "You know, my love, you are not responsible for my happiness or even for my health. I've had a choice every step of the way from our very first meeting. I chose you. Clearly, in my heart and in my head, I chose you. If I had it to do over again, even knowing what I would have to go through, I would choose you without hesitation." His smile could melt her heart. Mikhail cupped her face in his hands, lowered his head to capture her mouth with his. Instantly electricity crackled between them. She could taste his love in the moist darkness of his mouth. Hunger rose, sharp and gnawing. The sound of blood surging hotly, the beating of hearts, the instant explosive chemistry was nearly overwhelming for both of them. Although his arms slipped around her, dragged her close against his hard frame, his tender mouth carried the unmistakable flavor of intense love. Mikhail's fingers tangled in her silky hair as if he would hold her for all eternity. Raven melted into him. For a heartbeat of time she was boneless, pliant, honeyed heat warming him. She pulled away first. It was easy to read the clawing hunger in him. It was growing in her. Her body needed nourishment after its grueling ordeal. She lifted long lashes to his beloved, masculine features, took in the sensual stamp of his mouth, the slumbering, sensual invitation in his black gaze. Raven kissed his throat, her hands going to the buttons of his shirt. Her body clenched, pulsing with heat and hunger. Her mouth moved over his skin. She inhaled his scent, the wild mystery of the night. Inside, the terrible craving grew and spread like wildfire. Her tongue tasted the texture of his skin, traced the line of his muscle, moved back to stroke across the pulse beating so strongly in his throat. "I love you, Mikhail." The words were whispered against his throat. A siren's whisper. Silk and candlelight. Satin and hot, steamy sex. Every muscle in his body tightened. Needs swept through him anticipation. She was a miracle of beauty, a mix of human frailties, courage, and compassion. Mikhail's fist, bunched in her hair, held her head to him. Her mouth was a silken flame moving over his chest, building heat and fire until his mind was a red haze of hunger. This is dangerous, little one. Black velvet seduction was in the molten huskiness of his voice. I need you. She whispered the truth, and her breath warmed his flat nipples, doing intriguing things to his chest. She did need him. His hard body, hot and wild, stamped out the feel of the cold earth closing over her head. Her body moved restlessly, suggestively against his. Her hands slid downward, parting the edges of his shirt and lower still to find the zipper where his sex strained to break free. His gasp was audible, a harsh groan of raw need answering the enticing brush of her fingers. I need to feel your body and mine, Mikhail, real and alive. I need this more than I've ever needed anything. Touch me. Touch me everywhere. I want you deep inside me. Mikhail tugged her shirt over her head and dropped it to one side. His hands pined her narrow ribcage, arching her body backwards so he could rub his shadowed jaw across the soft, creamy swell of her breasts. The abrasive brush sent flames licking along every nerve ending. His mouth moved up to trace the softness of her lips. His tongue stroked the fragile line of her neck where her pulse beat so frantically, the vulnerable line of her throat, slowly, with great care, before lowering with deliberately tormenting laziness to her nipple. She felt a rush of damp heat, a fiery ache. When his lips closed over her breast, hot and erotic, she cried out and threw her head back, arching into him, offering herself up to the strong pull of his hot mouth. Without warning, the monster in him broke free, growling possessively and clawing away her offensive blue jeans. Teeth scraped her flat stomach as he dropped to his knees. Through the thin cotton panties, she felt the hot, moist probing of his tongue, wild, wet, stealing her breath. He ripped away the thin material to attack, stroking and caressing. Raven cried out, welcoming the untamed beast in him, rising to meet his erotic assault. When he ripped the panties aside, she pressed herself to the hot hunger of his mouth. Mikhail growled low in his throat, the sound a rumble of stark possession. He reveled in her wild response to his assault. He needed the uninhibited, abandoned grip of her clenched fists in his hair pulling him in closer to her, the husky, inarticulate cries issuing from her vulnerable throat. Her body clenched, white-hot heat raging for release. Her cries became a plea. Growling with pleasure, his own body burning, scorched, and unbearably sensitive, he held her relentlessly on the edge. The power, the velvet heat, their mingled scents washed over him, became part of his insatiable desire. He wanted her to know that she was his, to burn and knead mindlessly as he did. His own name echoed in his head with her soft, inarticulate pleas, the sound hardening his body to an unbearable ache. The power sharpened his hunger, put such an edge on his appetite, both sexual and physical, that he could barely find enough control to stop from devouring her. And his body demanded her touch, the silken heat of her mouth, the graze of her teeth over sensitized skin. His skin was so hot, aching for her. With a growl, he took her over the edge, her body rippling powerfully, clenching and unclenching, needing more, needing his invasion, needing his body filling hers. She dropped to her knees, pushed at his pants, tugged until they were at his thighs, until he was free and straining toward her. Raven's nails raked his buttocks, her tongue found his heavy chest muscles. Her taunting laughter, low, seductive, echoed in his mind. The brush of her silky hair over his thighs was nearly unbearable. It was his turn, and he let her know with a growling plea, an imperious demand. When she complied, the hot satin of her mouth, moist and erotic, nearly drove him crazy. If he had been in control, if he had been the one with power, it was now Raven's, and she exulted in it, in what she could do to him. The growls rumbling in his throat became more animal, almost threatening. His hips moved in a frantic rhythm. Suddenly, he could stand it no longer. Mikhail yanked her away from him, down to the floor, thrusting her knees apart to expose her for his possession. He pinned her down, took her with a single hard, powerful stroke of stark possession, filling her tight velvet feminine channel as deeply as was possible. Raven cried out as he buried himself harder, every thrust stormy and aggressive, each more wild and frantic than the one before. Her tongue stroked his throat. "Feed me, Mikhail. Feed me now while you take me, and then I'll give you everything you need." She whispered it like an enchantress, her very voice a drug adding to the excitement. She had never asked for his blood, his life's fluid, and the idea was as sexy as her mouth on him. His body tightened, impossibly hard, yet her request enabled him to slow down so that he could feel the anticipation as her tongue stroked over his pulse. As he surged deeply into her fiery hot sheath, her teeth sank deep into him. White heat and blue lightning slammed through his body. He threw his head back at the exquisite pleasure pain of it. The hot, sweet odor of his ancient blood mingled with their musk scents, the strong pull of her mouth coinciding with the strong grip of her body surrounding his. He matched her movements deliberately, felt her take his blood, his seed, the essence of life into her body. Her body dragged at his, insistent, a sweet torment, a velvet clutching, a milking, with the same dark fire as her silken mouth. The stroke of her tongue sent an aftershock rippling through both of them, and they lay locked together, his body covering hers, his arms holding her in place, his every muscle rock hard and still in desperate need, as if he had never touched her. His hunger was a terrible thing far beyond craving, far beyond anything he had ever experienced. Raven's hands smoothed his hair, then her palms rubbed over his jaw. She smiled, pure seduction, her hips arching deliberately into his, her muscles tight and gripping. She brought his head down to hers so that she could fasten her mouth to his, sharing the sweet taste of his blood, taunting, teasing, prolonging his need, bringing him to wild abandonment. He took control back, drinking deeply of her silken mouth, his tongue stroking down the line of her throat, lingering over her pulse, his teeth scraping, tantalizing, while his body took aggressive possession, plunging deep and hard. Raven murmured his name, dragged his head to her breast, lifting herself in pleading invitation. His chin rubbed over the creamy swell, delved into the valley between, his blue-shadowed jaw rasping sensitive skin. He cupped her breasts as his mouth closed over her, hot and moist, pulling strongly. She clutched him to her, her body exploding with pleasure, following the rhythm and pace he set. Mikhail lifted his head, his eyes slumberous, sexy, hypnotic, drawing her deeper into his very mind, his very soul. He nuzzled her breast, his tongue stroking, caressing. Open-mouthed, he pressed wet, hot kisses over sensitive skin. His hips surged forward. Once more his eyes met hers, a clear demand. "Yes, please, yes," she whispered urgently, dragging his head back to the heat of her body. "I want this, Mikhail." His teeth grazed, pierced above her breast, the pain white hot, even as her body rippled, fragmented with searing ecstasy. Fangs sank deep, the hunger in him insatiable. He plunged into her wanting more, needing the consummate friction of fire and velvet sheathing him. He drank her in, taking her very life into his body, his mind merging with hers, his body claiming hers in pure male dominance. Dangerous. Sweetly dangerous. Hot pure sex laced with pure love and a complete merging of souls. He wanted it to last forever, this moment while they shared the same body, same skin, same mind. Fast and hard, slow and deep, each stroke exquisite torment, her blood filling every cell, swelling his strength, draining her as her body drained him. He felt himself hardening impossibly, swelling, stretching, relentlessly pushing his invasion to the maximum, taking both of them soaring, careening over the edge without control, exploding into fiery fragments, dissolving, falling to earth. Raven lay beneath him, listening to their combined heartbeats, her fingers threaded in his dark espresso-colored hair. Her body belonged to him, she belonged to him. His tongue caressed her skin, traced a single drop of blood over the swell of her breast. He rained kisses over her breasts, up her throat to find her mouth, gently, tenderly. His hand pined her throat, stroked with the pad of his thumb, reveling in the soft satin texture. It amazed him that she had chosen this moment to commit herself to their life as Carpathians. He had no doubt that she loved him and was committed to him, but he had known she was repulsed by the idea of how she would be forced to live. After a horrifying, traumatic experience, She had committed herself to her new life, without reservation. As long as they were together, Mikhail was certain she would never be predictable. "Do you have any idea how much I love you?" he asked softly. Her long lashes fluttered, lifted, so that her violet eyes locked with his. A slow, fascinating smile curved her mouth. "Maybe, just a little." She smoothed a line from his forehead. "I'll be fine tonight. Do what you have to do, and don't worry about me. I would prefer that you slept for a while." He shifted, eased his weight off her, surprised to find that he was still partially dressed. "That's only because you have so much anger toward Romanov you don't want me to know what you're doing." She propped herself up on one elbow so that her thick mane of silky hair spilled across her body, a thin veil over her breasts. His gut clenched hotly at the sight, his dark eyes going black with a sudden flare of desire. She laughed softly, tauntingly. He bent down to taste temptation, his tongue bringing her nipple to a hard peak. Her fingers stroked through his thick hair tenderly. "You think to protect Jacques by leaving him here with me as my bodyguard." Her eyes softened, warmed. "You think you are going to do something I will be unable to accept, but I believe in you, Mikhail. I think you are a great and fair man. You have every right to despise Romanov, but I know you can put that aside and do what is right. He is a young man, confused and angry, shaken and traumatized by his parents' brutal deaths. Whatever he found that linked you to those deaths has driven him into a breakdown. It's a terrible tragedy." Mikhail closed his eyes and breathed out slowly. She was effectively tying his hands. How could he go out and kill a man for torturing Raven when she was compassionate enough to forgive him? "Go feed before you see him. You made me weak, and if you'll forgive a little crude Carpathian humor, I'll expect you to bring me home dinner." Startled, he stared at her. For a long moment there was silence, then they burst out laughing. "Get dressed," Mikhail ordered with mock sternness. "I cannot have Jacques tormented by you. I fully intend to torment him. He needs to learn not to be so serious. Jacques is the least serious of all Carpathian males. He has retained his emotions far longer than most. It has only been a few centuries since he has lost them. He is serious when it comes to ordering females about. He has definite ideas on how we should behave. I intend to take that up with him." His eyebrows shot up. "I am certain you will keep him occupied while we are gone. Do me a favor, little one, do not be too hard on him." They were both laughing as they dressed. Chapter 13. Rudy Romanov was heavily drugged. The scent was a stench in Mikhail's nostrils. The idea of taking contaminated blood into his body was repulsive to him, but it was necessary. He would be able to read Romanov's thoughts at will. Raven had sent him off with complete trust and faith in his love for her. Though every cell in his body demanded Romanov's death, Mikhail could not betray her confidence in him. "Allow me," Grigory said softly, easily reading Mikhail's desire. "There is great risk to your soul," Mikhail pointed out. "The risk is well worth the continuation of our race. Romanov is a danger we cannot afford. We should be concentrating our efforts on finding women to continue our race, not fighting off vampire hunters. I believe it is only a handful of human women, women with great psychic ability who can mate with our males." "On what do you base this theory?" Mikhail asked softly, a thread of menace creeping into his tone. Experimenting with women was an unforgivable crime. Grigory's silver eyes narrowed, glittered. The black emptiness was growing in Grigory, a dark stain spreading over his soul. He made no effort to hide it from Mikhail. It was as if he wanted to show Mikhail just how desperate the situation was becoming. "I have done many dark, ugly, unforgivable things, but I would never use a female for experimental purposes. I must be the one to take Romanov's blood if you insist on the continuation of his life." Grigory was not asking. The two Carpathians moved easily through the narrow halls of the psychiatric ward of the hospital. The humans experienced a cold sensation, nothing more, as the two passed unseen through the building. They streamed through a lock hole, a flow of vapor like a heavy tinted fog, swirling through the room to wrap around Romanov's body like a shroud. Romanov cried out, fear gripping him as the mist wound around him like a snake, slithering over his ribs, his wrist, curling around his neck, and beginning to wind tighter and tighter. He could feel it on his skin, a vice that continued to twist his body like a corkscrew, but as Romanov clawed at the vapor, his hands passed right through it. Voices hissed hideously, whispered, threatened, so quiet as to be mere threads of sound in his head. He clapped his palms over his ears in an attempt to stop the insidious murmuring. Saliva dribbled from his slack mouth, his throat worked convulsively. The mist separated, one part trailing to a comber and hovering just above the floor. The other slowly thickened, shimmered, began to take shape, until it formed a muscular, broad-shouldered man with pale eyes of death. Rudy began to shake uncontrollably, backing into a corner, making himself as small as possible. The apparition was too vivid, too menacing to be anything but real. Romanov. Grigory's fangs gleamed white in the darkened room. "What are you?" The words came out a hoarse croak. The pale eyes glittered, narrowed to unblinking slits. "You know." The pale eyes stared into Rudy's, stared deeply. Grigory's voice dropped to a low black velvet assault. "Hypnotic. Mesmerizing. Compelling. Come to me, feed me. Become my servant until I see fit to give you the curse of darkness." There was dawning comprehension in Romanov's eyes, horror, and what amounted to terror. But he inched closer, moving his shirt away from his jugular. Grigory whispered again, his voice so seductive, so compelling, a tool of power. "You will serve me now, come at my bidding, inform me when it is necessary." He bent his dark head slowly. Romanov knew his soul was lost. He could feel such power in the stranger, immense strength, and the ability to do things no human could imagine. Immortality. The seduction beckoned him. He went willingly, turning his head to expose his throat. Hot breath, piercing pain as the fangs sunk deep. Romanov could actually feel his life's blood flowing like a river from his body. The pain was intense, a burning hell he was helpless to stop. Nor did he wish to. A curious languor swept over him. His eyelids were far too heavy to lift. The mist thickened in the room, wrapped around Grigory, streamed between the Carpathian and his prey. Reluctantly, with a growl of protest, Grigory lifted his head from his feeding and contemptuously allowed the limp body to slump to the floor. "You nearly killed him," Mikhail snapped. "He deserves death. He is rotten and empty inside, already corrupt. He wants endless nights, helpless women, the power of life and death over mankind. There is much in him like his grandfather and father. He is a hollow shell with worms eating what good is left in him. His mind is a maze of deviant desires. He cannot die this way, Grigory." It was a hiss in Grigory's mind, a sign of Mikhail's displeasure. "As it is, we have enough attention directed at our people. If Romanov dies from severe blood loss, I am not so careless." Grigory shoved the body aside with his foot. "He will live. It was his grandfather that began this. His name was Roel. Do you remember him? He was demented as an old man, vicious as a young one. He beat his wife and went after young girls. I stopped him once." Mikhail was suddenly thoughtful. "And earned not only his hatred, but also his suspicion. He watched you after that. Spied on you every chance he got, hoping to find something to condemn you. Something gave you away. A gesture, the way you spoke, who knows? He passed his suspicions on to Hans." Grigory gave the body another push with his foot. Romanov used a fax machine to send copies of the evidence to several individuals. The originals are in his house, under the floorboards in his parents' bedroom. Grigory watched as Rudy Romanov attempted to crawl away from him. Sooner or later they will come. Grigory's body shimmered, dissolved, so that mist swirled in the room, long snake-like ribbons of fog where the Carpathian had been. The vapor approached Romanov where he cowered close to the floor, streamed close to his head, his throat, then the mist poured from the room, leaving Romanov sobbing helplessly. Mikhail and Grigory glided through the corridor, swiftly, silently, hurrying into the night's freshness. After the depravity of Rudy's mind, they needed the connection with the earth again. Once outside, Grigory forced the drugs through his pores to rid himself of the poison. Mikhail watched him do it, marveling at his ease. Grigory was quiet on the journey to Romanov's cottage. Mikhail respected his need to breathe in the night scents, to feel the ground beneath his feet, hear the music of the wolves, the night creatures calling with their soothing rhythms. In the safety of the Romanov home, Grigory made his way unerringly to the papers crudely hidden beneath the floorboards. Mikhail took the old photographs and the bundle of papers without even glancing at them. "Tell me everything," in his mind. Grigory's silver eyes glittered dangerously. A man named Eugene Slavinsky, is a member of a secret society dedicated to wiping out vampires. Von Halen, Anton Fabrizio, and Dieter Hodkins are the so-called experts who investigate and mark victims for kills. Slavinsky recruits and confirms and records kills. Mikhail swore softly, eloquently. "Another vampire hunt will destroy our people." Grigory shrugged his massive shoulders. "I will hunt and destroy these men. You take Raven and go far from this place." "I feel your protest, Mikhail, but it is the only way and we both know it. I cannot trade my happiness for your soul." The silver eyes moved over Mikhail, then sought the night. "There are no other choices left to us. My only hope of salvation is a life mate. I no longer feel, Mikhail, I fulfill my needs. There are no longer desires of the body, only of the mind. I cannot remember what it is to feel the things you feel. There is no joy in my life. I simply exist and do my duty toward our people. I must have a life mate soon. I can only hold out a few more years, then I will seek eternal rest. You will not seek the sun, Grigory, not without coming to me first." Mikhail held up his hand when Grigory would have protested. "I have been where you are, alone, the monster in me struggling for dominance, the stain on my soul dark. Our people need you. You must remain strong and fight the monster crouching so close." Grigory's silver eyes glittered dangerously in the darkened room, pale and menacing. "Do not overestimate my affection or loyalty. I must have a mate. If I feel something, anything, lust, possession, anything, I will take what is mine and dare anyone to take her from me." Abruptly, Grigory's large frame shimmered, dissolving into water crystals, and streamed from the house out into the welcoming arms of the night. "Let us leave this house of madness and death. Perhaps it is the tainted blood I took into my body speaking." With a sigh, Mikhail followed Grigory into the night. The twin ribbons of vapor glinted in the moonlight, joined the tendrils of fog rippling several feet above the forest floor. Anxious to return to Raven, Mikhail streamed through the trees toward the clearing that separated the houses from the deep forest. As he flowed past the priest's cabin and into the meadow, his mind rippled with uneasiness. The warning jarred enough that he retreated back to Father Hummer's home and, in the shelter of the trees, took back his human form. His mind touched Raven's. Nothing threatened her. "What is it?" Grigory materialized beside Mikhail. They scanned the immediate area for danger. It was the soil that told of violence, trampling boots, droplets of blood. Mikhail raised stricken eyes to Grigory's pale ones, and they both turned simultaneously to look at the cabin of his old friend. "I will go first," Grigory said, with as much compassion as he was capable of interjecting into his voice. He stepped smoothly between Mikhail and the entrance to the priest's home. The neat little cabin, so comfortable and homey, had been destroyed, ransacked. The simple furniture was broken, the curtains askew, old pottery dishes smashed. The priest's precious books had been torn, his pictures slashed to ribbons. Father Hummer's herbs, so carefully kept in tins, lay in a heap on the floor of the kitchen. His thin mattress was in scraps, his blankets shredded. What were they looking for? Mikhail mused aloud, wandering around the room. He stooped to pick up a rook, curling his fingers around the familiar chess piece. There were bloodstains on the floor on the old carved rocking chair. "There is no body," Grigory pointed out unnecessarily. He reached down and picked up a very old leather-bound Bible. The book was well worn, the leather shiny where the priest's fingers had so often held it. But where there is stench, there is a trail. Grigory handed Mikhail the Bible, watching as their prince wordlessly slipped the book under his shirt, against his skin. Grigory's broad, muscular frame bent, crackled. Glossy fur rippled along his arms, claws burst from his fingernails, and fangs exploded into a lengthening muzzle. The huge black wolf was already springing for the window, changing on the run. Mikhail followed, leaping through the trees, circling back, nose to the ground. The scent led away from town toward the deep forest. The trail climbed higher and higher into the mountains. The direction took them away from Raven and Jock. Whoever had taken Father Hummer wanted to be alone with him to do his dirty work. Mikhail and Grigory raced at a ground-eating run, shoulder to shoulder, dark deadly purpose in their hearts. They ran noses to the wind, lowering their muzzles occasionally to the trail to assure themselves that they were following the priest's scent. Their powerful muscles rippled along their backs, their hearts and lungs working like well-oiled machines. Animals scurried out of their path, hunkered down in terror at their passing. A pungent, unfamiliar odor marked a tree on their present course. Mikhail broke stride. They had crossed the boundaries of Mikhail's wolf pack and entered another's territory. Wolves frequently attacked intruders. Mikhail sent out a call, allowing the wind to carry their message in an attempt to locate the dominant pair. With the smell of the priest's blood, it was fairly easy to follow the trail. But a strange uneasiness began to grow in Mikhail. Something was eluding him. They had covered miles at a dead run, yet the trail never changed. The scent was not fresher, not fading, simply the same. A slight noise above them was their only warning, a curious grinding like rock against rock. They were in a narrow ravine, with steep walls rising on either side. Both wolves immediately dissolved, became tiny droplets of fog. The shower of rocks and boulders from overhead pelted uselessly through the insubstantial mist. Simultaneously, Mikhail and Grigory launched themselves skyward, bodies forming as they landed with cat-like grace on the cliff above them. There was no priest and certainly no attacker. Mikhail glanced uneasily at Grigory. No human could have done this. The priest did not walk this distance, and no mortal carried him, Grigory said thoughtfully. His blood was used as a trap then, to draw us here. Both were scanning, using every natural weapon they possessed. This is the work of a vampire. He is clever enough not to leave his own scent for us, Mikhail observed. A pack of wolves boiled from the trees, red eyes fixed on Mikhail. Snarling and snapping, the animals sprang for the tall, elegant figures standing with casual grace so close to the edge of the cliff. Grigory was a whirling demon, flinging animals down the ravine, snapping bones as if they were matchsticks. He never made a sound, and his speed was supernatural, so fast he seemed to blur. Mikhail never moved from his spot, sadness filling his soul. Such a waste of life. A tragedy. Grigory was able to destroy life so easily, with no feeling, no regret. That told Mikhail, more than anything, just how desperate his people's plight really was. You take too many chances, Grigory growled in reprimand, materializing beside Mikhail. They were programmed to destroy you. You should have made certain you removed yourself from harm's way. Mikhail surveyed the destruction and death surrounding him. Not one body had gotten within 10 feet of him. I knew you would never allow such a thing. He will never rest now until he destroys you, Grigory. A faint, wolfish grin touched Grigory's mouth. That is the idea, Mikhail. This is my invitation to him. He has the right to challenge you openly if he so desires, but he is betraying you to mortals. Such treachery will never be tolerated. We need to find Father Hummer, Mikhail said softly. He is too old to survive such a brutal attack. The vampire will not keep him alive once the sun begins to rise. But why this elaborate plot? Grigory mused aloud. He must have known you would not be caught in the ravine or by the wolves. He delays me. A flicker of fear touched Mikhail's black eyes. Once more his mind sought Raven's. She was teasing Jock. Suddenly Mikhail inhaled sharply. Byron. It is well known in the village that he is Eleanor's brother. If Eleanor, her child, and Vlad were targets, it stands to reason that Byron is also. Even as his body bent, contorted, and feathers sprouted, shimmering iridescent in the faint light beginning to streak across the sky, he was already sending a sharp warning to the young Carpathian male. The powerful wings beat strongly as he raced the sun to go to the aid of his brother's best friend. Grigory surveyed the mountains, his pale eyes moving along the shadowed cliffs above the forest. He stepped off the edge of the cliff, his body shape-shifting as he plummeted toward earth. Wings beat strongly, lifting him into the sky, straight for the jutting rock surface rising above the treetops. The entrance to the cave was a mere slit in the rock wall. It was easy enough to unravel the safeguards. In order to squeeze through the narrow opening, Grigori dissolved into mist and streamed through the crack. The passage began to widen almost at once, twisting and turning through rock. Water trickled from the walls on either side. And then he was in a large chamber, the vampire's lair. He had the scent now. A glint of satisfaction appeared in Grigori's silver eyes. The vampire would find no resting place here. The undead would find that no one made a threat against the prince without merciless retaliation from Grigori. Raven paced restlessly across the floor of the cabin, sending Jacques a little self-mocking smile. "I'm very good at waiting." "I can see that," Jacques agreed dryly. "Come on," Jacques. Raven made the length of the room again, turned to face him. "Don't you find this even a little bit nerve-wracking?" He leaned lazily back in his chair, flashing a cocky grin. "Being caged up with a beautiful lunatic, you mean? Ha ha ha. Do all Carpathian males think they're stand-up comedians? Just those of us with sisters-in-law who bounce off walls. I feel like I am watching a ping-pong ball. Settle down." "Well, how long does something like this take?" Mikhail was very upset. Leaning back with studied casualness, Jacques tipped his chair to a precarious angle and raised an eyebrow. "Women have vivid imaginations." "Intellect, Jacques, not imagination," she corrected sweetly. He grinned at her. "Carpathian males understand the fragile nature of women's nerves. They just cannot take the adversity that we men can." Raven hooked her foot around his chair and sent him crashing to the floor. Hands on hips, she regarded him with a superior glint. "Carpathian men are vain, dear brother-in-law," she proclaimed, but not too bright. Jacques glared up at her with mock ferocity. "You have a mean streak in you." He suddenly came to his feet. His dark eyes were instantly sober, restless. "Put this on." Out of nothing he fashioned a heavy cardigan. "How do you do that?" It seemed like magic to her. "A Carpathian can make anything natural of the earth," he informed her in a slightly distracted tone. "Put it on, Raven. I am beginning to feel trapped in this cabin. We need to get out into the night where I can smell trouble coming." Raven pulled the warmth of the cardigan close around her and followed Jacques out onto the porch. "The night is almost over," she observed. Jacques inhaled sharply. "I smell blood. 2 humans, one is familiar to me." "Father Hummer," Raven said anxiously. "It's his blood." She started down the stairs, but Jacques, more cautious, caught her arm. "I do not like this, Raven." "He's hurt, Jacques. I feel his pain. He is not a young man." "Perhaps. But how is it he is up here?" "This cabin is very remote. Few know of its existence." "How does the priest come to us nearing our weakest hour?" "He could be dying." "Mikhail trusts him," Raven said staunchly, her heart already going out to the priest. "We have to help him." "You will stay behind me and do as I say," Jacques commanded, forcing her resisting body behind him. "I gave Mikhail my word that I would guard you with my life, and this I intend to do." "But..." Raven swallowed the rest of her protest, easily reading his resolve. "Scent the wind, Raven. You are Carpathian. Do not always believe the obvious. See with more than your eyes and your heart. I have called Mikhail. He is far from us, but will return with all speed. And the dawn approaches." Jacques had moved off the small porch to the grove of trees, turning slowly in a full circle. "There is another." Raven tried, inhaling the night air, scanning in every direction to find hidden danger. She felt uneasy, but she could only detect the slow approach of the priest and his human companion. "What am I missing, Jacques?" Then she felt it, too, a feeling of disturbance in the natural harmony of things, a power that was out of balance with the earth. She saw Jacques catch his breath sharply. His black eyes, so like Mikhail's, glittered with sudden menace. "Get out of here, Raven. Run. Get out fast. Do not look back. Find shelter from the sun and wait for Mikhail. I can help you." Terror was rising. Something terrible threatened them, something Jacques feared. Raven could not find it in herself to run away and leave her brother-in-law to face danger alone. "I can't go, Jacques. You do not understand. You are more important than I am, than the priest, than any of us. You are our only hope for the future. Leave this place. Do not make me fail my brother." Indecision warred with her conscience. Father Hummer limped into view, far more frail than she remembered him. His face was battered and swollen, almost beyond recognition. For the first time, he looked every one of his 83 years. "Go, Raven," Jacques hissed, again making a slow circle, never once looking at the advancing priest. His eyes were restless, moving constantly, searching, always searching. "You must leave now." Another man came into view. He looked remarkably like Eugene Slavinsky, but his hair was blonder, and he was obviously younger. He moved up behind the priest and, with the flat of his palm on Edgar Hummer's back, shoved viciously. The priest stumbled forward, fell on one knee, tried to rise, and fell full length, his face in the dirt and vegetation. The blonde viciously kicked him. "Get up, damn you, old man. Get up, or I'll kill you where you lie." "Stop it," Raven cried, tears glistening in her eyes. "Father Hummer." Impetuously, she rushed down the stairs. Jacques sprang forward and cut her off, intercepting her so fast that he was merely a blur. He shoved her roughly back toward the porch. "It is a trap, Raven. Get out of here." "But Father Hummer," she cried to Jacques in protest. "Come here, lady," growled Slavinsky's lookalike. He bent, grabbed the priest by the collar, and dragged him to his knees. A wicked-looking knife gleamed at the priest's throat. "I'll kill him right now if you don't do what I say." Jacques turned then, red lights beginning to glow in the depths of his dark eyes. He growled a low rumble of warning that sent shivers along Raven's spine and drained the color from the priest's assailant. Around them the wind picked up, hurtling leaves and twigs against Jacques' legs. A creature seemed to materialize from nowhere, hit him hard in the chest, picked him up and drove his body into a tree trunk. Raven screamed. "Mikhail, where are you?" "I am coming. Get away from there." Jacques and his undead attacker crashed from tree to tree. Claws slashed, fangs ripped and tore. Branches cracked under the weight of their bodies. The two locked in mortal combat were shapeshifting continually. The vampire, strong and high from a fresh kill, flung himself at Jacques, beating him down, inflicting draining cuts all over his body. "Run, Raven. It is you he wants," Jacques warned. "Go while you can." She could hear Jacques breathing heavily, see his growing weakness. Raven had never actually attacked another human being in her life, but it was clear Jacques was in trouble. "Hurry, Mikhail." There was desperation in her message. Dawn was streaking across the sky when she leapt on the vampire's back, trying to drag him from Jacques. "No, get back." Jacques' cry was sharp, imperious, and laced with terror. "No, Raven." Mikhail echoed the command from a distance. "No, woman, do not." Grigori's voice whispered fiercely in her head. Not understanding, but certain she was in deadly peril, Raven tried to jump off. The vampire clamped one hand around her wrist in a vice-like grip and turned his head, triumph in his glowing eyes. Sharp teeth bit into her wrist, and he was gulping dark, rich blood. It burned and hurt like a red-hot brand. Her flesh was ragged and gaping, his fangs tearing at her. Mikhail and Grigori mentally struck together at the vampire's throat. Although such an attack was not very successful against one of Carpathian blood, and they were still some distance away, their combined assault closed off the undead's air momentarily. Jacques struck the vampire with renewed ferocity, driving him backward, dislodging Raven so that she fell free. Blood sprayed in a shower of crimson droplets across the forest floor, and for one moment both fighters froze, distracted by the red shower, turning almost in unison toward her. "Close that wound." The vampire snarled, his voice gruff. "Raven, you will bleed to death." Jacques struggled for calm, wanting her to understand the seriousness of the situation. The vampire struck, claws ripping at Jacques' stomach so that he was forced to bring his hands down to protect himself. The vampire's head contorted, lengthened to a long muzzle, and lunged like a wolf at Jacques' exposed throat, ripping and tearing. Raven screamed and threw her body at the vampire, beating wildly at his head and shoulders. Contemptuously, he dropped Jacques' body so it lay broken like a rag doll in the rotting vegetation. He dragged Raven's wrist to his mouth, his eyes smiling into hers, and deliberately ran his tongue across the wound to close it. Her body and mind rebelled at the hideous contact, her stomach heaving and protesting the unclean touch. "Remember, mortal, she is mine," he commanded Slavinsky. "I will come for her this night. Get her out of the sun." The vampire released her and launched himself skyward. Raven spit into her hands and stumbled forward toward Jacques' motionless body. "That vampire killed him," she screamed hysterically. As her hands touched the forest floor, she scooped up handfuls of dirt. "Oh, God, he's dead. You let that thing kill him." Using her slender body as a shield so no one could see what she was doing, Raven packed the wounds in Jacques' throat with the soil and her healing saliva. "Drink, Jacques, now, so that you can last until Mikhail and Grigory arrive." Her wrist over his mouth, Raven continued to sob dramatically, thankful for once that men often thought women hysterical in a crisis. "Mikhail. Jacques is mortally wounded. He is in the sun." She sensed the approach of the human male and twisted her wrist gently in warning. Jacques was so weak, feeding blindly, he nearly missed the signal. His loss of blood was enormous. With great dignity, Raven covered his head and her handiwork with her cardigan and bent, as if kissing him goodbye. "Don't let me down, Jacques. You must live. For me, for Mikhail, for all of us. Don't let them win." Even as she sent the words to him, she could detect no pulse, no hint of his heart beating. Slavinsky gripped her shoulder and yanked her to her feet. She was deathly pale, dizzy, very weak. "Enough crying. You give me any trouble and I'll kill the priest. If you harm me, the vampire will kill the priest." He shoved her down the trail. Raven lifted her chin, regarded him coolly with red-rimmed eyes. "Then I guess, for your sake, it's imperative you keep Father Hummer in excellent health, isn't it?" Raven knew from touching the man that he didn't believe for one moment that the priest was an advocate of the devil or one of Mikhail's servants. He had seen the vampire's power and craved it, believed he would soon be rewarded. James Slavinsky could easily see the contempt and the knowledge in her large blue eyes. He didn't like the picture reflected there and gave her a shove toward the trail. It took every ounce of her control and determination to make her way over the uneven ground. She had never known such weakness. She couldn't even help Father Hummer. It took total concentration to put one foot in front of the other. Once she sat down hard, shocked to realize she hadn't tripped over anything. Her legs had simply given out. Not looking at her captor, Raven pushed herself up again. She didn't want him touching her. She was cold, inside and out, afraid she might never be warm again. "Feed on the priest," the vampire ordered, rage smoldering in his tone. Raven blinked, finding herself looking around even though the voice was in her head. The vampire had established a blood bond with her, could monitor her at will. "Go to hell." She contented herself with the childish retort. His laughter taunted her. "You gave your blood to Jacques. I should have guessed. He will not live. I made certain his was a mortal wound." Raven summoned up contempt, flooding her mind with it. It was becoming difficult to think clearly, and she had fallen too many times to count. Her captor thrust her into the back seat of a vehicle beside the priest and began to drive at breakneck speed down the mountains. Raven rolled over, grateful that the windows had been blackened and the interior was dark. Lethargy was taking over. Her body felt like lead. "Feed." The vampire was sharply imperious. Raven was thankful that she could defy him. She couldn't sleep, didn't dare until she knew Jacques was safe. Mikhail and Grigory were racing the sun, powerful wings beating strongly as they flew toward the old cabin. They would burrow deep into the soil the moment they were able, taking Jacques with them. "Raven." The call was closer, filling her mind with love. "You are so weak. Save Jacques. Come to me tonight, Mikhail. The vampire knows my thoughts. He thinks he is safe, that I can be used to trap you. Don't let him be right." She tried desperately to send the words clearly to him, but her brain was sluggish. "Raven?" Edgar Hummer touched her forehead, finding her ice cold. Her skin was so pale, she seemed nearly translucent, her blue eyes sunken, like two bruised flowers pressed into her face. "Can you talk? Is Mikhail alive?" She nodded, surveying his swollen face with dismay. What have they done to you? Why would they beat you this way? They say they're certain I know where Mikhail keeps all of his spare coffins. According to Andrei. Who is Andrei? The treacherous vampire in league with these killers. He is a true undead, feeding on children, destroying all that is holy. His soul is lost for all eternity. As far as I can tell, Andrei appears to be deliberately perpetuating the vampire myths. He claims that Mikhail is the head vampire, and if they succeed in killing him, those under his influence will be returned to mortal existence. He must have established a blood bond without their knowledge, and he uses it to give them orders. Raven closed her eyes weakly. Her heart was struggling to pump without necessary blood. Her lungs cried out for oxygen. How many of them are there? 3 that I've seen. This one is James Slavinsky. His brother Eugene is their supposed leader, and their muscle man is Anton Fabrizio. 2 of them stayed at the inn with the American couple. We thought they had left the country. This Andrei must be a lot more powerful than anyone suspects. Her voice was fading, her speech slurring. Father Hummer watched as she tried to lift her arm to push her hair away from her face. Her arm seemed too heavy, her face seemed too great a distance away. He did it for her with gentle fingers. Raven. There was anguish in Mikhail's voice. It was too difficult to answer him. It required far too much strength. The priest shifted so that her head could fall against his arm. Raven was shivering with cold. I need a blanket back here for her. Shut up, old man, Slavinsky snapped. His eyes continually searched the sky through his windshield. The sun was up, but heavy clouds dimmed the sky, hiding the light. If she dies, Andrei will make you wish you had died too, Edgar Hummer persisted. I need sleep, Raven said softly without opening her eyes. She didn't even wince when Slavinsky's jacket landed on her unprotected face. Mikhail had to get out of the sun. Without dark glasses or any substantial protection from the rays, his skin and eyes were burning. He landed on the low branch of a tree and changed to human form as he jumped the remaining 7 feet to earth. Jacques' body lay in the sun, a cardigan covering his neck and face. Without looking to see the extent of his brother's injuries, Mikhail lifted him and glided above ground toward the network of caves a mile away. A huge black wolf burst from the clearing to join him, loping easily beside him, pale silver eyes gleaming with menace. Together they raced through the narrow passages until they found a large, steaming chamber. The black wolf contorted, for rippling along muscular arms as Grigori shapeshifted to his true form. Mikhail laid Jacques' body gently on the rich soil and lifted away the covering. He swore softly, unshed tears burning in his throat and eyes. Can you save him? Grigori's hands moved over the body, the vicious wounds. He stopped his heart and lungs so that he could conserve his blood. Raven is weak because she fed him. She mixed her saliva and the soil and packed it in tight. It is already beginning to heal the wounds. I will need your herbs, Mikhail. Save him, Grigori. Mikhail's body rippled with thick, glossy fur, bent, stretched, took shape as he ran along the maze of passages upward out of the bowels of the earth. He dared not think of Raven and how weak she was. The heaviness was invading his body already, demanding he go to ground, that he sleep. Summoning his immense strength and a will honed to iron over hundreds of years, Mikhail burst into the open at a flat run. The wolf's body was built for speed and he used it, running flat out, eyes narrowed to tiny slits. Paws hit the ground, back feet dug into soil to leap rotting logs. He never slowed, racing through ravines and over rocks. The overcast sky helped to ease the effects of the sun, but his eyes were streaming as he approached the cabin. The wind shifted, bringing the foul stench of sweat and fear. Man. The beast snarled silently, all the pent-up rage in him exploding into white-hot fury. The wolf skidded to a halt, body low to the ground, once more the predator. The wolf kept downwind, gliding through thick brush to creep up on the 2 men waiting in ambush. A trap for him. Of course the betrayer would know Mikhail would rush to aid his brother. The vampire was cunning and willing to take chances. The betrayer had lain in wait, feeding Hans Romanoff's fanaticism. It was probably the undead who had commanded Hans to murder his wife. The wolf slunk low on its belly, crawled forward until it was within feet of the larger of the two men. "We're too late," Anton Fabrizio whispered, half rising to stare down the trail in front of the cabin. "Something sure happened here." "Damn truck, it would have to overheat," Dieter Hodkins complained. "There's blood everywhere and smashed branches." "There was a fight, all right." "Do you think Andrei killed Dobrinsky?" Anton asked. "That's our job. But the sun's up. If Dobrinsky's alive, he's somewhere sleeping in his coffin. We can check the cabin, but I don't think we're going to find anything," Dieter said with irritation. "Andrei isn't going to be happy with us," Anton worried aloud. "He wants Dobrinsky dead in a big way." "Well, he should have provided us with a decent truck." "I told him mine was breaking down," Dieter snapped impatiently. He believed in vampires and that it was his holy duty to exterminate them. Dieter stood up cautiously, surveying the landscape carefully. "Come on, Fabrizio. Maybe we'll get lucky and Dobrinsky will be in the cabin already laid out in his coffin." Anton laughed nervously. "I'll drive in the stake. You cut off the head. This vampire-killing stuff is messy. Cover me while I scout it out," Dieter ordered. He took a step through the thick foliage, his rifle cradled in his arms. The bushes directly in front of him parted, and he was face to face with a huge, heavily muscled wolf. His heart nearly stopped, and he froze, unable for a moment to move. Black eyes glittered malevolently, streaming and red-rimmed. Sharp white fangs glistened with saliva. The wolf held him with those black eyes for a full 30 seconds, striking terror in Dieter's heart. Without warning, it lunged, jaws wide, head low, caught one booted ankle and crushed down with incredible power, breaking through leather and bones with a loud, sickening snap. Dieter screamed and fell. The wolf instantly released him and sprang back, regarding him with impersonal eyes. From his position in the bushes, Fabrizio had seen Dieter Hodkins go down screaming, but he couldn't see why. The terror in Hodkins' tone sent fear spiraling through him. It took a minute for Anton to find his voice. "What is it?" "I can't see." He didn't try to see either, sliding further down in the bushes, holding his gun up and ready, finger on the trigger ready to spray anything that moved. He wanted to yell at Dieter to shut up, but he remained quiet, his heart pounding in alarm. Dieter tried to bring his rifle into firing position. Between the pain and the terror those black, venomous eyes were inducing, he couldn't quite get the barrel around fast enough. Those eyes were far too intelligent, held rage and fury. That death stare was very personal. And it was the eyes of death that mesmerized him. He couldn't look away, not even when the wolf lunged for his exposed throat. At the last he didn't feel a thing, suddenly welcoming the end. The deadly eyes staring into his changed at the last moment, suddenly saddened as the wolf made the kill. The wolf shook its shaggy head and eased into the bushes behind Anton Fabrizio. He could hear the heart thudding with terror, bursting with life. He could hear the blood rushing hotly through the body, smelled fear and sweat. Joy washed over the wolf, the need for blood, for the kill. Mikhail pushed it down, thought of Raven, her compassion and courage, and the need to kill vanished. The sun broke through a small hole in the heavy cloud cover, and 1,000 needles pierced his eyes. "I need those herbs, Mikhail. The sun is climbing and time is running out for Jacques. Finish it now." The wolf waited for the clouds to move back in place, and then it walked boldly into the open, deliberately keeping his back to Fabrizio. Anton's eyes narrowed, and an evil smile twisted his mouth. His hand raised the gun, his finger finding the trigger. Before he could pull the trigger, the wolf whirled in midair and smashed into Anton's chest, driving through bone, ripping straight for the heart. The wolf leaped over the body, his manner contemptuous as he loped to the cabin. His eyes were tearing continually, streaming water no matter how narrow the slits. The heaviness spreading through his body was far more difficult to ignore. Aware of time passing, the wolf sprinted up the stairs to the door. One claw contorted, lengthened to fingers so that he was able to grasp the doorknob and push the heavy door open. The need for sleep was almost overpowering, and Jacques was waiting for the herbs. Distorted, clawed hands hung the bag of precious herbs around the thick, muscular neck, and then the wolf was in a dead run, racing the climbing sun as it burned away the thick cloud covering. Thunder cracked unexpectedly. Thick black clouds, heavy with rain, blew across the sky, providing Mikhail with dense cover from the sun. The storm rolled in over the forest fast, with wild winds kicking up leaves and swaying branches. A bolt of lightning sizzled across the sky in a fiery whip of dancing light. The sky darkened to an ominous cauldron of boiling clouds. Mikhail bounded into the caves and raced along the narrow maze of passages toward the main chamber, shape-shifting as he ran. Grigory's cool silver gaze slid over him as Mikhail relinquished the herbs. "It is a wonder you have been able to tie your shoes without me all of these centuries." Mikhail sank down beside his brother, one hand over his burning eyes. "It is more of a wonder you have stayed alive with your ostentatious displays." Ancient language, as old as time, flooded the chamber. Grigory's voice was beautiful yet commanding. No one had a voice like Grigory's. Beautiful, hypnotic, mesmerizing. The ritual chant provided an anchor in the uncertain sea in which Jacques was floating. Rich soil mixed with Grigory's saliva was a collar around the wounded Carpathian's neck. Grigory's blood, old and powerful beyond measure, flowed in Jacques' starved veins. Grigory crushed and mixed herbs, adding them to the mixture around Jacques' neck. "I repaired the damage from the inside out. He is weak, Mikhail, but his will is strong. If we put him deep within the earth and give him time, he will heal." Grigory pushed a poultice into Mikhail's hand. "Put that on your eyes. It will help until we get you in the ground." Grigory was right. The poultice was soothing, a cool ice melting the fire. But somewhere deep inside, another nightmare was starting. A yawning, black, empty hole that began to stretch, to crawl through him, whispering dark, insane thoughts. No matter how many times his mind reached for ravens, he found emptiness. Intellect told him she was in a deep sleep, but his Carpathian blood cried out for her touch. "You need to go to ground now," Grigory pointed out. "I will fix the safeguards and ensure we are not disturbed." With a big sign saying, "Grigory lies here, do not disturb," Mikhail asked softly, his voice a low warning. Grigory lowered Jacques' body deep within the healing earth, in no way disturbed by Mikhail's sarcasm. "You may as well have written your name in the sky with that display, Grigory. I want the vampire to be very clear about who I am, whom he has chosen for his enemy." Grigory's shoulders shrugged in a lazy ripple of power. Need crawled along Mikhail's skin like 1,000 biting ants, stinging his organs and gnawing at his sinews. He raised red, swollen eyes to Grigory's harsh, yet curiously sensual features. There was such power in Grigory. It blazed in the silver of his eyes. "You think with Raven that I am complete and no longer have need of you. You deliberately draw the danger to yourself, away from me and mine, because in your heart you believe you can no longer hold out. You welcome the danger of the hunt. You are seeking a way to end this life. Now, more than ever, our people need you, Grigory. We have hope. There is a future for us if we can survive the coming years." Grigory sighed heavily, looked away from the steel in Mikhail's eyes, the censure blazing there. "There is purpose in saving your life, but for me, not much else." Mikhail pushed a hand through his thick mane of hair. "Our people cannot do without you, Grigory, and quite simply, neither can I." "You are so certain that I will not turn?" Grigory's smile was humorless, self-mocking. "Your faith in me exceeds my own. This vampire is ruthless, drunk on his own power. He craves the killing, the destruction. I walk the line of that madness every day. His power is nothing, a feather in the wind compared to mine. I have no heart and my soul is dark. I do not want to wait until I cannot make my own choice. The one thing I do not want is to force you to seek me out to destroy me. My life has been my belief in you, in protecting you. I will not wait until I must be hunted." Mikhail waved a tired hand to open the earth above his brother. "You are our greatest healer, the greatest asset to our people. That is why they whisper my name in fear and dread." Beneath their feet the ground suddenly shook, heaved and bucked, rolled perilously. The center of the earthquake was obviously a great distance away, but there was no mistaking the howl of rage produced by a powerful vampire at the destruction of his lair. The undead had entered his lair confidently, until he found the body of the first wolf. Each turn or passage entrance was marked with one of his minions, until his entire pack lay dead at his feet. Fear had turned to terror. Not Mikhail, whose sense of justice and fair play would be his downfall, but the Dark One. Grigory. It had not occurred to the vampire that the Dark One might take a hand in this game. Andrei hurtled himself from the safety of his favorite lair just as the mountain heaved and the chamber walls collapsed. Cracks widened in the narrow passageway, and the rock faces inched closer and closer together. The clap of granite grinding against granite nearly burst his eardrums. A true vampire making numerous kills was far more susceptible to the sun and to the terrible lethargy that claimed Carpathian bodies in the day. Andrei had little time to find a safe hole. As he burst from the collapsing mountain, the sun hit his body so that he screamed with the agony of it. Dust and rock spewed from his home, and the echo of Grigory's taunting laughter drifted down with the debris from the earthquake. No, Grigory. There was amusement in Mikhail's soft voice. He floated into the soothing arms of the earth. That is a good example of why they whisper your name in fear and dread. No one understands your dark humor the way I do. Mikhail. Mikhail stayed the hand, closing the blanket of soil over him. I would not endanger you or Jacques with my challenge. The vampire cannot get by my safeguards. I have never feared Andrei. And I know your spells are strong. I think our friend has his own problems finding somewhere to rest out of the sun. He will not be disturbing us this day. Father Hummer walked the circuit of the rock walls surrounding them. There were no windows, and their prison seemed heavily constructed, the walls so thick, he was certain they were soundproof. No light penetrated the walls, and the complete darkness was oppressive. The priest had piled every blanket available over Raven's ice-cold body, but he was certain she had died from loss of blood. He could not detect a pulse or breath since they had been shoved into the room. After first baptizing Raven and administering the last rites to her, Father Hummer had begun to carefully feel his way around the room in hopes of finding a way to escape. The vampire, Andrei, was using Raven to draw Mikhail to this place. Edgar, knowing Mikhail as well as he did, knew the plan could not fail. Mikhail would come, and God have mercy on Slavinsky's soul. A small sound, a shuddering wheeze of lungs laboring, drew his attention. Father Hummer felt his way back to Raven. Her body was shivering uncontrollably beneath the pile of blankets. She was as cold as ever. The priest put his arms around her, seeking comfort for both of them. What can I do to help you? Raven opened her eyes. She could see clearly in the darkness, examining the tightly constructed cell, and then Father Hummer's worried face. I need blood. I'll be happy to donate, my child, he responded instantly. She sensed his weakness. In any case, Raven could never take blood in the Carpathian manner. Her mind reached for Mikhail's, an automatic reaction. Pain exploded in her head. She moaned softly, clutching her temples. Do not try, little one. Mikhail sounded strong, reassuring. Conserve your strength. I will be there soon. Is Jacques alive? Sending the message put shards of glass in her skull. Thanks to you. Rest. It was an order, a clear, imperious demand. A smile tugged at the corner of Raven's soft mouth. Talk to me, father. Distract me. She was very weak, but did not want to draw the priest's attention to it. I'll keep my voice low just to be safe, Edgar said, close to her ear. Mikhail will come, you know. He would never leave us here. He rubbed his hands up and down her arms to try to bring heat to her laboring body. Raven nodded her head, a difficult task when it felt like lead. I know what he is like. He would give up his life for us in a heartbeat. You are his life mate. Without you, he would become the vampire of legends, a monster without equal in the human race. Raven fought for each separate breath. Don't believe that, father. We have our own evil monsters. I have seen them, followed them. They are every bit as bad. She clutched the blanket closer to her. Had you ever met Mikhail's friend, Grigory? He's the one they call the Dark One. I've seen him, of course, but only once. Mikhail has voiced his fears for him often. Raven's breath wheezed in and out, a harsh sound in the quiet of the cell. He's a great healer, father. She took another shuddering breath. And he is loyal to Mikhail. Do you believe there is hope for their race? The priest made the sign of the cross on her forehead, on the insides of each of her wrists. You are their hope, Raven. Don't you know that? Mikhail touched her mind with his. He was closer, the bond between them powerful. He flooded her with love, enfolded her in strong, protective arms. Holden, my love. His voice was a black velvet seduction of tenderness in her mind. Do not come to this evil place, Mikhail. Wait for Grigory. She pleaded. I cannot, little one. Lights flickered in the cell, on, off, back on again, as if a generator was being powered up. Raven's hand found Father Hummer's. I tried to stop him, to warn him, but he will come. Of course he will. Edgar's eyes were blinking in the sudden light. Father Hummer was worried about Raven. Her breath sounded strangled, labored. The heavy door clanged and creaked as it swung open. James Slavinsky peered at them. His eyes fastened on Raven's face as if drawn irresistibly. Her blue eyes met his across the room. What's wrong with you? He demanded. A faint, taunting smile curved her soft mouth. I'm dying. I think that's plain enough even for you to see. Her voice was low, a mere thread of sound, but so musical that it was impossible not to be entranced by it. Slavinsky advanced farther into the room. Raven could feel Mikhail in her, building his strength, his power, crouching, waiting to strike. She also felt a sudden uneasiness. Wait. The vampire comes. She dragged a shuddering breath into her laboring lungs, the sound loud and distressed in the room. Slavinsky was shoved carelessly across the room with one powerful swat from Andrei's hand. He stood framed in the doorway, flushed from a fresh kill. His eyes were flat and held a kind of contempt, a merciless promise of savagery. Good morning, my dear. I am Andrei, come to take you to your new home. He glided across the room, clearly enjoying his power over them all. As he approached her, his eyes darkened with rage. You were told to feed on the priest. You were told to go to hell. She said it in her soft, musical voice, deliberately baiting him. You will learn it is better to obey me, he snapped. Angry at her defiance, he caught the priest by the front of his shirt and hurled him against the stone wall. It was done coldly, callously, without thought of the consequences. If you are not going to use him for food, we have no need of him, do we? The vampire's smile was wholly evil. Father Hummer's body had fallen to the floor heavily, his skull cracking audibly on impact. There was a gasping sound as his lungs fought for air, then a soft sigh as they gave up the fight. Raven bit back a scream, struggled for air, her grief so overwhelming that for a moment her mind couldn't function. Mikhail, I'm sorry. I angered him. This is my fault. She felt the warmth of his love surround her, the brush of his fingers so tender on her face. Never that, my love. She felt his sorrow mingle with hers. Raven lifted her blue-violet eyes to the face of the vampire. Now, how do you expect to control me? The vampire bent down, his smile evil, his breath foul. You will learn. Now you will feed. He snapped his fingers, and Slavinsky nearly tripped over his own feet to run out of the cell and return with a glass of dark, murky liquid. His hand trembled as he passed it to the vampire, careful to avoid the razor-sharp long nails. For you, my dear, breakfast. The vampire held the glass close enough for her to smell the contents. Fresh blood tainted with something else, some herb she didn't recognize. Drugs, Andrei? Isn't that stooping a little low even for one such as you? She had to fight every moment just to breathe, to keep from breaking down and sobbing out her grief for the priest. If only she hadn't angered the vampire. Andrei's face darkened when she uttered his name with such contempt, but he simply stared into her eyes, flooding her with compulsion, the need to obey him. Loathing him as she did, fearful for Mikhail and grief-stricken over the priest and Jacques, Raven summoned every ounce of strength she possessed and fought a mental battle with him. Her head nearly exploded with pain, and only when little beads of blood appeared on her forehead did he relent. The vampire pushed down his fury at her rebellion. She was close to death, and if she died all his scheming would be for nothing. You will die if you do not feed. I know Mikhail knows this. Do you hear me, Prince? She dies. Force her to accept what I offer. You must do this, little one. Mikhail's voice was gently coaxing. You will be dead before I can reach you, and above all else, you must survive. The blood is drugged. Drugs do not affect Carpathians. Raven sighed, looked once more at the vampire. What else is in it? Only herbs, my dear, herbs that will confuse you a bit, but will ensure that my friends have plenty of time to study Mikhail. They can keep him alive, a prisoner here. Is that not what you want? That he remain alive? The alternative is to kill him immediately. He pushed the glass at her. Her stomach knotted in rebellion. It would just be so much easier to close her eyes and stop struggling for every breath. She could barely stand the pain in her head. She was responsible for Jacques' grave wound, for Father Hummer's death. Worst of all, her beloved Mikhail was racing straight into the arms of the enemy because of her. If she just stopped. No. Mikhail's voice was sharp and imperious. Do not. Grigory added his strength to Mikhail's protest. The vampire wrapped his hand around her throat in his fury that she might choose death and defeat him. His touch made her skin crawl, her stomach roiled in protest. Suddenly the vampire screamed and leaped back away from her, his face contorted in fury and pain. Raven could see his charred and blackened palm, still smoking as he held it to his chest. Mikhail had sent his own warning and challenge. You think he will win, the vampire snarled at her, but he will not. Now drink. His hands closed around her wrist, steadying her hand. Raven's mind splintered and screamed at the close proximity of such evil. The crumpled body of Edgar Hummer lay in plain sight, no more than a heap of refuse to the vampire. Touching Andrei, she could read his mind easily. He was the most depraved being she had ever encountered. The drug would confuse her enough that he could make her believe she belonged to him. Mikhail would be kept alive, living in pain and torment, too weak to attack his captors. Slavinsky enjoyed inflicting pain. His brother was eager to dissect a vampire experiment on one. The vampire was certain the Slavinsky brothers would die at the hands of the avenging Carpathians. She read it all, the betrayal and the hideousness of the undead's plans. Mikhail, do not come to this place. She resisted the compulsion to drink the tainted blood, struggling feebly in the vampire's foul hold. I will not allow you to fall into their hands. I will choose death. Drink. The vampire was becoming alarmed. Her heart was stuttering with effort. There was a smear of crimson across her forehead, indicating agony. Never, she said between clenched teeth. She dies, Mikhail. Is this what you want for her? She dies in my arms with me, and I have one anyway. Andrei shook her in his fury. He will commit suicide the moment you relinquish life. Are you so stupid that you do not realize that? He will die. Her blue-violet eyes searched the gaunt face. He will destroy you first. She said it with complete conviction. My love. Mikhail's voice was black velvet, soothing in her pain-filled mind. You must allow me to decide this matter. You give me no choice but to force your compliance. This should be our decision together, but you cannot see beyond the threat to me. He cannot defeat me. Believe that, hold on to that. He cannot separate us. We live in each other. He does not understand our bond. Together we are too strong for him. I will allow him to capture me. I allow it, that is all. The vampire knew the moment Mikhail's will dominate it. Raven allowed the glass to be brought to her lips. Even under compulsion, her body tried to reject the nourishment. The vampire could feel her stomach heave and fight. Her bond with Mikhail allowed her lifemate to calm her enough to accept what the vampire offered. Her heart and lungs responded almost immediately to the liquid. Her breathing became less labored, her body grew warm. The moment Mikhail relinquished her will, Raven attempted to squirm away from the vampire. He tightened his arms around her, deliberately rubbing his face against hers. His laughter was cruel, gloating even. You thought him strong, did you not? But, you see, he jumps to do my bidding. Why are you doing this? Why do you betray him? He betrays all of our people. Mikhail strode through the door, tall and strong, looking invincible. Slavinsky flattened himself against the wall, trying to appear inconspicuous. Andrei pressed a razor-sharp claw into Raven's jugular. Be very, very careful, Mikhail. You could kill me, there is no question, but she will die first. Andrei dragged her even closer, locking her in front of him as he lifted her body completely off the ground. Blankets scattered as Raven was dangled helplessly, her eyes fastened on Mikhail. Mikhail's smile was tender, loving, as he focused on her face. "I love you, little one. Be brave." "What do you wish, Andre?" His voice was gentle and low. "I want your blood. I will give it to Raven to replenish her." Raven's heart slammed against her ribs. Deliberately, she leaned into Andre's claw. A dot of blood trickled down her neck. The vampire tightened his arm around her ribs, nearly cracking them. "Do not do such a stupid thing again," he reprimanded her, then turned his attention back to Mikhail. "You cannot come close enough to her to give blood. Drain it into a container." Mikhail shook his head slowly. "He wants my blood for himself, love, to become more powerful, to aid the drug in confusing your mind." Already, he could feel the effects of the drugs in her. She was struggling to stay with him. "I cannot allow him my blood." The words echoed sadly. Raven reached for Grigory. "You must come. The drug he has given you is an ancient one." Grigory explained, the words brushing softly in her mind. "Made from the pressed petals of a flower found only in the northern regions of our lands. It will disorient you, but that is all. The vampire will attempt to plant his own memories of you with him, and then will use pain to control your thoughts. He has established a blood bond, so he can monitor you. When you think of Mikhail, he can cause you pain. It is not the drug, it is the vampire. Censor your thoughts as much as possible to conserve your strength. When you reach for Mikhail as your mind and body must, Andre must not know. You focus better than any Carpathian I have known. He knows nothing of our bond. I can find you anywhere. The moment I am finished attending Jacques, I will go to Mikhail. You have my word Mikhail will survive. We will find you. Stay alive for the sake of all our people." The vampire and Mikhail stared across the room at one another. Power emanated from Mikhail's every pore. He looked coolly amused by the vampire's dilemma. A ripple of malevolence distorted the tense vibrations in the room, striking at Raven's temple. "Mikhail!" She screamed the warning in her mind as Slavinsky shot him 3 times. In the small cell, the noise was a loud clap of thunder reverberating off the rock walls. The bullets drove Mikhail backward, and he fell beside Father Hummer, his precious blood staining his white silk shirt a vivid crimson. "No!" Raven fought the vampire in earnest, fear lending her strength that the loss of her blood had taken. For a moment she wrenched herself nearly free, but was jerked back, the vampire's hands around her throat, squeezing hard. Raven fought down panic. She didn't dare pass out. "Grigory, Mikhail's down. They shot him. I feel it. All Carpathians feel it. Do not worry. He will not die." Grigory was clearly moving closer. They were very careful to inflict flesh wounds that bleed heavily, not mortal wounds such as they gave Jacques. "He is conveying to me the extent of his injuries." The vampire dragged Raven with him to the door. "The others will come, but it will be too late. Do not think he will get out of this," he hissed in her ear. "Slavinsky and the others will die for this deed, and with them all records of what occurred in this place. You will be mine, far away where they cannot find you." Raven kept her eyes and mind focused on Mikhail, broadcasting to Grigory everything she saw, Slavinsky manacling Mikhail's wrists and ankles, chaining him to a wall, laughing, taunting, kicking at him. Mikhail remained silent, his dark eyes very black, glinting like ice. The vampire lifted her slender body, ran with blurring speed from the place of death and destruction, launched himself skyward, his talons gripping Raven as he sped into the night. Grigory merged his mind with Mikhail's easily. Over the centuries of battles, wars, and vampire hunters, they had exchanged blood many times to preserve one another's life. Mikhail was in pain, his blood loss great. The shooting had been a deliberate attempt to weaken his immense power. Slavinsky was busy taunting Mikhail with graphic details of torture. Mikhail's black eyes smoldered an eerie red, a burning flame he turned on Slavinsky as the man approached him. The power in those chilling eyes stopped Slavinsky for a moment. "You'll learn to hate me, vampire," James Slavinsky snarled. "And you'll learn to fear me. You'll learn who really holds the power." A slight, mocking smile touched Mikhail's mouth. "I do not hate you, mortal. And I could never fear you. You are but a pawn in a game of power. And you have been sacrificed." The voice was very low, a musical thread of sound that Slavinsky found himself wanting to hear again. The man knelt beside his victim, smiling his pleasure at the other's pain. "Andrei will give us the rest of you bloodsuckers." And why would he do that? Mikhail closed his eyes, his face lined and strained, but the hint of a smile remained. "You turned him, forced him into such an unholy life, the same way you turned the woman. He is going to try to save her." Slavinsky leaned closer, drew his knife. "I think I should dig that slug out of you. We wouldn't want you getting an infection now, would we?" His giggle was high-pitched with anticipation. Mikhail didn't flinch away from the blade. His black eyes snapped open, blazing with power. Slavinsky fell backwards, scrambling away on all fours to crouch against the far wall. Fumbling in his coat, he jerked out the gun and held it pointed at Mikhail. The ground rolled almost gently, seemed to swell so that the concrete floor bulged, then cracked. Slavinsky grabbed for the wall behind him to steady himself and lost the gun in the process. Above his head a rock fell from the wall, bounced dangerously close, and rolled to a halt beside him. A second rock and a third fell, so that Slavinsky had to cover his head as the rocks rained down in a roaring shower. Slavinsky's cry of fear was high and thin. He made himself even smaller, peering through his fingers at the Carpathian. Mikhail had not moved to protect himself. He lay exactly as Slavinsky had positioned him, those dark eyes staring at him. Swearing, Slavinsky tried to lunge for the gun. The floor bucked and heaved under him, sending the gun skittering out of reach. A second wall swayed precariously and rocks cascaded down, striking the man about the head and shoulders, driving him to the floor. He watched a curious, frightening pattern form. Not one rock touched the priest's body. Not one came close to Mikhail. The Carpathian simply watched him with those damn eyes and that faint mocking smile as the rocks buried Slavinsky's legs, then fell on his back. There was an ominous crack, and Slavinsky screamed under the heavy load on his spine. "Damn you to hell," Slavinsky snarled. "My brother will track you down." Mikhail said nothing, simply watching the havoc Grigory was creating. Mikhail would have killed James Slavinsky outright, without the drama Grigory had such a flair for, but he was tired, his body in a precarious state. He had no wish to drain his energy further. Raven would be in the vampire's hands for the time it took Grigory to heal him. He couldn't allow himself to think of what Andrei might do to her. Mikhail stirred, pain shafting through him. More rocks fell on Slavinsky in retaliation, covering him like a blanket, beginning to form a macabre grave. Grigory moved into the room with his familiar silent glide, grace and power clinging to him as he strode through the wreckage of the wall. "This is becoming a bad habit." "Oh, shut up," Mikhail said without rancor. Grigory's touch was infinitely gentle as he inspected the wounds. They knew what they were doing. Place these precisely to miss vital organs, but to bleed you as much as possible. It took seconds to deal with the manacles and free Mikhail from the chains. Grigory pressed soil over the wounds to stop further leakage. "Check Father Hummer." Mikhail's voice was weak. "He is dead." Grigory barely glanced at the broken body. "Be certain." It was an order. Mikhail never ordered Grigory to do anything. That had never been their relationship. For a moment Grigory's silver eyes glittered as they stared at one another. "Please, Grigory, if there is a chance." Mikhail closed his eyes. Shaking his head at the delay, Grigory dutifully went to the priest's crumpled body and felt for a pulse. He knew it was fruitless, knew Mikhail knew it, too, but just the same he checked. Grigory was careful to be gentle with the body. "I am sorry, Mikhail. He is gone. I do not want him left in this place." "Stop talking and allow me to do my job," Grigory growled, easing Mikhail back onto the floor. "Take my blood while I stop up these holes." "Find Raven." "Take my blood, Mikhail. The vampire will not harm her. He will have some patience this night. You must be strong for the hunt. Drink what I freely offer. I would not want to find it necessary to compel you." "You are becoming a nuisance, Grigory," Mikhail complained, but obediently he took hold of the healer's proffered wrist. Grigory's blood was ancient, as was Mikhail's. There was none other that could help as quickly. There was silence as Mikhail fed, replenishing what was lost. Grigory turned his wrist slightly to ease Mikhail away from him, knowing his strength was needed for healing and transporting his prince to safety. "The priest goes with us," Mikhail reiterated. A wave of heat coursed through the ice of his body, leaving him needy, hungry. His mind reached for his life mate, the need to merge overwhelming. Pain exploded in her head, in his, so that he gasped and withdrew, his black eyes seeking Grigory's pale ones in agony. "Sleep for now, Mikhail. We will go on the hunt soon enough. We must take care of these wounds first." Grigory commanded it in a mesmerizing voice. Sing-song, a flowing chant of ancient language. "You will hear my words, let Mother Earth welcome you. The soil will heal your wounds and soothe your mind. Sleep, Mikhail. My blood is powerful, mixing with yours. Feel it healing your body." Grigory closed his eyes, merging completely with Mikhail, flowing in him so that he could find every ragged hole, push out foreign objects, and repair all damage from the inside out with the precision of the most skilled surgeon. A large horned owl circled the ruined building, then settled on the crumpled wall. Slowly the wings folded and the owl's round eyes surveyed the scene below. The talons flexed, relaxed. Grigory lifted his head, coming back to his own body. He spoke the Carpathian's name softly in acknowledgement. "Aiden." The owl's shape lengthened, shimmered, formed a tall, tawny-haired man with glittering gold eyes. His blonde appearance was unusual for a Carpathian. He carried his body like a soldier, his manner sure and confident. "Who dared to do this?" he demanded. "What of Jacques and Mikhail's woman?" Grigory growled softly, a slash of pale eyes pinning the male Carpathian. "Bring me fresh soil and prepare the priest's body." Grigory turned back to his work as Byron arrived. Slow, unhurried, the beautiful ancient chant filled the night with hope and promise. No one would believe he was working against time, needing to get Mikhail on his feet this night. Aiden brought the richest soil he could find, stepping back to admire Grigory as he worked. The poultices were mixed carefully and applied over the external wounds. The wind stirred the dirt and dust from the pile of rocks, carrying warnings to the Carpathians. Two humans were approaching in a truck. Byron knelt beside Edgar Hummer, reverently running his hands over the priest's face, gathering the small, wasted body up into his arms. "I will take him to sacred ground, Grigory, and then destroy those bodies beside the cabin." "Who did this?" Aiden repeated. Grigory simply flooded Aiden's mind with the information rather than bothering with conversation. "I have known Andrei for many centuries," Aiden said. "He is half a century younger than I. We fought together in more than one battle. Our times grow desperate." Aiden glided over the fallen walls, his golden eyes glowing in the darkness. Each leaf on every tree gleamed a vivid silver, bathed in the light of the moon, but Aiden had long ago lost his ability to see in color. His world was dark and gray and would be until he found his life mate, or sought the solace of the dawn. He inhaled, caught the scent of game, the stench of death, the intrusive odor of man. Oil and exhaust issuing from the approaching vehicle fouled the clarity of the air. He moved through the line of oaks, working to quell the ice-cold predator instinct demanding blood for what one of his kind had done. Their race, so precarious, teetering on the brink of extinction, could not survive another vampire hunt. Every remaining male had pinned his hopes on the survival of Mikhail's woman. If she could adapt to their life, if she could be sealed as a true life mate, if she could produce female children strong enough to live beyond the first year, then all Carpathian males had a chance. It would be a matter of hanging on, searching the world for women such as Raven. For Andrei to betray them all was treason at its worst. Fog began to gather, thicken, an oppressive, nearly impenetrable veil that wound through the trees and closed off the road. The brakes squealed loudly as the driver came to a halt, unable to see in the thick fog. Aiden moved closer, unseen, a dangerous predator hunting prey. "How long before we get there, Uncle Gene?" A boy's voice, eager and excited, drifted on the wind. "We'll have to wait for the fog to disperse, Donnie." The second voice was uneasy. We get these unusual fog patterns often up here, and it isn't a good idea to be out in them. What's my surprise? Can't you tell me? You told Mom I'd have a birthday surprise I would never forget. I heard you talking. Aiden could see them now. The driver was a man nearing 30, the boy no more than 15. Aiden watched them, the urge to kill running in his veins, surging through his body. He felt power in every nerve ending, reminding him he truly was alive. The man was very nervous, peering into the fog on all sides of the truck, although he couldn't see through the thick veil of white mist. For a moment he thought he saw eyes, hungry and glowing, almost gold. They were animal eyes, the eyes of a wolf, watching them from out of the night. It made his heart pound and his mouth go dry. He pulled the boy closer to him protectively. Your Uncle James is keeping it for you. He had to clear his throat twice before the words would come out. He knew they were in great danger, knew a predator was waiting to tear out their throats. Let's just walk up to the hunting lodge, Uncle Gene. I can't wait to try out my new rifle. Come on, it's not that far, the boy wheedled. Not in this fog, Donnie. There are wolves in these woods. Other things. It's best to wait until we can see clearly, the man said firmly. We have guns, the boy said sulkily. Isn't that why we brought them? I said no. Guns don't always make you safe, boy. Aiden crushed down the wild urges. The boy had not yet seen manhood. Whoever these mortals were, he would not kill unless his life, or that of one of the others of his kind, was threatened. He would not become a vampire, a betrayer of his people. It was becoming too easy to kill. A kind of seduction of power. The wind whipped up around him, swirled in a circle of leaves and twigs. Grigori settled beside him, Mikhail, pale and lifeless, cradled in his arms. Let us leave this place, Aiden. I could not kill them, Aiden said quietly, no apology in his voice. If the older one is Eugene Slavinsky, he will have much to occupy him this night. His brother lies dead beneath a pile of rocks, an exchange for Mikhail's priest. I did not dare kill them, Aiden repeated, making it an admission. If it is Slavinsky, he deserves to die, but I am grateful that you resisted the urge, knowing the danger to yourself. You have traveled far to hunt the undead for our people. It shows in the darkness of your soul. I walk very close to the edge, Aiden said quietly, without apology. When Mikhail's woman was injured so gravely, Mikhail's fury was felt by every Carpathian in every land. The disturbance was unique, and I felt it was deserving of investigation. I returned to make certain his wisdom continues to benefit our people. It is my belief his woman is the hope for our future. It is my belief also. Perhaps a new country would bring you relief. We have need of an experienced hunter in the United States. With the fog still thick, preventing penetration by the humans, Aiden turned his attention to the carefully constructed prison. With a lift of his hand, the earth shuddered and shook. The building was leveled, leaving only the stones marking the fresh grave. Into the fog, Grigori rose with his burden, Aiden at his side. They raced across the dark sky to the caves, where the other Carpathian males arrived, one after another to aid in the healing of their prince. Chapter 15. The night air rushed over her body as Raven was carried through the sky toward some unknown destination. She was dizzy and weak, her mind finding it difficult to concentrate on any one thing. At first, she made herself try to focus on whatever might be a landmark, so she could convey it back to Grigori. After a while, she couldn't remember why or even what she was doing. On some level, Raven knew it was the drug making her disoriented and sick. It seemed too much trouble to wonder where the vampire was taking her or what he would do to her when they arrived. The moon was radiant, spilling silver light across the treetops, turning everything into a surreal dream. Things slipped in and out of her mind. Soft whispered words, a constant murmuring she couldn't quite grasp. It seemed important, but Raven was too tired to unravel it all. Had her mind fragmented from chasing the last serial killer? She couldn't remember what had happened to her. The wind felt good blowing over her body, cleansing her. She was cold, yet it didn't seem to matter. Lights danced, colors swirled, the sky sparkled brilliantly above her head. Beneath them a large pool of water shone like crystal. It was all so beautiful, and yet her head ached abominably. I'm tired. She found her voice, wanted to hear if she could speak. Perhaps she could wake herself up if she was in the midst of a dream. The arms tightened fractionally. I know. You will be home soon. She didn't recognize the voice. Something in her rose up to rebel at the closeness. Her body didn't like the feel of his against hers. Did she know him? It didn't feel as if she did, yet he held her as if he had a right to her. There was something slipping in and out of her memory that she couldn't quite catch. Every time she thought the pieces of the puzzle began to fit themselves together, pain sliced through her head so violently, she couldn't hold the thought. They were suddenly walking together, out under the stars, the trees swaying and dipping gently, his arm around her waist. Raven blinked in confusion. Had they always been walking? No one could fly, that was absurd. She was suddenly afraid. Had she lost her mind? She glanced up at the man walking beside her. Physically, he was beyond merely handsome, his pale face sensually beautiful. But when he smiled down at her, his eyes were flat and cold, his teeth a flash of menace in his scarlet mouth that struck fear in her heart. Who was he? Why was she with him? Raven shivered and tried to draw away from the man with a slight, subtle movement. She was weak, and without his support, she might have fallen. You are cold, my dear. We will be home soon. His voice sent a ripple of terror through her. Distaste was rolling in her stomach. There was a gloating taunt in his voice. For all his seeming solicitousness, Raven felt as if a giant snake was coiled around her, its cold, reptilian body and hypnotic eyes mesmerizing her. Her mind reached out, struggled to connect. He would come. Mikhail. She screamed in agony and fell to her knees, pressing her hands to her head, terrified to move, to think. Cold hands grasped her arms, dragged her to her feet. What is it, Raven? Come, tell me, so that I may help you. She despised his voice. It grated on her, sent shivers over her skin. There was power there, and a depraved, secret amusement, as if he knew exactly what was happening to her and enjoyed her suffering, her ignorance. As much as she loathed his touch, she could not stand on her own 2 feet and had to lean against his strong body. You need to feed, he remarked almost casually, but she sensed a hidden excitement in that statement. Raven pressed a hand to her stomach. I'm feeling sick. That is because you hunger. I have prepared a special surprise for you, my dear. A banquet in your honor. The guests have been waiting impatiently for our return. Raven stopped walking and stared up at his cold, mocking eyes. I don't want to go with you. The eyes flattened, hardened. His smile was a parody, a soulless flash of fangs. She could see his receding gums, the lengthening incisors. He was not beautifully handsome, as she had first imagined, but foul and cruel-looking. Raven, you have no other place to go. Again he sounded slightly mocking, sickly solicitous. Raven pulled her arm away from him and sat down abruptly when her legs buckled beneath her. You are not. The name eluded her with an explosive burst of pain. Blood beaded on her forehead and trickled down her face. Deliberately, the vampire leaned down and ran his tongue coarsely along her cheek, following the path of her blood. You're ill, my dear. You have to trust me to know what is best for you. Raven forced herself to remain calm, to push aside the cobwebs clogging her mind. She had special gifts. She had a brain. Those were 2 indisputable facts. She was certain she was in grave danger, and she had no idea how she had gotten here with him, but she needed to think. She lifted her face to the moon so that it put blue lights in her long, ebony hair. I'm very confused. I can't even remember your name. She forced herself to look and feel apologetic to appease him if he was capable of reading her mind, and she was afraid he was. What happened to me? I have a terrible headache. He offered his hand, his manner suddenly courtly, far more indulgent now that she was relying on him. You hurt your head. He drew her up, slipped his arm around her small waist. This time Raven forced herself to accept his touch without flinching. I'm sorry, I'm so confused. It makes me feel silly and afraid, she confessed, her large blue eyes enormous, her mind innocent and blank. I am Andre, your true life mate. Another stole you away from me. When I rescued you, you fell and hit your head. His voice was sing-song, hypnotic. True life mate. Mikhail. This time when the pain beat at her she accepted it, allowed it to wash over her. It stole her breath and pierced her skull. She was careful not to allow any hint of the agony to show on her face or to spill over in her mind. Calling on every ounce of discipline she possessed, Raven focused her mind. Mikhail? Where are you? Are you real? I'm afraid. There was a familiar path and she used it with ease, as if she had always done so. Little one. The reply was faint, far away, but very real, something to cling to in a world of madness. Who is with me? What is happening? She made herself lean on the tall man supporting her, kept her mind a jumble of confusion. She found it interesting that her mind allowed her to work on several different levels at once. Andre is a vampire. He took you from me. I am coming for you. Something was very wrong. It was all there if she just reached for it. Raven believed that faraway voice, felt warmth and love enfold her in strong, protective arms. She knew that feeling, that voice. It wasn't quite right. You're hurt. How? Mikhail replayed the recent events in his mind for her. Raven inhaled, feeling as if someone had hit her square in the stomach. Mikhail. Grigory is turning into some kind of tyrant. I would not dare die. Memory was flooding in and she was terrified. She made herself compartmentalize her thoughts. The vampire touched only the surface, read what she wanted him to read. She was the shivering, confused woman he expected her to be. Mikhail's wounds looked bad to her. He was in the cave, surrounded by others. Grigory was working on the injuries, and Raven was certain he would put Mikhail to ground, and she would be left without a lifeline. Raven lifted her chin. The drug might have confused her momentarily, but she could do whatever she had to do. I can handle Andre. Do not worry about me. She used more bravado than she felt. All at once she had to suppress a surge of relief. Memory, fractured as it had been, came back in full force under Mikhail's soothing mind touch. Mikhail or Grigory or both would come for her, no matter what else was happening. Mikhail would plug up his wounds and crawl if that was what it took to get to her. You are very quiet. Andre startled her. I'm trying to remember, but it makes my head ache. They were at the top of a plateau. For a moment she couldn't make out the stone house built into the side of the mountain. It seemed to shimmer in the silver of the moon, one moment a mirage, then a distinct structure, then gone again. Raven blinked her eyes rapidly, taking in every detail, broadcasting to Mikhail. The trick was in not allowing the vampire to know she was thinking of Mikhail. It was Andre who punished her with pain when he knew her thoughts. Confused by the drug, she had been briefly under his power. Now she was simply sick and dizzy. And very, very frightened. Is this our home? She asked innocently, leaning heavily into him. We will remain here long enough to dine, my dear. There was that curious gloating she was coming to dislike intensely. It is not safe to remain longer than that. The other might pursue us. You must feed in order to be strong enough to escape. Deliberately, trustingly, she curled her fingers around the vampire's arm. I will try, Andre, but truly I am feeling sick. Raven took a step toward the threshold, felt Mikhail's instinctive protest. She stumbled unsteadily, fell just outside the door, and lay in a small forlorn heap. With an oath, Andre tried to yank her up, to push her inside, but Raven was limp, unable to move on her own. The vampire lifted her into his arms and carried her inside. The rock house consisted of a large front room and a hole in the far corner where a ladder led to a lower chamber. The room was cold and dank. Mold grew in the cracks. There was a table and a long church bench. Andre waved his hand to light several candles. Raven's heart stopped, then began to pound in alarm. Chained to the wall nearest the table, eyes dilated with terror, were a man and a woman. The two were dirty and in ragged clothing. Rips in the woman's dress and the man's shirt held the stains of blood. There were bruises on both of them, and the man had several burn marks down his right cheek. The vampire's smile was cruel and taunting as he surveyed his helpless victims. Dinner, my dear, just for you. He set Raven carefully on the bench, as if she was fragile porcelain. Andre slowly glided gracefully across the stone floor, his red, soulless eyes on the woman. He took his time enjoying her terror, laughing at her husband's impotent raging. As he yanked the woman free of the chain, the man struggled and threatened, cursed Raven. Andre dragged the woman to Raven's side, forced her to her knees and held her still, one hand gripping her hair so that her throat was exposed. His thumb slid over the pounding pulse. "Feed, my dear. Feel the hot blood pour into your veins, making you strong again. When you take her life you will have such power as you have never known. This is my gift to you. Infinite power." The woman sobbed and moaned with terror. Her husband pleaded, swore, fought the chains that bound him. Raven sat up slowly and pushed back her heavy fall of hair with a trembling hand. Andre could have seduced his victims, entranced them so that they welcomed death, but he sought thrills at the expense of human terror. The adrenaline-laced blood was addicting, intoxicating. Everyone seemed to be waiting for her reaction. She could feel Mikhail in her, still and motionless, raging that he was not there to protect her from such a terrible decision. Her large blue-violet eyes lifted to Andre's face, expressive, overbright, as if she was on the verge of tears. Her hand slid soothingly up the woman's arm. She was extraordinarily gentle, trying to comfort without words. "You doubt me. Why? What have I done? I honestly can't remember. I would never do such a thing, take a life like this, and neither would you. Why do you test me this way? Have I committed a crime I can't remember? Why would you be so cruel to me?" Andre's face went dark, the red eyes changing to his normal dark brown. "Do not be so distressed. Tell me, Andre. I can't bear not to know. Did the other one force me to do something you can't forgive?" She bowed her head as if ashamed. Her voice dropped even lower. "Take my life, Andre. Take your wrath out on me, not this poor, undeserving woman. I will leave if you do not wish my life bound to yours, although I have nowhere else to go." She met his eyes so that he knew she meant it. "Take my life now, Andre." "No, Raven." "Then answer me, why this test? Is it because I'm not wholly like you, because I can't go to ground or shapeshift? You are ashamed of me and wish to punish me." "Of course not." Raven put her arm around the woman. "I seem to recall, although I'm not certain, that you said you would hire reliable servants. Is this woman the one you spoke of?" Suddenly her face clouded. "Is she your mistress?" She sounded near hysterics, but her hand was still very gentle on the woman's arm. "No, no," the woman protested, but there was confusion and dawning hope in her eyes. "I am not his mistress. That is my husband. We have done nothing wrong." Andre was clearly at a loss. He had taken Raven in a desperate attempt to save himself. If he forced her to kill, then she would become as dark and as lost as he. Something inside him shifted and turned as he stared down into the innocence in her eyes. "The woman speaks the truth, Raven. She is nothing to me. A servant, if you wish her." His voice was lost and lonely, almost uncertain. Raven reached out for his hand. His mind was a masterpiece of evil, rotted and twisted. Yet Raven felt sorrow for him. He had once been good, no different from Mikhail or Jacques, but in the dark isolation of his existence, he had turned down a wrong path. Andre desperately wanted to feel, to be able to face the morning sun, witness a sunset again. He wanted to look in the mirror and not see his receding gum line and the ravages left by his depraved existence. It was an impossibility. No true vampire could ever face himself in the mirror without experiencing tremendous pain. Raven was his only hope and he clung to it. He wanted a miracle. Because she had been human, he had no idea of what she was capable or incapable of doing. "Forgive me, Andre, if I have done something to cause you to doubt me," she said gently, compassion welling up so that she wanted to cry. She could not save him, even if she did not belong with Mikhail. No one could. He was far too depraved and bloated with his false sense of power, far too addicted to the adrenaline in a terror-stricken kill. She hated herself for deceiving him, but her life and the lives of the human couple clearly hung in the balance. His hand stroked her silky hair. "I am not angry with you, my dear, but you are weak and need nourishment." The woman stiffened, her face a mask of fear. She stayed very still, waiting for Raven's reply. Raven looked confused. "But I can't feed." Deliberately, she allowed Mikhail's name to shimmer in her mind, and then she was clutching her head in agony. I don't know why, I can't think. I think the other did something to make me this way. Andre dragged the woman up by her hair. I will return in a few minutes. You see to it Raven comes to no harm. His eyes were flat and cold. Do not try to leave this place. I will know. Andre, stay, Raven whispered, fighting for him in spite of herself. He swung away from her and sped out, away from the light, back toward the world of death and madness he was familiar with. The woman clutched at Raven. Please, let us go. He is evil. He will kill us, make us his slaves until our fear no longer amuses him. Raven pushed herself upright, desperately fighting dizziness. He will know. He can see in the dark, smell you, hear your very heartbeat. The room was so cold and musty smelling, so depressing. The air itself was stale and told of death. With Raven's sensitivity, she could almost hear the screams of the countless victims who had been brought to this place, chained to the stained walls. She was every bit as frightened as the human woman was. Who are you? Monique Chancellor. That is my husband, Alexander. Why did you help me? Guard your thoughts, Monique. He can read them. He is Nosferatu. Unclean. The vampire. It was more of a statement than a question. We must leave this place of death. Raven rose unsteadily to her feet, hanging onto the back of the chair, the table, to make her way to the door. She stared up at the stars, gazed slowly over the landscape in each direction, taking note of every rock wall, the cliffs rising behind the house. She studied the dwelling itself, the windows, the doors, the structures of the walls, paid particular attention to the wide open spaces leading to the house. Please, please. The woman clawed at her. Help us. Raven blinked to bring her into focus. I'm trying to help you. Stay calm. Keep out of his way. Draw as little attention to yourselves as possible. She closed the door, having accomplished what she had hoped to do. Mikhail and Grigory would know as much detailed information as she could transmit. Who are you? Alexander demanded suspiciously. He had pulled at his chains so much, she could see his wrists were raw. Raven rubbed her pounding temple, a growing nausea gripping her stomach. It isn't a good idea to have open wounds around him. She could smell blood and her body, desperately weak, needed nourishment. Raven ignored the woman sobbing quietly in a corner and went to the man to see if she could find a way to ease his discomfort. As she bent to examine his wrist, his other hand whipped up to clutch a handful of her hair, yanking hard enough to bring tears to her eyes. He dragged her back against his chest so that both hands could grip her throat, fingers digging into soft flesh. Alexander, stop. What are you doing? Monique cried. Monique, get the key to these cuffs, Alexander ordered, his powerful fingers crushing Raven's windpipe so that the room began to spin. Raven could feel his fear, his frantic attempt to save his wife and himself. He was afraid she was a vampire, cruelly playing with them for some perverse enjoyment. Raven couldn't blame him, but his hands were squeezing the life out of her. Raven! The cry was close, a ripple of fury moving through her mind. Alexander's hands were torn from her throat. There was a loud popping noise signaling broken bones. He was slammed into the wall behind them, held so that his feet dangled helplessly 4 feet from the floor. Monique screamed as the air rushed from her husband's lungs. He began to strangle, his eyes bulging horribly. Release him, Mikhail. Oh, God, please. I can't bear to be responsible for another death. I just can't. Raven sank to the floor, drew up her knees, and huddled there, rocking. Please, she whispered aloud. Release him. Mikhail fought his kiffing rage, managed to suppress it enough to release the human from his mind assault. He hurtled through the air, tracking Raven easily. He was barely aware of Grigory keeping pace with him to his left, of Aiden and Byron slightly behind him, of Eric and Teen and a few others struggling to keep up some distance behind. None of them mattered. He had hunted vampires over many centuries, and he had always felt a twinge of reluctance, of pity perhaps. There was none now. Mikhail kept his fury tamped down so that it seethed and boiled like magma in a volcano, so that it sought to escape in any direction it could, needing a violent, explosive release. If he allowed it to seep out, the very earth, the winds, the creatures in the mountains would react. It would be a clear warning to the vampire. He felt no pain, and he was well fed. Grigori had seen to that personally. The combination of their ancient blood was powerful beyond measure. Even so, a spot of blood soaked through the white feathers on the owl. Instinctively, Mikhail shifted and circled to stay downwind so that any passing breeze could not carry that scent to the vampire. Into the night there came a cry of pure terror, evil laughter, a gloating triumph. Every Carpathian, so tuned to the land, felt the vibration of violence, the disturbance of power, the cycle of life and death. Raven, as psychically sensitive as she was, instantly found her mind drawn to the scene of violence. "Break off, Raven," Mikhail commanded it. She pressed her hands to her temples. Andrei was laughing, flinging himself from the branch of a tree atop a woman attempting to crawl away from him. A smaller body lay crumpled at the foot of the tree, pale and lifeless where he had dropped it. The woman moaned, pleaded for her life. The vampire laughed horribly again, then kicked her away from him, only to force her to crawl back to him, begging to serve you, Andrei. "No, you cannot." Raven yelled it aloud, dragging herself up to stumble to the door. She ran into the night, spun in a circle to catch the direction. Weakness overcame her, and she fell heavily to lie immobile in the grass. Monique followed her, dropping to her knees beside her. "What is it?" "I know you are not what my husband thinks. I know you are trying to save us." Tears were running down Raven's face. "He killed a child. He is taunting the mother. He will kill her also. I can't save her." Raven took what comfort she could as the woman cradled Raven's head in her lap. Monique touched the dark bruises at Raven's throat. "I am sorry for what Alexander did to you. He is mad with anger and fear for us. You took a terrible risk. That monster might have killed you." Raven closed her eyes tiredly. "He still might. We can't get away from him." The night around them carried disturbing vibrations. Somewhere deep inside the forest, an animal missed its prey and screamed its rage. An owl hissed, a wolf snarled. Raven clutched Monique's hand, was relieved when she could move her legs. "Come on. We have to get inside. Stay quiet and out of sight if you can. When he returns, he will be high as a kite and unpredictable." Monique helped Raven to her feet, slipping her arm around the smaller woman's waist. "What did you do to Alexander when he hurt you?" Raven walked reluctantly back to the stone house. "I did nothing to him." She touched the bruises on her throat. Alexander had complicated things. Andrei could not fail to notice the marks on her. "You feel things we know nothing of," Monique guessed uneasily. "It is not a comfortable gift. He killed tonight. A woman, a child. I sent him out and traded our lives for theirs." "No," Monique denied that. "You have nothing to do with what he chooses to do, any more than my husband is responsible for what that monster did to me. Alexander believes he should have found a way to protect me. He will not forgive himself." "Don't be like him, Raven." Raven stood on the stone steps and faced the moon-bathed land. The wind stirred and the glowing silver light darkened ominously. Monique gasped, clutched at Raven, tried to draw her into the comparative safety of the house. A red stain grew, spread, completely consumed the moon. A low moan rode on the wind, growing louder until it became a howl. A wolf lifted its muzzle to the blood-stained moon and howled in warning. A second joined in. The entire mountain rumbled ominously. Monique whirled around and ran to her husband. "Pray with me, pray with me." Raven shut the door and leaned against it. "Don't panic on me, Monique. We have a chance if we can stall him." Alexander glared at her, his arm protectively around his wife, his hand already swollen and sore-looking. "Don't listen to her, Monique. She almost strangled me. She threw me against the wall with unbelievable strength. She is unclean." Raven rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I'm beginning to wish I did have all that power you think I have. I'd find a way to keep you from talking. He is afraid for us." Monique spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Can't we take off his chains? He would try to attack Andrei the moment he returned." Raven made a face at Alexander, completely exasperated with him. That would get him killed fast. She shivered, turning stricken eyes on Monique. "He comes. Stay very quiet, no matter what happens." Don't draw attention to yourself. The wind outside howled, an eerie, lonely sound that faded away, leaving in its wake an unnatural silence. Raven heard her own heart beat in the void. She stepped backward just as the door splintered and cracked. The candle flames leapt through shadows on the wall, grotesque, macabre, then the lights were snuffed out. Come, Raven. We must leave now. Andre snapped his fingers, holding out his hand. The vampire's face was flushed with fresh blood. The glow of evil was in his eyes. His mouth was twisted with cruelty. Raven regarded Andre with large, accusing eyes. Why do you come to me like this? Tell me what is going on. He moved with blurring speed, and at the last moment, Raven remembered she, too, was capable of such feats. She felt his hot, foul breath, smelled death on him. His razor-sharp nails raked her arm as she ducked away. She pressed her small body into the corner. Don't try to force my compliance when a simple explanation will do. You will regret this defiance, he snarled, and hurled the church bench out of his path so hard that it crashed and splintered against the wall only inches from the shivering human couple. A small moan of terror escaped Monique, and instantly the vampire whirled around, his eyes red and glazed with power. You will crawl to me like the dog you are. His voice was low, hypnotic, his eyes mesmerizing. Alexander lunged to the end of his chains, trying to stop Monique, who went to the floor in obedience, her manner sensual and fawning. Raven walked calmly across the room to kneel down in Monique's path. Hear me, Monique. Don't do this thing. Her blue-violet eyes stared directly into the older woman's. Raven's voice was beautiful, purity itself, low and entrancing. It made the vampire's voice appear foul and disgusting. A look of confusion, bewilderment, and shame crossed Monique's blank face. The vampire exploded into action, leaping the distance to Raven's side, seizing her by the hair, yanking her backwards, nearly off her feet. The world erupted around them. The night itself seemed to rage, the wind screaming and howling, gusting across the wide open space to beat at the windows. A dark funnel cloud boiled down from the seething sky and tore the roof from the structure. The whirling mass lifted furniture and scattered treasures collected over the years. Monique wailed loudly and dragged herself to Alexander, where they clung together. Voices hissed and whispered, low murmurs of fury, of accusation, of condemnation. The mountain rumbled ominously, and the furthermost wall burst outward, spewing rocks and mortar as if dynamited. Mikhail stood in the center of the ferocious storm, his black eyes as cold as death. He stood tall and elegant despite the scarlet stains spreading across his silk shirt. His body was relaxed, unmoving in the midst of chaos. He lifted a hand, and the roaring of the wind died down. Mikhail regarded Andre for a long moment. Release her. His voice was very soft, but it struck utter terror in the hearts of all who heard him. Andre's fingers tightened convulsively in Raven's silky hair. Mikhail's answering smile was cruel. Do you wish me to force your compliance, so you come crawling to your death as you forced your victims? Andre's fingers spasmed and his arm jerked like a puppet's. He stared in horror at Mikhail, never conceiving of such power. Such mind control did not work easily on Carpathians. Come to me, Raven. Mikhail did not take his eyes from the vampire, holding him helpless with his mind alone. So great was his fury, he hardly required Grigori's mind merge to assist him. One by one the Carpathian males materialized, their faces masks of condemnation. Raven could feel the human couple's terror rising, approaching near madness. She staggered to them, wrapping her arms protectively around Monique. He will save us, she whispered to them. He is like the other, Alexander rasped hoarsely. No, he is good. He will save us. Raven stated the truth simply, with great conviction. Mikhail released the vampire abruptly. Andre looked around him, his mouth twisted sardonically. Does it take an army for you to go on the hunt? You have been sentenced for your crimes, Andre. Should I fail, the sentence will be carried out by another. Mikhail indicated two Carpathians with his finger and nodded toward Raven. His tall form emanated power and confidence. You are but a child, Andre. His voice was a pure tone, pitched low and velvet soft. You cannot hope to match one who has battled so many times, but I offer you the chance you have worked so hard to attain. The black eyes glittered with icy fury. Vengeance, Mikhail? Andrei asked sarcastically. How very common of you. He launched himself, razor-sharp claws extended, fangs dripping. Mikhail simply disappeared, and the vampire found himself tumbling out of the house on the ground, the savage night closing in on him, the Carpathian males in a huge, loose circle corralling him in. Andrei turned in the direction in which the others were looking. Mikhail was standing a few feet from him, a black fury burning in his unblinking gaze. Aiden advanced on Raven, his glittering eyes golden and piercing as his gaze swept over the mortals huddled behind her. Come with us, he ordered abruptly. Mikhail wishes us to see that you are safe. Raven didn't recognize him, but she did recognize the stamp of confidence he carried, the complete self-possession. His voice was soft and hypnotic, almost mesmerizing. Did you see where Andrei put the key so we can free Alexander? Raven asked Monique, attempting to move around the other Carpathian male blocking her path. Without warning, Raven's eyes widened, and she clutched her side, a strangled cry catching in her throat. She went down hard, curling in agony, a crimson smear across her forehead, trickling into her eyes. Monique threw herself to the floor beside the younger woman. Raven was completely unaware of her. She was no longer within the confines of the house, had no knowledge of Aiden or Byron or even Monique and Alexander. She was outside with the blood-red moon spilling down on her, facing a demon of immense power and strength. A demon whose eyes had glowing red flames leaping in them, whose smile was cruelty itself. He was totally without mercy. He was tall, graceful, supremely confident, and she knew he was going to kill her. There was an animal beauty in the fluid way he moved. There was death and damnation in those soulless eyes. He was absolutely invincible. He had struck her body a mortal wound and glided away with blinding speed. There was no pity and no feeling in him. He was without mercy, relentless, ruthless, and without remorse. See him as he is, a killer, a stalker of mortals and Carpathians alike. Andrei hissed in her mind. Know him for the beast that he is. You see an educated man who controls you with his mind. This is the real Mikhail Dobrinsky. He has hunted hundreds of us, perhaps thousands of his own people, and slain them. He will murder us and feel nothing but the joy of ultimate power. Andrei's mind was merged fully with hers so that she was looking through his eyes, feeling his hatred and fear, feeling the pain from the blow Mikhail had administered when Andrei had attacked him. Raven struggled to break away from the vampire's hold on her mind, but Andrei knew he was going to die and hung on to her with total determination. She would be his last revenge. With every blow Andrei received, with every burning wound Mikhail inflicted on him, Raven would feel the same pain. The vampire could at least glory in that pain. Raven could see his plan clearly, knew Mikhail felt the initial rush of agony overwhelming her. She could barely breathe, but, wanting to spare him, she tried to close herself off from him. But Mikhail was far too strong to allow her such a withdrawal from him. She could feel his utter cold fury, his lack of mercy, his desire for battle, the urge to kill the renegade. She could feel his sudden indecision as he realized what the vampire was doing. Raven. Hear me. Grigori. Calm in the eye of the storm. His voice beautiful, hypnotic, soothing. Give yourself to me. You will sleep now. Grigori gave Raven little choice in the matter, but even so, she gave herself up willingly, gratefully, to the hypnotic voice and went under immediately, removing Andrei's last threat to Mikhail. A long, slow hiss of air escaped Mikhail's lungs. He moved, a blur too fast to see. Andrei's body flew backwards under the blow. The crack was loud in the unnatural silence. Andrei struggled to his feet, eyes glazed, wildly seeking his antagonist. I have one. He spit a mouthful of blood and pressed a trembling hand to his chest. She saw you as you are. What you do here cannot change that. He did not take his gaze from Mikhail's body, didn't blink, didn't dare. It seemed an impossibility for even a Carpathian to be that fast. There was something terrible in those black, merciless eyes. Without Raven awake and aware, there was not a shred of pity or compassion. Andrei took a cautious step backwards, focused his mind, and aimed. Fiery light crackled and snapped, then hit the ground where Mikhail had been. The noise was tremendous. The blow shook the earth. The whip of electricity sizzled and retreated, leaving a patch of blackened, scarred earth behind. Andrei screamed as something snapped his head back and a huge gash opened around his throat, spewing bright crimson blood in a fountain. The fourth blow opened Andrei's chest, smashing through protective bones and muscle to the heart. Those black, merciless eyes stared into Andrei's without pity as Mikhail ripped the heart from his chest. Mikhail contemptuously dropped the still pulsing organ to the ground beside the lifeless body, ensuring that the vampire could not rise again. He stood over his fallen enemy, fighting to control the beast in himself, the wild surge of triumph, the addicting rush of power that shook his body. He felt none of his earlier wounds, only a sheer joy in the night, in his victory. The wildness in him grew dangerously, spread like molten fire. The wind whipped up and carried a scent. Raven. Mikhail's blood surged hotly, his fangs ached and hunger grew. He scented the humans, the one that had touched his life mate. Bloodlust shook him, and the Carpathian stepped farther back, as the power seemed to radiate from Mikhail's body, as the need to kill nearly overwhelmed him. The wind swirled around him in a constant eddy, and Raven's scent remained elusive and faint. Raven. His body clenched, burned. Raven. The wind whispered her name, and the turbulent storm raging in him began to ease. Mikhail's mind reached for the light, the path back from the world of violence. Destroy this thing, he snapped tersely, to no one in particular. He gathered energy from the sky and bathed his hands in it, removing the tainted blood from his body. He moved with blinding speed back inside the ruins of the vampire's lair, materialized out of thin air, and loomed over Monique, who was holding Raven's lifeless body in her arms, rocking her. Chapter 16. Raven became aware of her surroundings slowly. She was on a bed, her body without clothing. Mikhail was behind her, his hands tangled in her thick, damp hair. She recognized the feel of his sure fingers working to braid her hair, his movements calm and deliberate, very matter-of-fact, putting her at ease despite her shadowy memory. She appeared to be in an old castle that was small and inevitably drafty. The bedchamber was warm, and Mikhail had flooded it with the essence of soothing herbs and the romance of flickering candlelight. He had cleaned them both so that their bodies only smelled of each other and the scent of the herbal soap he used. He took his time braiding the length of hair while she tried to orient herself to her new surroundings. Mikhail touched her mind, found it confused, desperately holding on to sanity. She was afraid of him and even more afraid to trust her own judgment. Raven studied each corner of the room, each wall, every detail, while her heart pounded frantically, the sound loud in her ears. The room was beautiful. A fire glowed in the fireplace. Long, tapered candles emitted a light fragrance that mingled with the soothing scent of herbs. A well-worn Bible lay on the small end table beside the bed. She didn't really recognize anything, yet it was all strangely familiar. The quilt on the bed was thick and warm, the material soft against her bare skin. She noticed for the first time that she was naked. At once she felt vulnerable and shy, yet again, she felt as if she belonged here with him. Mikhail's hands slipped from her hair to the nape of her neck, his fingers massaging aching muscles. His touch was familiar, stirring alarming sensations in her body. What did you do to Monique and her husband? Her fingers twisted in the quilt. She tried to ignore the heat of his body as he moved close behind her so that their skin touched, so that the hair on his chest rasped against her back and the hard length of him pressed tight against her bottom. He felt right. He felt a part of her. Mikhail placed a kiss on a bruise near her throat, then moved to stroke her leaping pulse with his velvet tongue. Her body clenched in anticipation. Her mind seemed confused. They are safe in their home, loving one another as they should. They remember nothing of Andrei and the atrocities he committed against them. They know us as good, close friends. He kissed another bruise, a feather-light touch that seemed to send a flame licking through her bloodstream. His hands moved to her small waist, slid up her narrow ribcage to cup her full breasts. His mind touched hers, and Raven mentally shied away from him. Why do you fear me, Raven? You have seen me at my worst, as a killer, a dispenser of justice for our people. His thumb stroked her nipples, a slow, erotic brush that sent liquid heat curling through her. Do you believe I am evil? Touch my mind, little one. It is impossible for me to hide anything from you. I never concealed my true nature from you. You looked upon me once with the eyes of compassion and love, of acceptance. Has that all been forgotten? Raven closed her eyes, long lashes sweeping down on high cheekbones. I don't know what to believe anymore. Kiss me, Raven. Merge your mind with mine. Share your body so that we are completely one being. You trusted me before, do so now. Look at me with the eyes of love, in forgiveness for the things I have been forced to do, for the beast in my nature. Do not look at me through the eyes of one who would wish to destroy our people and us. Give yourself to me. His voice was seductive, a black magic spell, his hands caressing every beloved inch of her satin skin. He had committed every hollow, every curve to memory. His body burned with need and his hunger was rising. Her hunger, his. Very gently, so as not to alarm her, Mikhail pressed her slender body to the quilt, his muscular frame covering her smaller one like a blanket. She was so petite, so fragile beneath his exploring hands. Why have you become my life, Mikhail? I've always been alone and strong and sure of myself. You seem to have taken over my life. His palms slid up the curve of her body to frame her face. You are my only life, Raven. I will admit I took you from all you knew, but you were never meant to live in isolation. I know what that does, how desolate life can be. They were using you up, they would have destroyed you. Can you not feel that you are my other half, that I am yours? His mouth drifted over her eyes, her cheekbones, each corner of her mouth. Kiss me, Raven. Remember me. She lifted long lashes and searched his black, hungry gaze with blue eyes that had darkened to deep purple. There was a burning intensity in the heat of his gaze, of his body. If I kiss you, Mikhail, I won't be able to stop. His mouth found her throat, the valley between her breasts, lingered for a moment over her heart, his teeth grazing sensitive skin before he returned to her mouth. I am a Carpathian male, long in the world of darkness. It is true that I feel very little, that my nature revels in the hunt, in the kill. To overcome the wild beast we have to find our one mate, our other half, the light to our darkness. You are my light, Raven, my very life. That does not take away my obligations to my people. I must hunt those who prey on mortals, those who prey on our people. I cannot feel while I do so, or madness would be my fate. Kiss me, merge your mind with mine. Love me for who I am. Raven's body ached and burned. Needed. Hungered. His heart beat so strongly, his skin was hot, his muscles hard against her softness. Every touch of his lips sent a jolt of electricity sizzling through her. I cannot lie to you, he whispered. You know my thoughts, you know the beast that dwells inside. I try to be gentle with you, to listen to you. Always that wildness breaks free, but you tame me. Raven, please, I need you. And you need me. Your body is weak, I can feel your hunger. Your mind is fragmented, allow me to heal you. Your body cries out for mine as mine does for yours. Kiss me, Raven. Do not give up on us. Her blue eyes continued to search his face, rested on his sensual mouth. A small sigh escaped. His lips hovered over hers, waited for her answer. It was in her eyes first, that moment of complete recognition. Tenderness rushed over her, and she caught his head in her hands. I think I'm afraid I made you up, Mikhail. That's something so much a part of me, so perfect, can't be real. I don't want you to be what I dreamed of, and the nightmare to be real. She brought his face the inch separating them, and fastened her mouth to his. Thunder pounded in her ears, and his white-hot heat streaked and danced, consumed her, consumed him. His mind touched hers gently, tentatively, found no resistance, and he merged them together so that his burning need became hers, so that the wild, unbridled passion in him fed hers. So that she knew he was real and would never leave her alone, could never leave her alone. He fed on her sweetness, exploring every inch of her soft mouth, building flames until they leaped and roared. He caught her slender hips, so small they fit his hands, dragged her beneath him so that his knee could part her thighs, so that her mouth, so hot and urgent, was roaming over the hard muscles of his chest. Her tongue stroked over his pulse and his body clenched, burned, swelled until he thought he might burst from his skin. Mikhail caught her thick braid at the nape of her neck, holding her to him, his other hand probing in the silky triangle of curls. She was hot and slick with needing him. He murmured her name softly, pushed urgently against her creamy heat. Her tongue stroked again, a long, lingering caress. Small teeth grazed and his heart jumped, his body nearly exploded. There was piercing sweet pain as she found the spot over his leaping pulse, pleasure hot and wild as he drove into her tight velvet sheath of fire. He cried out with the ecstasy of it, pressed her head to him as he surged forward, driving deeper and deeper as his blood, rich, hot, powerful, fed her starving body. He hung on to control by a thread, both hands lifting her hips so he could create a fiery friction that sent her rocketing over the edge, her muscles clamping around him until he gently pushed at her mouth, until she released him and he sank his teeth into the swell of her soft breast. She gasped and cradled his head to her as he fed voraciously, his body hard and demanding as it took possession of hers. The aftermath of his fear of losing her, of his violence this night, was poured into her body. The heat built, the flames leapt until their bodies were slick with sweat, until she was clinging to him, her body pliant silk, white-hot heat, until they were one single entity, body, mind, heart, and blood. His cry was hoarse and strangled, mingled with her soft, throaty threads of sound as he took them both careening over a cliff, scattering them to the very heavens, to the rolling seas. I cannot lose you, little one. You are my best half. I love you more than I can ever express. Mikhail rubbed his face over hers and kissed her damp hair. She touched her tongue to a bead of sweat, smiling up at him tiredly. I think I would always recognize you, Mikhail, no matter how damaged my mind. He rolled over, taking her with him so that his weight would not crush her smaller body. That is how it should be, Raven. You suffered much these past days, and it will stay fresh in my mind for all eternity. Tomorrow night we must leave this region. The vampire is dead, but he has left behind a trail that could destroy our people. We must move to a more isolated area, where perhaps our people can survive the coming persecution. He brought up her arm to examine the long, deep scratches left by Andre. You're so certain it is coming? A faint, bitter smile touched his mouth as he waved to snuff out the candles. I have too often in my lifetime seen the signs. They will come, the assassins and humans and Carpathians alike will suffer. We will retreat for a quarter of a century, perhaps a half-century, give ourselves time to regroup. His tongue found the angry marks and bathed them gently with his healing touch. It was comforting and felt right to her. Her lashes drifted down, their combined scents lingering in the bedchamber, a soothing fragrance. I love you, Mikhail, all of you, even the beast in you. I don't know why I became so confused. You aren't evil. I can see so clearly inside of you. Sleep, little one, in my arms where you belong. Mikhail drew up the quilt, wrapped protective arms around her, and sent them both to sleep. It was a small group that gathered in the darkness of the tiny churchyard on consecrated ground. Jock was wan and pale, his wound a raw scar still in the stages of healing. He slipped his arm around Raven's slender shoulders, swaying a little unsteadily. She glanced up at him with a quick, reassuring smile. Behind Jock, Byron stood close to make certain his friend didn't fall. Off to one side Aiden stood alone, tall and straight, his head bowed slightly. The churchyard was on the castle grounds, old, with exquisite ancient architecture, the chapel small but beautiful. Stained glass windows and a high-rising steeple threw a darker shadow across the small graveyard. Scattered tombstones, angels, and crosses were silent witnesses as Mikhail waved a hand to part the welcoming soil. Out of respect, Grigori had fashioned a wooden box, intricately carved with ancient figures of reverence. He lowered the box slowly into the waiting arms of the earth and stepped back. Mikhail crossed himself, recited the burial ritual, and sprinkled holy water on Edgar Hummer's coffin. He was my friend, my guide when I was troubled, and he believed in the need for the continuation of our race. I never met a man, human or Carpathian, with more compassion or light in him. God shone in his heart and through his eyes. Mikhail waved his hand and the earth filled in until it was as if it had never been disturbed. He bowed his head, fought unexpected grief, felt the blood-red tears that escaped unchecked. It was Grigory who secured the headstone and Grigory, a non-believer in Mikhail's faith, who led the final prayer. Their voices, so beautiful and mesmerizing, rose in a Latin chant in the priest's honor. Mikhail inhaled the night air, sent regret to his wolves. The answer was a chorus of mournful howls echoing through the dark forest. Grigory's body bent first, feathers shimmering iridescent in the moonlight. A 6-foot wing spread, and he glided to the high branch of a nearby tree, razor-sharp talons digging into a branch. The owl's body went motionless, blended into the night, simply waited. Aiden was next, a peculiar golden color, powerful and lethal, just as silent. Byron's form was shorter, more compact, his feathers a mantle of white. Mikhail's solid form wavered in the shadows, and he launched himself into the night sky, the other three following. As if in perfect understanding, they soared higher, shimmering feathers beating strongly as they raced silently toward the clouds high above the forest floor. The wind rushed against their bodies, under their wings, riffling feathers, brushing away every vestige of sadness and violence left behind by the vampire. In the air they wheeled and banked sharply, for great birds in perfect synchronization. Joy erased dread, and the heavy weight of responsibility in Mikhail's heart lifted guilt and replaced it with rapture. The powerful wings beat strongly as they raced across the sky together, and Mikhail shared his joy with Raven because he couldn't contain it, not even in the owl's powerful body. It spilled out, an invitation, a need to share one more pleasure of Carpathian life. Think, my love, visualize what I put in your head. Trust me as you have never trusted me before. Allow me to give you this gift. There was no hesitation on her part. With complete faith in him, Raven gave herself into his keeping, reached eagerly for the vision. The slight discomfort, the strange disorientation as her physical body dissolved, did not faze her. Feathers shimmered, sprouted. Beside her, Jacques stepped back, allowing the smaller female owl to hop onto a tall stone angel before his own large frame compressed, reshaped. Together they launched themselves into the night, soared high to join the other 4 powerful birds circling above them. One of the males broke formation, circled the female, and dipped close to cover her body with one wide wing. Playfully she dropped low to slide away. The other males walled her in, curbing her antics as she learned the joys of free flying. The male owls stayed in close formation, the female in the center, circling above the forest, climbing high into the mist. For a space of time they dipped and swirled, clearly playing, soaring high, plunging toward earth, pulling up to fly through trees and over the heavy blanket of fog. After some time they settled into a leisurely flight, once more with the males protectively surrounding the female. Mikhail felt the night remove every vestige of tension and dissipate it to the 4 corners of the earth. He would take Raven far away from the village, give her plenty of time to learn Carpathian ways. She represented the future of their race, his future. She was his life, his joy, his reason for existing. She was his hold on all that was good in the world. He intended to see that her life was filled with nothing but happiness. Mikhail dropped lower to cover her feathered body with his, touching her mind, feeling her joy. Raven responded by filling his mind with love and warmth and a child's wondrous laughter at the new sights and sounds and smells she was experiencing. She raced him across the sky, her laughter echoing in all their minds. She was their hope for the future.